Section 1 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Corrinne LePage. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, Part 1. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, painter, sculptor, and architect of Florence. While the most noble and industrious spirits were striving, by the light of the famous Giotto and his followers, to give to the world a proof of the ability that the benign influence of the stars and the proportionate admixture of humors had given to their intellects, and while desirous to imitate with the excellence of their art the grandeur of nature in order to approach as near as possible to that supreme knowledge that many call understanding, they were universally toiling, although in vain. The most benign ruler of heaven in his clemency turned his eyes to the earth and, having perceived the infinite vanity of all those labors, the ardent studies without any fruit, and the presumptuous self-sufficiency of men, which is even further removed from truth than is darkness from light, and desiring to deliver us from such great errors, became minded to send down to earth a spirit with universal ability in every art and every profession, who might be able, working by himself alone, to show what manner of thing is the perfection of art and design in executing the lines, contours, shadows, and highlights, so as to give relief to works of painting, and what it is to work with correct judgment in sculpture, and how in architecture it is possible to render habitations secure and commodious, healthy and cheerful, well-proportioned, and rich with varied ornaments. He was pleased, in addition, to endow him with the true moral philosophy and with the ornament of sweet poesy, to the end that the world might choose him and admire him as its highest exemplar in the life, works, saintliness of character, and every action of human creatures, and that he might be acclaimed by us as being rather divine than human. And since he saw that in the practice of these rare exercises and arts, namely in painting, in sculpture, and in architecture, the Tuscan intellects have always been exalted and raised high above all others, from their being diligent in the labors and studies of every faculty beyond no matter what other people of Italy. He chose to give him Florence, as worthy beyond all other cities for his country, in order to bring all the talents to their highest perfection in her, as was her due, in the person of one of her citizens. There was born a son then, in the Casentino in the year 1474, under a fateful and happy star, from an excellent and noble mother, to Lodovico de Leonardo Buonarroti Simoni, a descendant, so it is said, of the most noble and the most ancient family of the Counts of Canossa. To that Lodovico, I say, who was in that year podesta of the township of Chiusi in Caprese, near the Sasso della Vernia, where S. Francis received the stigmata, in the Diocese of Arezzo, a son was born on the 6th of March, a Sunday, about the 8th hour of the night, to which son he gave the name Michelagnolo, because, inspired by some influence from above, and giving it no more thought, he wished to suggest that he was something celestial and divine beyond the use of mortals, as was seen from the figures of his horoscope, he having had Mercury and Venus in the second house of Jupiter, with happy augury, which showed that from the art of his brain and of his hand, there would be seen to issue forth works marvelous and stupendous. Having finished his office as podesta, Lodovico returned to Florence and settled in the village of Settignano, at a distance of 3 miles from the city, where he had a farm that had belonged to his forefathers, which place abounds with stone, and is all full of quarries of grey stone, which is constantly being worked by stone cutters and sculptors, who for the most part are born in the place. Michelagnolo was put out to nurse by Ludovico in that village with the wife of a stone cutter, wherefore the same Michelagnolo, discoursing once with Vasari, said to him jestingly, "Giorgio, if I have anything of the good in my brain, it has come from my being born in the pure air of your country of Arezzo, even as I also sucked in with my nurse's milk the chisels and hammer with which I make my figures." In time, Ludovico's family increased, and, being in poor circumstances with slender revenues, he set about apprenticing his sons to the guilds of silk and wool. Michelagnolo, who by that time was well grown, was placed to be schooled in grammar with Maestro Francesco da Urbino. But, since his genius drew him to delight in design, all the time that he could snatch, he would spend in drawing in secret, being scolded for this by his father and his other elders, and at times beaten. They perchance considering that to give attention to that art, which was not known by them, was a mean thing and not worthy of their ancient house. At this time, Michelagnolo had formed a friendship with Francesco Granacci, who, likewise a lad, had placed himself with Domenico Ghirlandaio in order to learn the art of painting, where Granacci, loving Michelagnolo and perceiving that he was much inclined to design, supplied him daily with drawings by Ghirlandaio, who at that time was reputed to be one of the best masters that there were, not only in Florence, but throughout all Italy. Whereupon, the desire to work at art growing greater every day in Michelagnolo, Ludovico, perceiving that he could not divert the boy from giving his attention to design, and that there was no help for it, and wishing to derive some advantage from it and to enable him to learn that art, resolved on the advice of friends to apprentice him with Domenico Ghirlandaio. Michelagnolo, when he was placed with Domenico Ghirlandaio, was 14 years of age. Now he who wrote his life after the year 1550, when I wrote these lives the first time, has said that some persons, through not having associated with him, have related things that never happened, and have left out many that are worthy to be recorded, and has touched on this circumstance in particular, taxing Domenico with jealousy, and saying that he never offered any assistance to Michelagnolo, which is clearly false, as may be seen from an entry by the hand of Ludovico, the father of Michelagnolo, written in one of Domenico's books, which book is now in the possession of his heirs. That entry runs thus: 1488. I record, this first day of April, that I, Ludovico de Leonardo de Buonarroti, placed Michelagnolo, my son, with Domenico and David di Tommaso di Corrado, for 3 years next to come, on these terms and conditions, that the said Michelagnolo shall remain with the above-named persons for the said period of time, in order to learn to paint and to exercise that vocation, that the said persons shall have command over him, and that the same Domenico and David shall be bound to give him in those 3 years 24 florins of full weight, the first year 6 florins, the second year 8 florins, and the third 10 florins, in all the sum of 96 lire. And next, below this, is another record, or rather entry, also written in the hand of Ludovico. The aforesaid Michelagnolo has received of that sum, this 16th day of April, 2 gold florins in gold. I, Ludovico de Leonardo, his father, have received 12 lire and 12 soldi as cash due to him. These entries I have copied from the book itself in order to prove that all that was written at that time, as well as all that is about to be written, is the facts. Neither do I believe that there is anyone who can show a greater number of letters written by his own hand, or any written with greater affection than he has expressed to me. I have made this digression for the sake of truth, and it must suffice for all the rest of his life. Let us now return to our story. When the ability as well as the person of Michelagnolo had grown in such a manner that Domenico, seeing him execute some works beyond the scope of a boy, was astonished, since it seemed to him that he not only surpassed the other disciples, of whom he had a great number, but very often equaled the things done by himself as a master. It happened that one of the young men who were learning under Domenico copied with the pen some draped figures of women from the works by Ghirlandajo, whereupon Michelagnolo took that drawing and with a thicker pen outlined one of those women with new lineaments in the manner that it should have been in order to be perfect. And it is a marvelous thing to see the difference between the two manners and the judgment and excellence of a mere lad who was so spirited and bold that he had the courage to correct the work of his master. That sheet is now in my possession, treasured as a relic, and I received it from Granacci to put in my book of drawings together with others by the same hand, which I received from Michelagnolo. In the year of 1550, when Giorgio was in Rome, he showed it to Michelagnolo, who recognized it and was pleased to see it again, saying modestly that he knew more of the art when he was a boy than he did at the time, when he was an old man. Now it happened that when Domenico was at work on the great chapel of St. Maria Novella, one day that he was out, Michelagnolo set himself to draw the staging from the reality, with some desks and all the appliances of art and some of the young men who were working there. Whereupon, when Domenico had returned and seen Michelagnolo's drawing, he said, "This boy knows more about it than I do." And he was struck with amazement at the novel manner and the novel method of imitation that a mere boy of such tender age displays by reason of the judgment bestowed upon him by heaven. For these, in truth, were as marvelous as could have been looked for in the workmanship of a craftsman who had labored for many years. And this was because all the power and knowledge of the gracious gift of his nature were exercised by study and by the practice of art, wherefore these gifts produced every day fruits more divine in Michelagnolo, as began to be made clearly manifest in the copy that he executed of a printed sheet by the German Martino, which gave him a very great name. For there had come to Florence at that time a scene by the above-named Martino, of the Devil's beating Saint Anthony, engraved on copper, and Michelagnolo copied it with the pen in such a manner that it could not be detected, and then painted that same sheet in colors going at times in order to counterfeit certain strange forms of devils, to buy fishes that had scales bizarre in coloring, and in that work he showed so much ability that he acquired thereby credit and fame. He also counterfeited sheets by the hands of various old masters, making them so similar that they could not be detected, for tinting them and giving them the appearance of age with smoke and various other materials, he made them so dark that they looked old, and when compared with the originals, one could not be distinguished from the other. Nor did he do this with any other purpose but to obtain the originals from the hands of their owners by giving them the copies, for he admired them for the excellence of their art, and sought to surpass them in his own practice, on which account he acquired a very great name. At that time, the magnificent Lorenzo de' Medici kept the sculptor Bertoldo in his garden on the Piazza di San Marco, not so much as custodian or guardian of the many beautiful antiques that he had collected and gathered together at great expense in that place, as because, desiring very earnestly to create a school of excellent painters and sculptors, he wished that these should have as their chief and guide the above-named Bertoldo, who was a disciple of Donato. Bertoldo, although he was so old that he was not able to work, was nevertheless a well-practiced master and in much repute, not only because he had polished with great diligence the pulpits cast by his master Donato, but also on account of many castings in bronze that he had executed himself of battles and certain other small works, in the execution of which there was no one to be found in Florence at that time who surpassed him. Now Lorenzo, who bore a very great love to painting and to sculpture, was grieved that there was not to be found in his time sculptors noble and famous enough to equal the many painters of the highest merit and reputation, and he determined, as I have said, to found a school. To this end, he besought Domenico Ghirlandajo that, if he had among the young men in his workshop any that were inclined to sculpture, he might send them to his garden, where he wished to train and form them in such a manner as might do honor to himself, to Domenico, and to the whole city. Whereupon there were given to him by Domenico as the best of his young men, among others, Michelagnolo and Francesco Granacci. And they, going to the garden, found there that Torrigiano, a young man of the Torrigiani family, was executing in clay some figures in the round that had been given to him by Bertoldo. Michelagnolo, seeing this, made some out of emulation, wherefore Lorenzo, seeing his fine spirit, always regarded him with much expectation, and he, thus encouraged, after some days set himself to counterfeit from a piece of marble an antique head of a fawn that was there, old and wrinkled, which had the nose injured and the mouth laughing. Michelagnolo, who had never yet touched marble or chisels, succeeded so well in counterfeiting it that the magnificent Lorenzo was astonished. And then, perceiving that, departing from the form of the antique head, he had opened out the mouth after his own fancy and made a tongue with all the teeth showing, that lord, jesting pleasantly, as was his wont, said to him, "Surely you should have known that old folks never have all their teeth, and that some are always wanting." It appeared to Michelagnolo, in his simplicity, both fearing and loving that lord, that he had spoken the truth, and no sooner had Lorenzo departed than he straightway broke one of the teeth and hollowed out the gum, in such a manner that it seemed as if the tooth had dropped out. And then he waited with eagerness the return of the magnificent Lorenzo, who, when he had come and seen the simplicity and excellence of Michelagnolo, laughed at it more than once, relating it as a miracle to his friends. Moreover, having made a resolve to assist and favor Michelagnolo, he sent for his father Ludovico, and asked for the boy from him, saying that he wished to maintain him as one of his own children, and Ludovico gave him up willingly. Thereupon, the magnificent Lorenzo granted him a chamber in his own house and had him attended, and he ate always at his table with his own children and with other persons of quality and of noble blood who lived with that lord, by whom he was much honored. This was the year after he had been placed with Domenico, when Michelagnolo was about 15 or 16 years of age, and he lived in that house 4 years, which was until the death of the magnificent Lorenzo in 1492. During that time, then, Michelagnolo had 5 ducats a month from that lord as an allowance, and also to help his father, and for his particular gratification, Lorenzo gave him a violet cloak, and to his father an office in the customs. Truth to tell, all the young men in the garden were salaried, some little, and some much, by the liberality of that magnificent and most noble citizen, and rewarded by him as long as he lived. At this time, at the advice of Poliziano, a man eminent in letters, Michelagnolo executed from a piece of marble given to him by that lord the battle of Hercules with the centaurs, which was so beautiful that now, to those who study it from time to time, it appears as if by the hand not of a youth, but of a master of repute, perfected by study and well practiced in that art. It is now in his house, treasured in memory of him by his nephew Leonardo as a rare thing, which indeed it is. That Leonardo, not many years since, had in his house in memory of his uncle a Madonna of marble in low relief by the hand of Michelagnolo, little more than 1 braccio in height, in which when a lad, at this same time wishing to counterfeit the manner of Donatello, he acquitted himself so well that it seems as if by Donatello's hand, save that there may be seen in it more grace and more design. That work Leonardo afterwards gave to the Duke Cosimo de' Medici, who treasures it as a unique thing, for we have no other low relief in sculpture by his hand save that one. Now returning to the garden of the magnificent Lorenzo, that garden was full of antiques and richly adorned with excellent pictures, all gathered together in that place for their beauty, for study, and for pleasure. Michelagnolo always had the keys, and he was much more earnest than the others in his every action, and showed himself always alert, bold, and resolute. He drew for many months from the pictures of Masaccio in the Carmine, where he copied those works with so much judgment that the craftsmen and all other men were astonished, in such sort that envy grew against him together with his fame. It is said that Torrigiano, after contracting a friendship with him, mocked him, being moved by envy at seeing him more honored than himself and more noble in art, and struck him a blow of the fist on the nose with such force that he broke and crushed it very grievously, and marked him for life. On which account Torrigiano was banished from Florence, and has been related in another place. Section 2 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Corrinne LePage. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. By Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, Part 2. When the magnificent Lorenzo died, Michelagnolo returned to his father's house in infinite sorrow at the death of so great a man, the friend of every talent. There he bought a great piece of marble, and from it carved a Hercules of 4 braccia, which stood for many years in the palace of Strozzi. This was esteemed an admirable work, and afterwards, in the year of the siege, it was sent into France to King Francis by Giovan Battista della Palla. It is said that Piero de' Medici, who had been left heir to his father Lorenzo, having long been intimate with Michelagnolo, used often to send for him when he wished to buy antiques, such as cameos and other carved stones. One winter, when much snow fell in Florence, he caused him to make his courtyard a statue of snow, which was very beautiful, and he honored Michelagnolo on account of his talents in such a manner that his father, beginning to see that he was esteemed among the great, clothed him much more honorably than he had been wont to do. For the church of St. Spirito in the city of Florence, Michelagnolo made a crucifix of wood, which was placed, as it still is, above the lunette of the high altar, doing this to please the prior, who placed rooms at his disposal, in which he was constantly flaying dead bodies in order to study the secrets of anatomy, thus beginning to give perfection to the great knowledge of design that he afterwards acquired. It came about that the Medici were driven out of Florence, and a few weeks before that, Michelagnolo had gone to Bologna, and then to Venice, fearing, as he saw the insolence and bad government of Piero de' Medici, lest some evil thing might befall him for his being the servant of that family, but, not having found any means of living in Venice, he returned to Bologna. There he had the misfortune to neglect, through lack of thought, when entering the gate, to learn the countersign for going out again, a command having been issued at the time as a precaution, at the desire of Messer Giovanni Bentivogli, that all strangers who had not the countersign should be fined 50 Bolognese lire, and having fallen into such a predicament, nor having the means to pay, Michelagnolo, by chance, was seen by Messer Giovanni Francesco Aldovrandi, one of the 16 of the government who had a compassion on him, and having made him tell his story, liberated him, and then kept him in his house for more than a year. One day Aldovrandi took him to the tomb of St. Dominic, made, as has been related, by Giovanni Pisano and then by Maestro Niccolo dell'Arca, sculptors of the olden days. In that work, they were wanting a Saint Petronio and an angel holding a candelabrum, figures of about 1 braccio, and Aldovrandi asked him if he felt himself able to make them, and he answered yes, whereupon he had the marble given to him. And Michelagnolo executed them in such a manner that they are the best figures that are there, and Messer Francesco Aldovrandi cost 30 ducats to be given to him for the two. Michelagnolo stayed a little more than a year in Bologna, and he would have stayed there even longer in order to repay the courtesy of Aldovrandi, who loved him both for his design and because, liking Michelagnolo's Tuscan pronunciation and reading, he was pleased to hear from his lips the works of Dante, Petrarca, Boccaccio, and other Tuscan poets. But since he knew that he was wasting his time, he was glad to return to Florence. There he made for Lorenzo di Pier Francesco de' Medici a Saint Giovannino of marble, and then set himself to make from another piece of marble a Cupid that was sleeping of the size of life. This, when finished, was shown by means of Baldassare de Milanese to Lorenzo di Pier de Francesco as a beautiful thing, and he, having pronounced the same judgment, said to Michelagnolo, "If you were to bury it under the ground, and then send it to Rome treated in such a manner as to make it look old, I am certain that it would pass for an antique, and you would thus obtain much more for it than selling it here." It is said that Michelagnolo handled it in such a manner as to make it appear an antique, nor is there any reason to marvel at that, seeing that he has the genius enough to do it, and even more. Others maintain that Milanese took it to Rome and buried it in a vineyard that he had there, and then sold it as an antique to Cardinal San Giorgio for 200 ducats. Others again say that Milanese sold the cardinal one that Michelagnolo had made for him, and that he wrote to Lorenzo di Pier Francesco that he should cause 30 crowns to be given to Michelagnolo, saying that he had not received more for the Cupid, and thus deceiving the cardinal, Lorenzo di Pier Francesco, and Michelagnolo. But afterwards, having received information from one who had seen that the boy was fashioned in Florence, the cardinal contrived to learn the truth by means of a messenger, and so went to work that Milanese's agent had to restore the money and take back the Cupid. That work, having come into the possession of Duke Valentino, was presented by him to the Marchioness of Mantua, who took it to her own country, where it is still to be seen at the present day. This affair did not happen without some censure attaching to the Cardinal San Giorgio, in that he did not recognize the value of the work, which consisted in its perfection, for modern works, if only they be excellent, are as good as the ancient. What greater vanity is there than that of those who concern themselves more with the name than the fact? But of that kind of men, who pay more attention to the appearance than the reality, there are some to be found at any time. Now this event brought so much reputation to Michelagnolo that he was straightway summoned to Rome and engaged by Cardinal San Giorgio, with whom he stayed nearly a year. Although as one little conversant with our arts, he did not commission Michelagnolo to do anything. At that time, a barber of the cardinal, who had been a painter and could paint with great diligence in distemper colors but knew nothing of design, formed a friendship with Michelagnolo, who made for him a cartoon of St. Francis receiving the stigmata. That cartoon was painted very carefully in colors by the barber on a little panel, and the picture is now to be seen in St. Pietro di Monterio, in the first chapel on the left hand as one enters the church. The talent of Michelagnolo was then recognized by a Roman gentleman named Messer Jacopo Galli, an ingenious person who caused him to make a Cupid of marble as large as life, and then a figure of a Bacchus 10 palms high, who has a cup in the right hand, and in the left hand the skin of a tiger, with a bunch of grapes at which the little satyr is trying to nibble. In that figure, it may be seen that he sought to achieve a certain fusion in the members that is marvelous, and, in particular, that he gave it both the youthful slenderness of the male and the fullness and roundness of the female. A thing so admirable that he proved himself excellent in statuary beyond any other modern that had worked up to that time. On which account, during his stay in Rome, he made so much proficience in the studies of art that it was a thing incredible to see his exalted thoughts in the difficulties of the manner exercised by him with such supreme facility, to see the amazement not only of those who were not accustomed to see such things, but also to those familiar with good work, for the reason that all the works executed up until that time appeared as nothing in comparison with his. These things awakened in Cardinal di San Dionigi, called Cardinal de Rohan, a Frenchman, a desire to leave in a city so famous some worthy memorial of himself by the hand of so rare a craftsman, and he caused him to make a Pieta of marble in the round, which, when finished, was placed in the chapel de Virgin Maria della Febbre in St. Pietro, where the temple of Mars used to be. To this work let no sculptor, however rare a craftsman, ever think to be able to approach in design or in grace, or ever to be able with all the pains in the world to attain to such a delicacy and smoothness, or to perforate the marble with such art as Michelagnolo did therein, for in it may be seen all the power and worth of art. Among the lovely things to be seen in the work, to say nothing of the divinely beautiful draperies, is the body of Christ. Nor let anyone think to see greater beauty of members or more mastery in the art of any body, or a nude with more detail in the muscles, veins, and nerves, over the framework of the bones, nor yet a corpse more similar than this to a real corpse. Here is a perfect sweetness in the expression of the head, harmony in the joints, and attachments of the arms, legs, and trunk, and the pulses and veins so wrought that in truth Wonder herself must marvel that the hand of a craftsman should have been able to execute so divinely and so perfectly in so short a time a work so admirable. And it is certainly a miracle that a stone without any shape at the beginning should ever have been reduced to such perfection as nature is scarcely able to create in the flesh. Such were Michelagnolo's love and zeal together in this work, that he left his name, a thing that he never did again in any other work, written across a girdle that encircles the bosom of Our Lady. And the reason was that one day Michelagnolo, entering the place where it was set up, found there a great number of strangers from Lombardy, who were praising it highly, and one of them asked one of the others who had done it, and he answered, "Our Gobbo from Milan." Michelagnolo stood silent, and thought it something strange that his labors should be attributed to another, and one night he shut himself in there, and, having brought a little light and his chisels, carved his name upon it. And truly the work is such that an exalted spirit has said as to a real and living figure, "Bellezza ed onestate, e dolia pieta in viva marma morte, te come voir per fate. Non piangete si forte, che anzi tempo risveglisi da morte, e pur mal grado suo, nostro Signore e tuo, sposo, figliuolo e padre, unica sposa sua, figliuola e madre." From this work he acquired very great fame, and although certain persons, rather fools than otherwise, say that he has made Our Lady too young, are these so ignorant as not to know that unspotted virgins maintain and preserve their freshness of countenance a long time without any mark, and that persons afflicted as Christ was do the contrary? That circumstance, therefore, won an even greater increase of glory and fame for his genius than all his previous works. Letters were written to him from Florence by some of his friends, saying that he should return, because it was not unlikely that he might obtain the spoiled block of marble lying in the office of works, which Piero Soderini, who at the time had been made gonfalonier of the city for life, had very often talked of having executed by Leonardo da Vinci, and was then arranging to give to Maestro Andrea Contucci of Monte San Sovino, an excellent sculptor who was seeking to obtain it. Now, however difficult it might be to carve a complete figure out of it without adding pieces, for which work of finishing it without adding pieces none of the others, save Buonarroti alone, had courage enough, Michelagnolo had felt a desire for it for many years back, and, having come to Florence, he sought to obtain it. This block of marble was 9 braccia high, and from it, unluckily, one Maestro Simone de Feziol had begun a giant, and he had managed to work so ill that he had hacked a hole between the legs, and it was altogether misshapen and reduced to ruin. Insomuch that the wardens of works of San Maria del Fiore, who had the charge of the undertaking, had placed it on one side without troubling to have it finished. And so it had remained for many years past, and was likely to remain. Michelagnolo measured it all anew, considering whether he might be able to carve a reasonable figure from that block by accommodating himself as to the attitude of the marble, as it had been left all misshapen by Maestro Simone. And he resolved to ask for it from Soderini and the wardens, by whom it was granted to him as a thing of no value, they thinking that whatever he might make of it may be better than the state in which it was at the time, seeing that neither in pieces nor in that condition could it be of any use to their building. Whereupon Michelagnolo made a model of wax, fashioning in it, as a device for the palace, a young David with a sling in his hand, to the end that, even as he had defended his people and governed them with justice, so those governing the city might defend her valiantly and govern her justly. And he began it in the office of works of San Maria del Fiore, in which he made an enclosure of planks and masonry, thus surrounding it with marble, and, working at it continuously without anyone seeing it, he carried it to perfect completion. The marble had already been spoilt and distorted by Maestro Simone, and in some places it was not enough to satisfy the wishes of Michelagnolo for what he would have liked to do with it, and he therefore suffered certain in the first marks of Maestro Simone's chisel to remain on the extremity of the marble, some of which are still to be seen, and truly it was a miracle on the part of Michelagnolo to restore to life the thing that was dead. This statue, when finished, was of such a kind that many disputes took place as to how to transport it to the Piazza della Signora. Whereupon Giuliano da San Gallo and his brother Antonio made a very strong framework of wood and suspended the figure from it with ropes to the end that it might not hit against the wood and break to pieces, but might rather keep rocking gently. And they drew it with windlasses over flat beams laid upon the ground, and then set it in place. On the rope, which held the figure suspended, he made a slip knot, which was very easy to undo, but tightened as the weight increased, which is a most beautiful and ingenious thing, and I have in my book a drawing of it by his own hand, an admirable, secure, and strong contrivance for suspending weights. It happened at this time that Piero Soderini, having seen it in place, was well pleased with it, but said to Michelagnolo at a moment when he was retouching it in certain parts that it seemed to him that the nose of the figure was too thick. Michelagnolo noticed that the gonfalonier was beneath the giant, and at this point of view prevented him from seeing it properly. But in order to satisfy him, he climbed upon the staging, which was against the shoulders, and quickly took up a chisel in his left hand, with a little bit of marble dust that lay upon the planks of the staging, and then, beginning to strike lightly with the chisel, let fall the dust little by little, nor change the nose a whit from what it was before. Then, looking down at the gonfalonier, who stood watching him, he said, "Look at it now." "I like it better," said the gonfalonier. "You have given it life." So Michelagnolo came down, laughing to himself at having satisfied that lord, for he had compassion on those who, in order to appear full of knowledge, talk about things of which they know nothing. When it was built up, and all was finished, he uncovered it, and it cannot be denied that this work was carried off on the palm of all other statues, modern or ancient, Greek or Latin, and it may be said that neither the Marforio at Rome, nor the Tiber and the Nile of the Belvedere, nor the giants of Monte Cavallo are equal to it in any respect. With such just proportion, beauty, and excellence did Michelagnolo finish it. For in it may be seen most beautiful contours of legs, with attachments of limbs and slender outlines of flanks that are divine. Nor has there ever been seen a pose so easy or any grace to equal that in this work. or feet, hands, and head so well in accord, once member with another in harmony, design, and excellence of artistry. And of a truth, whoever has seen this work need not trouble to see any other work executed in sculpture, either in our own or in other times, by no matter what craftsman. Michelagnolo received from Piero Soderini in payment for it 400 crowns, and it was set in place in the year 1504. In consequence of the fame that he thereby won as a sculptor, he made for the above-named Gonfalonier a most beautiful David of bronze, which Soderini sent to France, and at this time also he began, but did not finish, 2 medallions of marble, one for Taddeo Taddei, which is now in his house, and another that he began for Bartolomeo Pitti, which was presented by Fra Miniato Pitti of Monte Olivito, a man with a rare knowledge in cosmography and many other sciences, and particularly in painting, to Luigi Guicciardini, who was much his friend. These works were held to be admirable in their excellence, and at this same time also he blocked out a statue of Saint Matthew in marble in the Office of Works of Saint Maria del Fiore, which statue, rough as it is, reveals its full perfection and teaches sculptors in which manner figures can be carved out of marble without their coming out misshapen, so that it may be possible to go on ever improving them by removing more of the marble with judgment, and also to draw back and change some part according as the necessity may arise. He also made a medallion in bronze of Madonna, which he cast in bronze at the request of certain Flemish merchants of the Mascheroni family, persons of high nobility in their own country, who paid him 100 crowns for it, and intended to send it to Flanders. There came to Agnolo Dani, a Florentine citizen and a friend of Michelagnolo, who much delighted to have beautiful things both by ancient and by modern craftsmen. A desire to possess some work by Michelagnolo, wherefore that master began for him a round picture containing a Madonna, who, kneeling on both knees, has an infant in her arms, and presents him to Joseph, who receives him. Here Michelagnolo expresses in the turn of the head of the Mother of Christ, and in the gaze of her eyes, which she keeps fixed on the supreme beauty of her Son, her marvelous contentment and her lovingness in sharing it with the saintly old man, who receives him with equal affection, tenderness, and reverence, as may be seen very readily in his countenance, without considering it long. Nor was this enough for Michelagnolo, who, the better to show how great was his art, made in the background of his work a number of nudes, some leaning, some standing, and some seated, and with such diligence and finish he executed his work, that without a doubt of his pictures on panel, which indeed are but few, it is held to be the most finished and the most beautiful work that there is to be found. When it was completed, he sent it covered to Agnolo's house by a messenger, with a note demanding 70 ducats in payment. It seemed strange to Agnolo, who was a careful person, to spend so much on a picture, although he knew that it was worth more, and he said to the messenger that 40 was enough, which he gave to him. Thereupon Michelagnolo sent them back to him with a message to say that he should send back either 100 ducats or the picture. Then Agnolo, who liked the work, said, "I will give him these 70. But he was not content, indeed angered by Agnolo's breach of faith. He demanded the double of what he asked for the first time, so that if Agnolo wanted the picture, he was forced to send him 140. It happened that while Leonardo da Vinci, that rare painter, was painting in the great council hall, as has been related in his life, Piero Soderini, who was then Gonfalonier, moved by the great ability that he saw in Michelagnolo, caused a part of that hall to be allotted to him, which was the reason that he executed the other façade in competition with Leonardo, taking as his subject the War of Pisa. To this end, Michelagnolo was given a room in the hospital of the Dyers at St. Onofrio, and there he began a vast cartoon, but would never consent that anyone should see it. And this he filled with naked men that were bathing in the river Arno on account of the heat, when suddenly the alarm sounded in the camp, announcing that the enemy were attacking, and as the soldiers were springing out of the water to dress themselves, there could be seen, depicted by the divine hands of Michelagnolo, some hastening to arm themselves in order to give assistance to their companions, others buckling in their cuirasses, many fastening their armor on their bodies, and a vast number beginning the fray and fighting on horseback. There was, among other figures, an old man who had a garland of ivy on his head to shade it, and he, having sat down in order to put on his hose, to which his legs would not go because they were wet with water, and hearing the cries and the tumult of the soldiers and the uproar of the drummers, was struggling to draw on one stocking by force, and besides that, all the muscles and nerves of his figure could be perceived. His mouth was so distorted as to show clearly how he was straining and struggling even to the very tips of his toes. There were also drummers and figures with their clothes in their arms, running to the combat, and there were to be seen the most extravagant attitudes, some standing, some kneeling or bent double, others stretched horizontally and struggling in mid-air, and all with masterly foreshortenings. There were also many figures in groups, all sketched in various manners. Some outlined with charcoal, some drawn with strokes, others stumped in and heightened with lead white. Michelagnolo, desiring to show how much he knew in his profession. Wherefore the craftsmen were seized with admiration and astonishment, seeing the perfection of art revealed to them in that drawing by Michelagnolo, and some who saw them after beholding figures so divine declare that there has never been seen any work, either by his hand or by the hands of others, no matter how great their genius, that can equal it in divine beauty of art. And in truth, it is likely enough for the reason that since the time when it was finished and carried to the Sala de Papa with great acclamations from the world of art and extraordinary glory for Michelagnolo, all those who studied from that cartoon and drew those figures, as was afterwards the custom in Florence for many years both for strangers and for natives, became persons eminent in art, as we have since seen. For among those who studied the cartoons were Aristotile de San Gallo, the friend of Michelagnolo, Rodolfo Ghirlandajo, Raffaello Sanzio Verbino, Francesco Granici, Baccio Bandinelli, and the Spaniard Alonso Berrugueta. And then there followed Andrea del Sarto, Francio Biggio, Jacopo Sansovino, Rosso Maturino, Lorenzetto Tribolo, who was then a boy, Jacopo da Pontormo, and Perino da Vaga. And all these became excellent Florentine masters. The cartoon having thus become a school for craftsmen, it was taken into the great upper hall in the house of the Medici, and this was the reason that it was left with too little caution in the hands of the craftsmen, insomuch that during the illness of Duke Giuliano, while no one was expecting such a thing, it was torn up and divided into many pieces, as has been related elsewhere, and scattered over various places, to which some pieces bear witness that are still to be seen in Mantua, in the house of Monsieur Uberto Strozzi, a gentleman of that city, where they are treasured with great reverence, and, indeed, they seem to the eye things rather divine than human. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paula Messina. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, Part 3. The name of Michelagnolo, by reason of the Pietà that he had made, the giant in Florence, and the cartoon, had become so famous that in the year 1503, Pope Alexander VI having died, and Julius II having been elected, at which time Michelagnolo was about 29 years of age, he was summoned with much graciousness by Julius II, who wished to set him to make his tomb, and for the expenses of the journey 100 crowns were paid to him by the Pope's representatives. Having made his way to Rome, he spent many months there before he was made to set his hand to any work. But finally the Pope's choice fell on a design that he had made for that tomb, an excellent testimony to the genius of Michelagnolo, which in beauty and magnificence, abundance of ornamentation, and richness of statuary surpassed every ancient or imperial tomb. Whereupon Pope Julius took courage, and thus resolved to set his hand to make anew the church of San Pietro in Rome, in order to erect the tomb in it, as has been related in another place. And so Michelagnolo set to work with high hopes, and in order to make a beginning, he went to Carrara to excavate all the marble, with 2 assistants, receiving 1,000 crowns on that account from Alamanno Salviati in Florence. There, in those mountains, he spent 8 months without other moneys or supplies, and he had many fantastic ideas of carving great statues in those quarries, in order to leave memorials of himself, as the ancients had done before him, being invited by those masses of stone. Then, having picked out the due quantity of marbles, he caused them to be loaded on board ship at the coast, and then conveyed to Rome, where they filled half the Piazza di San Pietro, round about Santa Caterina, and between the church and the corridor that goes to the Castello. In that place, Michelagnolo had prepared his room for executing the figures and the rest of the tomb, and to the end that the Pope might be able to come at his convenience to see him at work. He had caused a drawbridge to be constructed between the corridor and that room, which led to a great intimacy between them. But in time these favors brought much annoyance and even persecution upon him, and stirred up much envy against him among his fellow craftsmen. Of this work Michelagnolo executed during the lifetime, and after the death of Julius, 4 statues completely finished, and 8 only blocked out, as will be related in the proper place. And since the work was designed with extraordinary invention, we will describe here below the plan that he adopted. In order to produce an effect of supreme grandeur, he decided that it should be wholly isolated, so as to be seen from all 4 sides, each side in one direction being 12 braccia, and each in the other 18, so that the proportions were a square and a half. It had a range of niches running right around the outer side, which were divided one from another by terminal figures clothed from the middle upwards, which with their heads supported the first cornice, and each terminal figure had bound to it, in a strange and bizarre attitude, a naked captive, whose feet rested on a projection of the base. These captives were all provinces subjugated by that pontiff, and rendered obedient to the Apostolic Church. And there were various other statues, likewise bound, of all the noble arts and sciences, which were thus shown to be subject to death no less than was that pontiff, who made such honorable use of them. On the corners of the first cornice were to go 4 large figures, the active and the contemplative life, St. Paul and Moses. The structure rose above the cornice in steps gradually diminishing, with a frieze of scenes in bronze, and with other figures, children, and ornaments all around. And at the summit, as a crown to the work, were 2 figures, one of which was Heaven, who, smiling, was supporting a bier on her shoulder, together with Cybele, the goddess of earth, who appeared to be grieving that she was left in a world robbed of all virtue by the death of such a man. And Heaven appeared to be smiling with gladness that his soul had passed to celestial glory. The work was so arranged that one might enter and come out again by the ends of the quadrangular structure between the niches, and the interior curved in the form of an oval after the manner of a temple, in the center of which was a sarcophagus wherein was to be laid the dead body of that pope. And finally, there were to be in this whole work 40 statues of marble, without counting the other scenes, children, and ornaments, the carvings covering the cornices, and the other architectural members of the work. Michelagnolo ordained to expedite the labor, that a part of the marbles should be conveyed to Florence, where he intended at times to spend the summer months, in order to avoid the malaria of Rome. And there he executed one side of the work in many pieces, complete in every detail. In Rome he finished entirely with his own hand 2 of the captives, figures divinely beautiful, and other statues, than which none better have ever been seen. But in the end they were never placed in position, and those captives were presented by him to Signor Roberto Strozzi, when Michelagnolo happened to be lying ill in his house, which captives were afterwards sent as presents to King Francis, and they are now at Écouen in France. 8 statues likewise he blocked out in Rome, and in Florence he blocked out 5, and finished a Victory with a captive beneath, which are now in the possession of Duke Cosimo, having been presented by Michelagnolo's nephew Leonardo to His Excellency, who has placed the Victory in the great hall of his palace, which was painted by Vasari. He finished the Moses, a statue in marble of 5 braccia, which no modern work will ever equal in beauty. And of the ancient statues, also the same may be said. For seated in an attitude of great dignity, he rests one arm on the tables, which he holds with one hand, and with the other he holds his beard, which is long and waving, and carved in the marble in such sort that the hairs, in which the sculptor finds such difficulty, are wrought with the greatest delicacy, soft, feathery, and detailed in such a manner that one cannot but believe that his chisel was changed into a pencil. To say nothing of the beauty of the face, which has all the air of a true saint and most dread prince. You seem, while you gaze upon it, to wish to demand from him the veil wherewith to cover that face. So resplendent and so dazzling it appears to you. And so well has Michelagnolo expressed the divinity that God infused in that most holy countenance. In addition, there are draperies carved out and finished with most beautiful curves of the borders, while the arms with their muscles and the hands with their bones and nerves are carried to such a pitch of beauty and perfection, and the legs, knees, and feet are covered with buskins so beautifully fashioned, and every part of the work is so finished, that Moses may be called now more than ever the friend of God, seeing that he has deigned to assemble together and prepare his body for the resurrection before that of any other, by the hands of Michelagnolo. Well may the Hebrews continue to go there, as they do every Sabbath, both men and women, like flocks of starlings, to visit and adore that statue, for they will be adoring a thing not human, but divine. Finally, all the agreements for this work were made, and the end came into view, and of the 4 sides, one of the smaller ones was afterwards erected in San Pietro in Vincola. It is said that while Michelagnolo was executing the work, there came to the Ripa all the rest of the marbles for the tomb that had remained at Carrara, which were conveyed to the Piazza di San Pietro, where the others were. And since it was necessary to pay those who had conveyed them, Michelagnolo went, as was his custom, to the Pope. But His Holiness, having on his hands that day some important business concerning Bologna, he returned to his house and paid for those marbles out of his own purse, thinking to have the order for them straightway from His Holiness. He returned another day to speak of them to the Pope, but found difficulty in entering, for one of the grooms told him that he had orders not to admit him, and that he must have patience. A bishop then said to the groom, "Perhaps you do not know this man." "Only too well do I know him," answered the groom. "But I am here to do as I am commanded by my superiors and by the Pope." This action displeased Michelagnolo, and considering that it was contrary to what he had experienced before, he said to the Pope's groom that he should tell His Holiness that from that time forward, when he should want him. it would be found that he had gone elsewhere, and then, having returned to his house at the 2nd hour of the night, he set out on post-horses, leaving 2 servants to sell all the furniture of his house to the Jews, and to follow him to Florence, whither he was bound. Having arrived at Poggibonzi, a place in the Florentine territory, and therefore safe, he stopped, and almost immediately 5 couriers arrived with letters from the Pope to bring him back. Despite their entreaties and also the letters which ordered him to return to Rome under threat of punishment, he would not listen to a word. But finally, the prayers of the couriers induced him to write a few words in reply to His Holiness, asking for pardon, but saying that he would never again return to his presence, since he had caused him to be driven away like a criminal, that his faithful service had not deserved such treatment, and that His Holiness should look elsewhere for someone to serve him. After arriving at Florence, Michelagnolo devoted himself during the 3 months that he stayed there to finishing the cartoon for the Great Hall, which Piero Soderini, the Gonfalonier, desired that he should carry into execution. During that time there came to the Signoria 3 briefs commanding them to send Michelagnolo back to Rome. Wherefore he, perceiving this vehemence on the part of the Pope, and not trusting him, conceived the idea, so it is said, of going to Constantinople to serve the Grand Turk, who desired to secure him, by means of certain friars of St. Francis, to build a bridge crossing from Constantinople to Pera. However, he was persuaded by Piero Soderini, although very unwilling, to go to meet the Pope as a person of public importance with the title of ambassador of the city, to reassure him. And finally, the Gonfalonier recommended him to his brother, Cardinal Soderini, for presentation to the Pope, and sent him off to Bologna, where His Holiness had already arrived from Rome. His departure from Rome is also explained in another way, namely that the Pope became angered against Michelagnolo, who would not allow any of his works to be seen, that Michelagnolo suspected his own men, doubting, as happened more than once, that the Pope disguised himself and saw what he was doing on certain occasions when he himself was not at home or at work, and that on one occasion, when the Pope had bribed his assistants to admit him to see the chapel of his uncle Sixtus, which, as was related a little time back, he caused Buonarroti to paint, Michelagnolo, having waited in hiding because he suspected the treachery of his assistants, threw planks down at the Pope when he entered the chapel, not considering who it might be, and drove him forth in a fury. It is enough for us to know that in the one way or the other he fell out with the Pope, and then became afraid, so that he had to fly from his presence. Now, having arrived in Bologna, he had scarcely drawn off his riding boots when he was conducted by the Pope's servants to His Holiness, who was in the Palazzo dei Sedici, and he was accompanied by a bishop sent by Cardinal Soderini, because the cardinal, being ill, was not able to go himself. Having come into the presence of the Pope, Michelagnolo knelt down. But His Holiness looked askance at him, as if in anger, and said to him, "Instead of coming yourself to meet us, you have waited for us to come to meet you," meaning to infer that Bologna is nearer to Florence than Rome. Michelagnolo, with a courtly gesture of the hands, but in a firm voice, humbly begged for pardon, saying in excuse that he had acted as he had done in anger, not being able to endure to be driven away so abruptly, but that, if he had erred, His Holiness should once more forgive him. The bishop who had presented Michelagnolo to His Holiness, making excuse for him, said to the Pope that such men were ignorant creatures, that they were worth nothing save in their own art, and that he should freely pardon him. The Pope, seized with anger, belabored the bishop with a staff that he had in his hand, saying to him, "It is you that are ignorant, who level insults at him that we ourselves do not think of uttering." and then the bishop was driven out by the groom with fisticuffs. When he had gone, the Pope, having discharged his anger upon him, gave Michelagnolo his benediction, and the master was detained in Bologna with gifts and promises, until finally His Holiness commanded him that he should make a statue of bronze in the likeness of Pope Julius, 5 braccia in height. In this work he showed most beautiful art in the attitude, which had an effect of much majesty and grandeur, and displayed richness and magnificence in the draperies and in the countenance, spirit, force, resolution, and stern dignity. And it was placed in a niche over the door of San Petronio. It is said that while Michelagnolo was working at it, he received a visit from Francia, a most excellent goldsmith and painter, who wished to see it, having heard so much praise and fame of him and of his works, and not having seen any of them, so that agents had been set to work to enable him to see it, and he had obtained permission. Whereupon, seeing the artistry of Michelagnolo, he was amazed, and then, being asked by Michelagnolo what he thought of that figure, Francia answered that it was a most beautiful casting and a fine material. Wherefore Michelagnolo, considering that he had praised the bronze rather than the workmanship, said to him, I owe the same obligation to Pope Julius, who has given it to me, that you owe to the apothecaries who give you your colors for painting. And in his anger, in the presence of all the gentlemen there, he declared that Francia was a fool. In the same connection, when a son of Francia's came before him and was announced as a very beautiful youth, Michelagnolo said to him, Your father's living figures are finer than those that he paints. Among the same gentlemen was one, whose name I know not, who asked Michelagnolo which he thought was the larger, the statue of the Pope or a pair of oxen, and he answered, That depends on the oxen. If there are these Bolognese oxen, then without a doubt our Florentine oxen are not so big. Michelagnolo had the statue finished in clay before the Pope departed from Bologna for Rome, and His Holiness, having gone to see it, but not knowing what was to be placed in the left hand, and seeing the right hand raised in a proud gesture, asked whether it was pronouncing a benediction or a curse. Michelagnolo answered that it was admonishing the people of Bologna to mind their behavior, and asked His Holiness to decide whether he should place a book in the left hand, and he said, Put a sword there, for I know nothing of letters. The Pope left 1,000 crowns in the bank of M. Anton Maria da Lignano for the completion of the statue, and at the end of the 16 months that Michelagnolo toiled over the work, it was placed on the frontispiece in the facade of the church of San Petronio, as has been related, and we have also spoken of its size. This statue was destroyed by the Bentivogli, and the bronze was sold to Duke Alfonso of Ferrara, who made with it a piece of artillery called La Giulia, saving only the head, which is to be found in his guardaroba. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aserabelle. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. When the Pope had returned to Rome and Michelagnolo was at work on the statue, Bramante, the friend and relative of Raffaello da Urbino, and for that reason little the friend of Michelagnolo, perceiving that the Pope held in great favor and estimation the works that he executed in sculpture, was constantly planning with Raffaello in Michelagnolo's absence to remove from the mind of His Holiness the idea of causing Michelagnolo, after his return, to devote himself to finishing his tomb, saying that for a man to prepare himself a tomb during his own lifetime was an evil augury and a hurrying on of his death. And they persuaded His Holiness that on the return of Michelagnolo he should cause him to paint in memory of his uncle Sixtus the vaulting of the chapel that he had built in the palace. In this manner, it seemed possible to Bramante and other rivals of Michelagnolo to draw him away from sculpture, in which they saw him to be perfect, and to plunge him into despair, they thinking that if they compelled him to paint, he would do work less worthy of praise, since he had no experience of colors in fresco, and that he would prove inferior to Raffaello, and even if he did succeed in the work, in any case, it would make him angry against the Pope, so that in either event they would achieve their object of getting rid of him. And so, when Michelagnolo returned to Rome, the Pope was not disposed at that time to finish his tomb, and requested him to paint the vaulting of the chapel. Michelagnolo, who desired to finish the tomb, believing the vaulting of that chapel to be a great and difficult labor, and considering his own want of practice in colors, sought by every means to shake such a burden from his shoulders, and proposed Raffaello for the work. But the more he refused, the greater grew the desire of the Pope, who was headstrong in his undertakings, and in addition was being spurred on anew by the rivals of Michelagnolo, and especially by Bramante, so that his Holiness, who was quick-tempered, was on the point of becoming enraged with Michelagnolo, whereupon Michelagnolo, perceiving that his Holiness was determined in the matter, resolved to do it, and the Pope commanded Bramante to erect the scaffolding from which the vaulting might be painted. Bramante made it all supported by ropes, piercing the vaulting, which having perceived, Michelagnolo inquired of Bramante how he was to proceed to fill up the holes when he had finished painting it. And he replied that he would think of that afterwards, and that it could not be done otherwise. Michelagnolo recognized that Bramante was either not very competent for such a work, or else little his friend, and he went to the Pope and said to him that the scaffolding was not satisfactory, and that Bramante had not known how to make it. And the Pope answered in the presence of Bramante that he should make it after his own fashion. And so he commanded that it should be erected upon props, so as not to touch the walls, a method of making scaffoldings for vaults that he taught afterwards to Bramante and others, whereby many fine works have been executed. Thus he enabled a poor creature of a carpenter, who rebuilt the scaffolding, to dispense with so many of the ropes, that after selling them, for Michelagnolo gave them to him, he made up a dowry for his daughter. He then set his hand to making the cartoons for that vaulting. And the Pope decided, also, that the walls which the masters before him in the time of Sixtus had painted should be scraped clean, and decreed that he should have 15,000 ducats for the whole cost of the work, which price was fixed through Giuliano da Sangallo. Thereupon, forced by the magnitude of the undertaking to resign himself to a painting assistance, Michelagnolo sent for men to Florence, and he determined to demonstrate in such a work that those who had painted there before him were destined to be vanquished by his labors, and also resolved to show to the modern craftsmen how to draw and paint. Having begun the cartoons, he finished them, and the circumstances of the work spurred him to soar to great heights, both for his own fame and for the welfare of art. And then, desiring to paint it in fresco colors, and not having any experience of them, there came from Florence to Rome certain friends of his, who were painters, in the end that they might give him assistance in such a work, and also that he might learn from them the method of working in fresco, in which some of them were well practised, and among those were Granaccio, Giuliano Burgandini, Jacopo di Sandro, the elder Indico, Agnolo di Donnino, and Aristotele. Having made a commencement with the work, he caused them to begin some things as specimens, but perceiving that their efforts were very far from what he desired, and not being satisfied with them, he resolved one morning to throw to the ground everything that he had done. Then, shutting himself in the chapel, he would never open to them, nor even allow himself to be seen by them when he was at home. And so when the jest appeared to them to be going too far, they resigned themselves to it, and returned in shame to Florence. Thereupon Michelagnolo, having made arrangements to paint the whole work by himself, carried it well on the way to completion with the utmost solicitude, labor, and study. Nor would he ever let himself be seen, lest he should give any occasion to compel him to show it, so that the desire of the minds of everyone to see it grew every day. Pope Julius was always very desirous to see any undertakings that he was having carried out, and therefore became more eager than ever to see this one, which was hidden from him, and so one day he resolved to go see it, but was not admitted, for Michelagnolo would never have consented to show it to him, out of which affair arose the quarrel that he had described, which he had to depart from Rome, because he would not show his work to the Pope. Now when a third of the work was finished, as I ascertained from him, in order to clear up all doubts, it began to throw out certain spots of mould. One winter that the north wind was blowing. The reason of this was that the Roman lime, which is made of travertine, and white in color, does not dry very readily, and, when mixed with pozzolana, which is of a tawny color, makes a dark mixture which, when soft, is very watery, and when the wall has been well soaked, it often breaks out in an efflorescence in the drying, and thus this salt efflorescence of moisture came out in many places, but in time the air consumed it. Michelagnolo was in despair over this, and was unwilling to continue the work, asking the Pope to excuse him, since he was not succeeding. But His Holiness sent Giuliano da Sangallo to see him, and he, having told him whence the defect arose, and taught him how to remove the spots of mold, encouraged him to persevere. Now when he had finished half of it, the Pope, who had subsequently gone to see it several times, mounting certain ladders with the assistance of Michelagnolo, insisted that it should be thrown open, for he was hasty and impatient by nature, and could not wait for it to be completely finished, and to receive, as the saying is, the final touch. No sooner was it thrown open than all Rome was drawn to see it, and the Pope was the first, not having the patience to wait until the dust caused by the dismantling of the scaffolding had settled. Thereupon Raffaello da Urbino, who was very excellent in imitation, after seeing it, straightway changed his manner, and without losing any time, in order to display his ability, painted the prophets and sibyls in the work of the pace, and at the same time Bramante sought to have the other half of the chapel entrusted by the Pope to Raffaello, which hearing, Michelagnolo complained of Bramante, and revealed to the Pope, without any reserve, many faults both in his life and in his architectural works, of which last in the building of St. Pietro, as was seen afterwards, Michelagnolo became the corrector. But the Pope, recognizing more clearly every day the ability of Michelagnolo, desired that he should continue the work, judging, after he had seen it uncovered, that he could make the second half considerably better, and so in 20 months he carried that work to perfect completion by himself alone, without the assistance even of anyone to grind his colors. Michelagnolo complained at times that on account of the haste that the Pope imposed on him, he was not able to finish it in his own fashion, as he would have liked, for His Holiness was always asking him importunately when he would finish it. On one occasion, among others, he replied, "It will be finished when I shall have satisfied myself in the matter of art." "But it is our pleasure," answered the Pope, "that you should satisfy us in our desire to have it done quickly." And he added, finally, that if Michelagnolo did not finish the work quickly, he would have him thrown down from the scaffolding. Whereupon Michelagnolo, who feared and had good reason to fear the anger of the Pope, straightway finished all that was wanting, without losing any time, and after taking down the rest of the scaffolding, threw it open to view on the morning of All Saints' Day, when the Pope went into the chapel to sing Mass, to the great satisfaction of the whole city. Michelagnolo desired to retouch some parts a secco, as the old masters had done, on the scenes below, painting backgrounds, draperies, and skies in ultramarine, and ornaments in gold in certain places, to the end that this might produce greater richness and a more striking effect. And the Pope, having learned that this ornamentation was wanting, and hearing the work praised so much by all who had seen it, wished him to finish it. But, since it would have been too long a labor for Michelagnolo to rebuild the scaffolding, it was left as it is. His Holiness, often seeing Michelagnolo, would say to him that the chapel should be enriched with colours and gold, since it looked poor, and Michelagnolo would answer familiarly, "Holy Father, in those times men did not bedeck themselves with gold, and those that are painted there were never very rich, but rather holy men, on which account they despised riches." For this work Michelagnolo was paid by the Pope 3,000 crowns on several occasions, of which he had to spend 25 on colours. The work was executed with very great discomfort to himself, from his having to labour with his face upwards, which so impaired his sight, and for a time, which was not less than several months, he was not able to read letters or look at drawings save with his head backwards. And to this I can bear witness, having painted 5 vaulted chambers in the great apartments in the palace of Duke Cosimo, when, if I had not made a chair on which I could rest my head and lie down at my work, I would never have finished it. Even so, it has so ruined my sight and injured my head that I still feel the effects, and I am astonished that Michelagnolo endured all that discomfort so well. But in truth, becoming more and more kindled every day by his fervour in the work, and encouraged by the proficiency and improvement that he made, he felt no fatigue and cared nothing for discomfort. The distribution of this work is contrived with 6 pendentives on either side, with one in the centre of the walls at the foot and at the head, and on these he painted sibyls and prophets, 6 braccia in height. In the centre of the vault, the history of the world from the creation down to the deluge and the drunkenness of Noah, and in the lunettes all the genealogy of Christ. In these compartments he used no rule of perspectives and foreshortening, nor is there any fixed point of view, but he accommodated the compartments to the figures rather than the figures to the compartments, being satisfied to execute those figures, both the nude and the draped, with the perfection of design, so that another such work has never been seen and never can be done. and it is scarcely possible even to imitate his achievement. This work, in truth, has been and still is the lamp of our art, and has bestowed such benefits and shed so much light on the art of painting that it has served to illuminate a world that has lain in darkness for so many hundreds of years. And it is certain that no man who is a painter need think any more to see new inventions, attitudes, and draperies for the clothing of figures, novel manners of expression, and things painted with greater variety and force, because he gave to this work all the perfection that can be given to any work executed in such a field of art. And at the present day, everyone is amazed who is able to perceive in it the excellence of the figures, the perfection of the foreshortenings, and the extraordinary roundness of the contours, which having in them slenderness and grace, being drawn with the beauty of proportion that is seen in beautiful nudes, and these, in order to display the supreme perfection of art, he made of all ages, different in expression and in form, in countenance and in outline, some more slender and some fuller in the members, as may also be seen in the beautiful attitudes, which are all different, some seated, some moving, and others upholding certain festoons of oak leaves and acorns, placed there as the arms and device of Pope Julius, and signifying that at that time and under his government was the age of gold. For Italy was not in the travail and misery that she has since suffered. Between them also they hold some medallions containing stories in relief in imitation of bronze and gold, taken from the Book of Kings. Besides this, in order to display the perfection of art and also the greatness of God, he painted in a scene God dividing light from darkness, wherein he may be seen his majesty, as he rests self-sustained, with the arms outstretched, and reveals both love and power. In the second scene, he depicted with most beautiful judgment and genius God creating the sun and moon, in which he is supported by many little angels, in an attitude sublime and terrible by reason of the foreshortenings in the arms and legs. In the same scene, Michelagnolo depicted him after the blessing of the earth and the creation of the animals, when he is seen on that vaulting as a figure flying in foreshortening, and wherever you go throughout the chapel, it turns constantly and faces in every direction. So also in the next scene, where he is dividing the water from the earth, and both these are very beautiful figures and refinements of genius, such as could be produced only by the divine hands of Michelagnolo. He then went on beyond that scene to the creation of Adam, wherein he figured God as borne by a group of nude angels under tender age, which appeared to be supporting not one figure only, but the whole weight of the world, this effect being produced by the venerable majesty of his form, and by the manner of the movement, from which he embraces some of the little angels with one arm, as if to support himself, and with the other extends the right hand towards Adam, a figure of such a kind in its beauty, in the attitude, and in the outlines, that it appears as if newly fashioned by the first and supreme Creator, rather than by the brush and design of a mortal man. Beyond this, in another scene, he made God taking our mother Eve from Adam's side, in which may be seen these two nude figures, one as it were dead from his being the thrall of sleep, and the other becoming alive and filled with animation by the blessing of God. Very clearly do we see from the brush of this most gifted craftsman the difference that there is between sleep and wakefulness, and how firm and stable, speaking humanly, the divine majesty may appear. Next to this, there follows the scene when Adam, at the persuasion of a figure half woman and half serpent, brings death upon himself and upon us by the forbidden fruit, and there also are seen Adam and Eve driven from paradise. In the figure of the angel is shown with nobility and grandeur the execution of the mandate of a wrathful Lord, and in the attitude of Adam the sorrow for his sin together with the fear of death, as likewise in the woman may be seen shame, abasement, and the desire to implore pardon as she presses the arms to the breast, clasps the hands palm to palm, and sinks the neck into the bosom, and also turns the head towards the angel, having more fear of the justice of God than hope in his mercy. Nor is there less beauty in the story of the sacrifice of Cain and Abel, wherein are some who are bringing up the wood, some who are bent down and blowing at the fire, and others who are cutting the throat of the victim, which certainly, in all executed, and not less consideration and attention than the others. He showed the same art and the same judgment in the story of the deluge, wherein are seen various deaths of men, who, terrified by the horror of those days, are striving their utmost in different ways to save their lives. For in the faces of those figures may be seen life a prey to death, not less than fear, terror and disregard of everything, and compassion is visible in many that are assisting one another to climb to the summit of a rock in search of safety. Among them, one who, having embraced one half dead, is striving his utmost to save him, than which nature herself could show nothing better. Nor can I tell how well expressed is the story of Noah, who, drunk with wine, is sleeping naked, and has before him one son who is laughing at him, and two who are covering him up, a scene incomparable in the beauty of the artistry, and not to be surpassed save by himself alone. Then, as if his genius had taken courage from what it had achieved up to that time, it soared upwards, and proved itself even greater in the 5 Sibyls and 7 prophets that are painted there, each 5 brachia or more in height. In all these are well-varied attitudes, beautiful draperies, and different vestments, and all, in a word, are wrought with marvelous intention and judgment, and to him who can distinguish their expressions, they appear divine. Jeremiah is seen with the legs crossed, holding one hand to the beard, and resting that elbow on the knee. The other hand rests in his lap, and he has his head bowed in a manner that clearly demonstrates the melancholy, cogitation, anxious thought, and bitterness of soul that his people cause him. Equally fine also are 2 little children that are behind him, and likewise the first Sibyl beyond him in the direction of the door, in which figure, wishing to depict old age, in addition to enveloping her in draperies, he sought to show that her blood is already frozen by time, besides which, since her sight has become feeble, he has made her, as she reads, bring the book very close to her eyes. Beyond this figure follows the prophet Ezekiel, an old man, who has a grace and a movement that are most beautiful, and is much enveloped in draperies, while with one hand he holds a roll of prophecies, and with the other uplifted. Turning his head, he appears to be about to utter great and lofty words, and behind him he has 2 boys who hold his books. Next to him follows a Sibyl, who is doing the contrary to the Erythraean Sibyl that we described above, for holding her book away from her, she seeks to turn a page, while with one knee over the other she sits sunk within herself, pondering gravely over what she is to write. And then a boy who is behind her, blowing on a burning brand, lights her lamp. This figure of extraordinary beauty in the expression of the face, in the headdress, and in the arrangement of the draperies, besides which she has the arms nude, which are equal to the other parts. Beyond the Sibyl he painted the prophet Joel, who, sunk within himself, has taken a scroll and reads it with great attention and appreciation, and from his aspect it is so clearly evident that he is satisfied with that which he finds written there, and he looks like a living person who has applied his thoughts intently to some matter. Over the door of the chapel, likewise, he placed the aged Zacharias, who, seeking through his written book for something that he cannot find, stands with one leg on high and the other low, while the ardor of the search after something that he cannot find causes him to stand thus. He takes no notice of the discomfort that he suffers in such a posture. This figure is very beautiful in its aspects of old age, and somewhat full in form, and has draperies with few folds, which are most beautiful. In addition, there is another Sibyl, who is next in the direction of the altar on the other side, displaying certain writings, and with her boys in attendance, is no less worthy of praise than are the others. Beyond her is the prophet Isaiah, who, wholly absorbed in his own thoughts, has the legs crossed over one another, and holding one hand to his book to mark the place where he was reading, has placed the elbow of the other arm upon the book, with the cheek pressed against the hand, and being called by one of the boys that he has behind him, he turns only the head, without disturbing himself otherwise. Whoever shall consider his countenance shall see touches truly taken from nature herself, the true mother of art, and a figure which, when well studied in every part, can teach in liberal measure all the precepts of the good painter. Beyond this prophet is an aged Sibyl of great beauty, who, as she sits, studies from a book in an attitude of extraordinary grace, not to speak of the beautiful attitudes of the 2 boys that are about her. Nor may any man think with all his imaginings to be able to attain the excellence of the figure of a youth representing Daniel, who, writing in a great book, is taking certain things from other writings and copying them with extraordinary attention. And as a support for the weight of the book, Michelagnolo painted a boy between his legs, who is upholding it while he writes, all which no brush held by a human hand, however skillful, will ever be able to equal. And so, also with the beautiful figure of the Libyan Sibyl, who, having written a great volume, drawn from many books, is in an attitude of womanly grace, as if about to rise to her feet. And in one and the same movement she makes as if to rise and to close the book, a thing most difficult, not to say impossible, for any other but the master of the work. And what can be said of the 4 scenes at the corners, on the spandrils, of that vaulting, in one in which David, with all the boyish strength he can expect in the conquest of a giant, is cutting off his head, bringing marvel to the faces of some soldiers who are about the camp. And so, Also, they may marvel at the beautiful attitudes that Michelagnolo depicted in the story of Judith, at the opposite corner, in which may be seen the trunk of Holofernes, robbed of life but still quivering, while Judith is placing the lifeless head in a basket on the head of her old serving woman, who, being tall in stature, is stooping to the end that Judith may be able to reach up to her and adjust the weight well, and the servant, while upholding the burden with her hands, seeks to conceal it, and, turning her head towards the trunk, which, although dead, draws up an arm and a leg and makes a noise in the tent, she shows in her expression fear of the camp and terror of the dead body. A picture truly full of thought, but more beautiful and more divine than this, or any of the others, is the story of the serpents of Moses, which is above the left-hand corner of the altar, for the reason that in it is seen the havoc wrought by death, the reign of serpents, their stings, and their bites, and there may also be perceived the serpent of brass that Moses placed upon a pole. In this scene are shown vividly the various deaths that those die who are robbed of all hope by the bite of the serpents, and one sees the deadly venom causing vast numbers to die in terror and convulsions, to say nothing of the rigid legs and twisted arms of those who remain in the attitudes in which they were struck down, unable to move, and the marvelous heads that are shrieking and thrown backwards in despair. Not less beautiful than all are those who, having looked upon the serpent and feeling their pains alleviated by the sight of it, are gazing on it with profound emotion, and among them is a woman who is supported by another figure in such a manner that the assistance rendered to her by him who upholds her is no less manifest than her pressing need in such sudden alarm and hurt. In the next scene, likewise, in which Ahasuerus, reclining in a bed, is reading his chronicles, are figures of great beauty, and among them 3 figures eating at a table, which represent the council that was held for the deliverance of the Jewish people and the hanging of Haman. The figure of Haman was executed by Michelagnolo in an extraordinary manner of foreshortening, for he counterfeited the trunk that supports his person, and that arm which comes forward, not as painted things, but as real and natural, standing out in relief, and so also that leg which he stretches outwards, and other parts that bend inwards, which figure, among all that are beautiful and difficult, as certainly the most beautiful and the most difficult. End of section 4. Read by Aserabelle in North Las Vegas, Nevada, May 24th, 2022.
Section 5 of the Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelangelo Buonarroti, Part 5. It would take too long to describe all the beautiful fantasies in the different actions in the part where there is all the genealogy of the fathers, beginning with the sons of Noah, to demonstrate the genealogy of Jesus Christ, in which figures is a variety of things that it is not possible to enumerate, such as draperies, expressions of heads, and an infinite number of novel and extraordinary fancies, all most beautifully considered. Nothing there but is carried into execution with genius. All the figures there are masterly and most beautifully foreshortened, and everything that you look at is divine and beyond praise. And who will not be struck dumb with admiration at the sight of the sublime force of Jonas, the last figure in the chapel, wherein by the power of art the vaulting, which in fact springs forward in accord with the curve of the masonry, yet being in appearance pushed back by that figure which bends forward, seems as if straight, and vanquished by the art of design with its lights and shades, even appears in truth to recede inwards. O truly happy age of ours, and truly blessed craftsmen! Well may you be called so, seeing that in our time you had been able to illumine anew in such a fount of light the darkened sight of your eyes, and to see all that was difficult made smooth by a master so marvelous and so unrivaled. Certainly the glory of his labors makes you known and honored, in that he has stripped from you that veil which you had over the eyes of your minds, which were so full of darkness, and has delivered the truth from the falsehood that overshadowed your intellects. Thank heaven, therefore, for this, and strive to imitate Michelangelo in everything. When the work was thrown open, the whole world could be heard running up to see it, and indeed it was such as to make everyone astonished and dumb. Wherefore the Pope, having been magnified with such a result, and encouraged in his heart to undertake even greater enterprises, rewarded Michelagnolo liberally with money and rich gifts. And Michelagnolo would say at times of the extraordinary favors that the Pope conferred upon him, that they showed that he fully recognized his worth, and that, if by way of proving his friendliness he sometimes played him strange tricks, he would heal the wound with signal gifts and favors. As when Michelagnolo once demanding from him leave to go to Florence for the festival of St. John, and asking money for that purpose, the Pope said, "Well, but when will you have the chapel finished?" "As soon as I can, Holy Father." The Pope, who had a staff in his hand, struck Michelagnolo, saying, "As soon as I can, as soon as I can, I will soon make you finish it." Whereupon Michelagnolo went back to his house to get ready to go to Florence, but the Pope straightway sent Curzio, his chamberlain, to Michelagnolo with 500 crowns to pacify him, fearing lest he might commit one more of his caprices, and Curzio made excuse for the Pope, saying that such things were favors and marks of affection. And Michelagnolo, who knew the Pope's nature and after all loved him, laughed over it all, for he saw that in the end everything turned to his profit and advantage, and that the pontiff would do anything to keep a man such as himself as his friend. When the chapel was finished, before Pope was overtaken by death, His Holiness commanded Cardinal Santiquattro and Cardinal Annise, his nephew, in the event of his death, that they should cause his tomb to be finished, but on a smaller scale than before. To this work Michelagnolo set himself once again, and so made a beginning gladly with the tomb, hoping to carry it once and for all to completion, without so many impediments. But he had from it ever afterward vexations, annoyances, and travails, more than from any other work that he did in all his life, and brought it upon him for a long time, in a certain sense, the accusation of being ungrateful to that Pope who had so loved and favored him. Thus, when he had returned to the tomb, and was working on it continually, and also at times preparing designs from which he might be able to execute the facades of the chapel, envious fortune decreed that that memorial, which had been begun with such perfection, should be left unfinished. For at that time there took place the death of Pope Julius, and the work was abandoned on account of the election of Pope Leo X, who, being no less splendid than Julius in mind and spirit, had a desire to leave in his native city, of which he was the first pope, in memory of himself and of a divine craftsman who was his fellow citizen, such marvels as only a mighty prince like himself could undertake. Wherefore he gave orders that the facade of St. Lorenzo, a church built by the Medici family in Florence, should be erected for him, which was the reason that the work of the tomb of Julius was left unfinished, and he demanded advice and designs from Michelagnolo, and desired that he should be the head of that work. Michelagnolo made all the resistance that he could, pleading that he was pledged in the matter of the tomb to Santiquattro and Annise, but the Pope answered him that he was not to think of that, and that he himself had already seen to it, and contrived that Michelagnolo should be released by them, promising also that he should be able to work in Florence, as he had already begun to do, at the figures for that tomb. All this was displeasing to the cardinals, and also to Michelagnolo, who went off in tears. Many and various were the discussions that arose on this subject, on the ground that such a work as the facade should have been distributed among several persons, and in the matter of the architecture, many craftsmen flocked to Rome to see the Pope, and made designs. Boccaccio d'Agnolo, Antonio da San Gallo, Andrea Sansovino, and Jacopo Sansovino, and the gracious Raffaele da Urbino, who was afterward summoned to Florence for that purpose at the time of the Pope's visit. Thereupon Michelagnolo resolved to make a model, and not to accept anyone beyond himself as his guide or superior in the architecture of such a work. But this refusal of assistance was the reason that neither he nor any other executed the work, and that those masters returned in despair to their customary pursuits. Michelangelo, going to Carrara, had an order authorizing that 1,000 crowns should be paid to him by Jacopo Salviati. But on his arrival, Jacopo was shut up in his room on business with some citizens, and Michelangelo, refusing to wait for an audience, departed without saying a word and went straightway to Carrara. Jacopo heard of Michelangelo's arrival, and not finding him in Florence, sent him 1,000 crowns to Carrara. The messenger demanded that Michelangelo should write him a receipt, to which he answered that the money was for the expenses of the Pope and not for his own interest, and that the messenger might take it back, but that he was not accustomed to write out quittances or receipts for others. Whereupon the other returned in alarm to Jacopo without a receipt. While Michelangelo was at Carrara and was having marble quarried for the tomb of Julius, thinking at length to finish it, no less than for the façade, a letter was written to him, saying that Pope Leo had heard that in the mountains of Pietrasanta, near Seravezza, in the Florentine dominion, at the summit of the highest mountain, which is called Monte Altissimo, there were marbles of the same excellence and beauty as those of Carrara. This Michelangelo already knew, but it seems that he would not take advantage of it because of his friendship with the Marchese Alberigo, Lord of Carrara, and in order to do him a good service, chose to quarry those of Carrara rather than those of Seravezza. Or it may have been that he judged it to be a long undertaking and likely to waste much time, as indeed it did. However, he was forced to go to Seravezza, although he pleaded in protest that it would be more difficult and costly, as in truth it was, especially at the beginning, and moreover that the report about the marble was perhaps not true. But for all that, the Pope would not hear a word of objection. Thereupon it was decided to make a road for several miles through the mountains, breaking down rocks with hammers and pickaxes to obtain a level, and sinking piles in the marshy places. And there Michelangelo spent many years in executing the wishes of the Pope. Finally, 5 columns of the proper size were excavated, and one of which is on the Piazza di San Lorenzo in Florence, and the others were on the seashore. And for this reason the Marchese Alberigo, who saw his business ruined, became the bitter enemy of Michelangelo, who was not to blame. Michelangelo, in addition to these columns, excavated many other marbles there, which are still in the quarries, abandoned there for more than 30 years. But at the present day, Duke Cosimo has given orders for the road to be finished, of which there are still 2 miles to make over very difficult ground for the transportation of these marbles, and also a road from another quarry of excellent marble that was discovered at that time by Michelangelo in order to be able to finish many beautiful undertakings. In the same district as Seravezza, he discovered a mountain of variegated marble that is very hard, very beautiful, below Stazzema, a village in those mountains, where the same Duke Cosimo has caused a paved road of more than 4 miles to be made for conveying the marble to the sea. But to return to Michelangelo. Having gone back to Florence, he lost much time now in one thing and now in another, and he made at that time for the Palace of the Medici a model for the niche-shaped windows of the rooms that are at the corner where Giovanni da Udine adorned the chamber in stucco and painting, which is a much extolled work, and he caused to be made for them by the goldsmith Bilotto, but under his own direction, those jealousies of perforated copper, which are certainly admirable things. Michelangelo consumed many years in quarrying marbles, although it is true that while they were being excavated, he made models of wax and other things for the work. But this undertaking was delayed so long that the money assigned by the Pope for the purpose was spent on the war in Lombardy, and at the death of Leo the work was left unfinished, nothing being accomplished save the laying of a foundation in front to support it, and the transportation of a large column of marble from Carrara to the Piazza di San Lorenzo. The death of Leo completely dismayed the craftsmen and the arts both in Rome and Florence, and while Adrian VI was alive, Michelangelo gave his attention in Florence to the tomb of Julius. But after the death of Adrian, Clement VII was elected, who was no less desirous than Leo and his other predecessors to leave his fame established by the arts of architecture, sculpture, and painting. At this time, which was the year 1525, Giorgio Vasari was taken as a little boy to Florence by the Cardinal of Cortona and placed with Michelangelo to learn art. But Michelangelo was then summoned to Rome by Pope Clement VII, who had made a beginning with the library of San Lorenzo and also the new sacristy, in which he proposed to place the marble tombs that he was having made for his forefathers, and he resolved that Vasari should go work with Andrea del Sarto until he should himself be free again, and went in person to Andrea's workshop to present him. Michelangelo departed for Rome in haste, harassed once again by Francesco Maria, Duke of Urbino, the nephew of Pope Julius, who complained of him, saying that he had received 16,000 crowns for the above-named tomb, yet was living a life of luxury in Florence, and he threatened in his anger that if Michelangelo did not give his attention to the work, that he would make him rue it. Having arrived in Rome, Pope Clement, who wished to make use of him, advised him to draw up his accounts with the agents of the Duke, believing that after all he had done he must be their creditor rather than their debtor. And so matters rested. After discussing many things together, they resolved to finish completely the library and new sacristy of San Lorenzo in Florence. Michelangelo, therefore, departed from Rome and raised the cupola that is now to be seen, causing it to be wrought in various orders of composition. And he had a ball with 72 faces made by the goldsmith Pilotto, which is very beautiful. It happened, while Michelangelo was raising the cupola, that he was asked by some friends, "Should you not make your lantern very different from that of Filippo Brunelleschi?" And he answered them, "Different it can be made with ease, but better, no." He made 4 tombs in that sacristy to adorn the walls and to contain the bodies of the fathers of the 2 popes, the elder Lorenzo and his brother Giuliano, and those of Giuliano, the brother of Leo, and of Duke Lorenzo, his nephew. And since he wished to execute the work in imitation of the old sacristy that Filippo Brunelleschi had built, but with another manner of ornamentation, he made it an ornamentation in a composite order, in a more varied and more original manner than any other master at any time, whether ancient or modern, and had been able to achieve, for in the novelty of the beautiful cornices, capitals, bases, doors, tabernacles, and tombs, he departed not a little from the work regulated by measure, order, and rule, which other men did according to a common use, and after Vitruvius and the antiquities, to which he would not conform. That license has done much to give courage to those who have seen his methods to set themselves to imitate him, and new fantasies have since been seen which have more of the grotesque than the reason or rule in their ornamentation. Wherefore the craftsmen owe him an infinite and everlasting obligation, he having broken the bonds and chains, by reason of which they had always followed a beaten path in the execution of their works, and even more did he demonstrate and seek to make known such a method afterward in the library of San Lorenzo at the same place. In the beautiful distribution of the windows, in the pattern of the ceiling, and in the marvelous entrance of the vestibule. Nor was there ever seen a more resolute grace, both in the whole and in the parts, as in the consoles, tabernacles, and cornices, nor any staircase more commodious, in which last he made such bizarre breaks in the outlines of the steps, and departed so much from the common use of others, that every one was amazed. At this time he sent his disciple Pietro Urbano of Pistoia to Rome to carry to completion a nude Christ holding a cross, a most admirable figure, which was placed beside the principal chapel of Minerva, at the commission of Messer Antonio Metelli. About the same time there took place the sack of Rome and the expulsion of the Medici from Florence, by reason of which upheaval those who governed the city of Florence resolved to rebuild the fortifications, and therefore made Michelangelo commissary general over all that work, whereupon he made signs and caused fortifications to be built for several parts of the city, and finally encircled the hill of San Miniato with bastions, which he made not with sods of earth and wood and bundles of brushwood, as is generally done, but with a stout base of chestnut, oak, and other good materials interwoven, and in place of sods he took unbaked bricks made with tow and the dung of cattle, squared with very great diligence. And for this reason he was sent by the Signoria of Florence to Ferrara to inspect the fortifications of Duke Alfonso I, and so also his artillery and munitions, where he received the great courtesies from the Lord, who besought him that he should do something for him with his own hand at his leisure. And Michelangelo promised that he would. After his return he was continually engaged in fortifying the city, but although he was thus occupied, nevertheless he kept working at a picture of a Leda for that duke, painted with his own hand in distemper colors, which was a divine thing, as will be related in the proper place. Also continuing the statues for the tombs of San Lorenzo, but in secret. At this time Michelangelo spent some 6 months on the hill of San Miniato in order to press on the fortification of that hill, because if the enemy could become master of it, the city was lost, and so he pursued these undertakings with the utmost diligence. At this same time he continued to work in the above-mentioned sacristy, in which there were 7 statues that were left partly finished and partly not. With these, and with the architectural inventions of the tombs, it must be confessed that he surpassed every man in these 3 professions, to which testimony is borne by the statues of marble blocked out and finished by him, which are to be seen in that place. One is Our Lady, who is in a sitting attitude with the right leg crossed over the left, and one knee placed upon the other, and the Child, with the thighs astride the leg that is uppermost, turns in a most beautiful attitude towards his mother, hungry for her milk, and she, while holding him with one hand and supporting herself with the other, bends forward to give it to him. And although the figure is not equal in every part, and it was left rough and showing the marks of the grading, yet with all its imperfections there may be recognized in it the full perfection of the work. Even more did he cause everyone to marvel by the circumstance that in making the tombs of Duke Giuliano and Duke Lorenzo de' Medici, he considered that earth alone was not enough to give them honorable burial in their greatness, and desired that all the faces of the world should be there, and that their sepulchres should be surrounded and covered by 4 statues. Wherefore he gave to one night and day, and to the other dawn and twilight, which statues, most beautifully wrought in form, in attitude, and the mastery treatment of the muscles, would suffice, if that art were lost, to restore her to her pristine luster. There, being among other statues, are the 2 captains armed, one the pensive Duke Lorenzo, the very presentment of wisdom, with the legs so beautiful and so well wrought that there is nothing better to be seen by mortal eye, and the other is Duke Giuliano, so proud of figure, with the head, the throat, the setting of the eyes, the profile of the nose, the opening of the mouth, and the hair, all so divine, to say nothing of the hands, arms, knees, feet, and in short, every other thing that he carved therein, that the eye can never be weary or have its fill of gazing at them. And of a truth, whoever studies the beauty and buskins and the cuirass believes it to be celestial rather than mortal. But what shall I say of the dawn? A nude woman, who is such as to awaken melancholy in the soul and to render impotent the style of sculpture. In her attitude may be seen her effort as she rises, heavy with sleep, and raises herself from her downy bed. And it seems that in awakening she has found the eyes of that great duke closed in death, so that she is agonized with bitter grief, weeping her own unchangeable beauty in token of her great sorrow. And what can I say of the knight, a statue not rare only, but unique? Who is there who has never seen in that art in any age, ancient or modern, statues of such a kind? For in her may be seen not only the stillness of one sleeping, but the grief and melancholy of one who has lost a great honored possession. And we must believe that this is that night of darkness that obscures all those who thought for some time, I will not say to surpass, but equal Michelangelo in sculpture and design. In that statue is infused all the somnolence that is seen in sleeping forms, wherefore many verses in Latin and rhymes in the vulgar tongue were written in her praise by persons of great learning, such as these, of which the author is not known. La notte c'è du verdi in si dolciate, dormire fuda an angelo scolpita, in questo sasso I perché dorma havita. Destalla se non le credi e parlerati. To which Michelangelo, speaking in the person of the night, answered thus: Grato mi è il sonno e più l'esser di sasso, mentre che il danno e la vergogna dura. Non veder, non sentir, me gran ventura, però non mi destar de parla basso. Truly, if the enmity that there was between fortune and genius, between the envy of the one and the excellence of the other, had not prevented such a work from being carried to completion, art was like to prove to nature that she surpassed her by a great measure in every conception. While Michelangelo was laboring with the greatest solicitude and love at these works, there came in 1529 the siege of Florence, which hindered their completion only too effectually, and was the reason that he did little or no more work on them, the citizens having laid upon them the charge of fortifying not only the hill of San Miniato, but also the city, as we have related. And thus, having lent 1,000 crowns to the Republic, and being elected one of the 9, a military council appointed for the war, he turned all his mind and soul to perfecting those fortifications. But in the end, when the enemy had closed around the city, and all hopes of assistance was failing little by little, and the difficulties of maintaining the defense were increasing, and it appeared to Michelangelo that he was in a sorry pass with regard to his personal safety, he determined to leave Florence and make his way to Venice without making himself known to anyone on the road. He set out secretly, therefore, by way of the hill of San Miniato, and without anyone knowing of it, taking with him Antonio Mini, his disciple, and the goldsmith Pilotto, his faithful friend. And each of them carried a number of crowns on his person, sewn into his quilted doublet. Having arrived in Ferrara, they rested there, and it happened that on account of the alarm caused by the war and the league of the emperor and of the pope who were besieging Florence, Duke Alfonso d'Este was keeping strict watch in Ferrara, and required to be secretly informed by the host who gave lodging to travelers of the names of all those who lodged with them from one day to another. And he caused a list of all foreigners with their nationality to be brought to him every day. It came to pass then that when Michelangelo had dismounted with his companions, intending to stay there without revealing himself, this became known in that way to the Duke, who was very glad, because he had already become his friend. That prince was a man of lofty mind, delighting constantly in persons of ability all his life long. And he straightway sent some of the first men of his court with orders to conduct him in the name of his excellency to the palace where the Duke was, to remove thither his horses and all his baggage, and to give him a handsome lodging in that palace. Michelagnolo, finding himself in the power of another, was constrained to obey and to make the best of a bad business. And he went with those courtiers to the Duke, but without removing his baggage from the inn. Thereupon the Duke, after first complaining of his reserve, gave him a great reception, and then making him rich and honorable presents, he sought to detain him at Ferrara with a promise of a fine salary. He, having his mind set on something else, would not consent to remain, but the Duke again made him a free offer of all that was in his power, praying him that he should at least not depart as long as the war continued. Whereupon Michelagnolo, not wishing to be outdone in courtesy, thanked him warmly, turning toward his two companions, said that he had brought 12,000 crowns to Ferrara, and that if the Duke had need of them, they were at his disposal, together with himself. The Duke then took him through the palace to divert him, as he had done on another occasion, and showed him all the beautiful things that he had there, including a portrait of himself by Tiziano, which was much recommended by Michelagnolo. However, his excellency was not able to keep him in the palace, for he insisted on returning to the inn, wherefore the host who was lodging him received from the Duke a great abundance of things herewith to do him honor, and also orders that at his departure he should not accept anything for his lodging. From Ferrara he made his way to Venice, where many gentlemen thought to become known to him, but he, who always had a very poor opinion of their knowledge of his profession, departed from the Giudecca, where he had his lodging. There, so it is said, he made for that city at that time, at the request of the Doge Gritti, a design for the bridge of the Rialto, which was very rare in invention and ornamentation. Michelagnolo was invited with great insistence to go back to his native country, being urgently requested not to abandon his undertaking there, and receiving a safe conduct. And finally, vanquished by love of her, he returned, but not without danger to his life. At this time he finished the Leda that he was painting, as has been related, at the request of Duke Alfonso, and it was afterwards taken to France by Antonio Mini, his disciple. And at the same time he saved the Campanile of San Miniato, a tower which sorely harassed the enemy's forces with its 2 pieces of artillery, so that their artillerists, having set to work to batter it with heavy cannon, had half ruined it, and were like to destroy it completely, when Michelagnolo protected it so well with bales of wool and stout mattresses suspended by cords, that it is still standing. It is said, also, that at the time of the siege there came to him an opportunity to acquire, according to a desire that he had long had, a block of marble of 9 braccia, which had come from Carrara, and which Pope Clement, after much rivalry and contention between him and Baccio Bandinelli, had given to Boccaccio. But Michelagnolo, now that such a matter was in the hands of the Commonwealth, asked for it from the Gonfalonier, who gave it to him, that he might likewise try his hand upon it, although Baccio had already made a model and hacked away much of the stone in blocking it out. Whereupon Michelagnolo made a model which was held to be a marvelous and very beautiful thing. But on the return of the Medici, the marble was restored to Baccio. When peace had been made, Baccio Valori, the Pope's commissioner, received orders to have some of the most partisan citizens arrested and imprisoned in the Bargello, and at the same tribunal sought out Michelagnolo at his house. But he, fearing that, had fled secretly to the house of one who was much his friend, where he remained hidden many days. Finally, when the first fury had abated, Pope Clement, remembering the ability of Michelagnolo, caused a diligent search to be made for him, with orders that nothing should be said to him but rather that his former appointments should be restored to him, and that he should attend to the work of San Lorenzo, over which he had placed as proveditor Giovan Battista Figivanni, the old servant of the Medici family and prior of San Lorenzo. Thus reassured, Michelangelo, in order to make Baccio Valori his friend, began a figure of 3 bracci in marble, which was an Apollo drawing an arrow from his quiver and carried it almost to completion. It is now in the apartment of the Prince of Florence, and it is a very rare work, although it is not completely finished. At this time, a certain gentleman was sent to Michelangelo by Duke Alfonso of Ferrara, who, having heard that the master had made some rare work for him with his own hand, did not wish to lose such a jewel. Having arrived in Florence and found Michelangelo, the envoy presented to him letters of recommendation from that lord, whereupon Michelangelo, receiving him courteously, showed him the Leda, embracing the swan that he had painted, with castor and pollux issuing from the egg, in a large picture executed in distemper, as it were with the breath. The Duke's envoy, thinking from the praise that he heard everywhere of Michelangelo that he should have done something great, and not recognizing the excellence and artistry of that figure, said to Michelangelo, "Ah, this is but a trifle." Michelangelo, knowing that no one is better able to pronounce judgment on works than those who have had long practice in them, asked him what was his vocation, and he answered with a sneer, "I am a merchant," believing that he had not been recognized by Michelangelo as a gentleman, and, as it were, making fun of such a question, and at the same time affecting to despise the industry of the Florentines. Michelangelo, who had understood perfectly the meaning of his words, at once replied, "You will find you have made a bad bargain this time for your master. Get you gone out of my sight." End of section 5. Section 6 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelangelo Buonarroti, Part 6. Now, in those days, Antonio Mini, his disciple, who had 2 sisters waiting to be married, asked him for the Leda, and he gave it to them willingly, with the greater part of the designs and cartoons that he had made, which were divine things, and also 2 chests of models, with a great number of finished cartoons for making pictures, and some of the works that he had painted. When Antonio took it into his head to go to France, he carried all these with him. The Leda he sold to King Francis by means of some merchants, and it is now at Fontainebleau, but the cartoons and designs were lost, for he died there in a short time, and some were stolen. And so our country was deprived of all these valuable labors, which was an incalculable loss. The cartoon of the Leda has since come back to Florence, and Bernardo Vecchietti has it, and so also 4 pieces of the cartoons for the chapel, with nudes and prophets, brought back by the sculptor Benvenuto Cellini, and now in the possession of the heirs of Girolamo degli Albizzi. It became necessary for Michelangelo to go to Rome to see Pope Clement, who, although angry with him, yet, as the friend of every talent, forgave him everything, and gave him orders that he should return to Florence and have the library and sacristy of San Lorenzo completely finished. And in order to shorten that work, a vast number of statues that were to be included in it were distributed among other masters. 2 he allowed to Tribolo, and 1 to Raffaello and da Montelupo, and 1 to Fra Giovanni Angolo, the Servite friar, all sculptors, and he gave them assistance in these, making rough models in clay for each of them. Whereupon they all worked valiantly, and he also caused work to be pursued on the library, and thus the ceiling was finished in carved woodwork, which was executed after his models by the hands of Florentines Carota and Tasso, excellent carvers and also masters of carpentry, and likewise the shelves for the books, which were executed at that time by Battista del Cinque and his friend Ciopino, good masters in that profession. And in order to give the work its final perfection, there was summoned to Florence the divine Giovanni da Udine, who, together with others, his assistants, and also some Florentine masters, decorated the tribune with stucco, and they all sought with great solicitude to give completion to that vast undertaking. Now, just as Michelangelo was about to have the statues carried into execution, at that very time the Pope took it into his head to have him near his person, being desirous to have the walls of the chapel of Sextus painted, where Michelangelo had painted the vaulting for Julius II, his nephew. On the principal wall, where the altar is, Clement wished him to paint the Universal Judgment, to the end that he might display in that scene all that the art of design could achieve, and opposite to it, on the other wall, over the principal door, he had commanded that he should depict the scene when Lucifer was expelled for his pride from heaven, and all those angels who sinned with him were hurled after him into the center of hell. Of which inventions it was found that Michelangelo, many years before, had made various sketches and designs, one of which was afterwards carried into execution in the church of the Trinità at Rome by a Sicilian painter, who stayed many months with Michelangelo to serve him and to grind his colors. This work, painted in fresco, is in the chapel of San Gregorio in the cross of the church, and although it is executed badly, there is a certain variety and terrible force in the attitudes and groups of these nudes that are raining down from heaven, and of the others who, having fallen into the center of the earth, are changed into various forms of devils, very horrible and bizarre, and it is certainly an extraordinary fantasy. While Michelangelo was directing the preparation of the designs and cartoons of the Last Judgment on the first wall, he never ceased for a single day to be at strife with the agents of the Duke of Urbino, by whom he was accused of having received 16,000 crowns from Julius II for the tomb. This accusation was more than he could bear, and he desired to finish the work some day, although he was already an old man, and he would have willingly stayed in Rome to finish it, now that he had found, without seeking it, such a pretext not for returning any more to Florence, since he had a great fear of Duke Alessandro de' Medici, whom he regarded as little his friend. For when the Duke had given him to understand through Signor Alessandro Vitelli that he should select the best site for the building of the castle and the citadel of Florence, he answered that he would not go save at the command of Pope Clement. Finally, an agreement was formed in the matter of the tomb, that it should be finished in the following manner. There was no longer to be an isolated tomb in a rectangle shape, but only one of the original facades, in the manner that best pleased Michelangelo, and he was to be obliged to place in it 6 statues by his own hand. This contract that was made with the Duke of Urbino, His Excellency consented that Michelangelo should be at the disposal of Pope Clement for 4 months in the year, either in Florence or wherever he might think it fit to employ him. But although it seemed to Michelangelo that at last he had obtained some peace, he was not to be quit of it so easily, for Pope Clement, desiring to see the final proof of the force of his art, kept him occupied with a cartoon of the Judgment. However, contriving to convince the Pope that he was thus engaged, at the same time he kept working in secret, never relaxing his efforts, at the statues that were going into the above-named tomb. In the year 1533 came the death of Pope Clement, whereupon the work of the library and sacristy in Florence, which had remained unfinished in spite of all the efforts to finish it, was stopped. Then, at length, Michelagnolo thought to be truly free and able to give his attention to finishing the tomb of Julius II. But Paul III, not long after his election, had him summoned to his presence, and besides paying him compliments and making him offers, requested him to enter his service and remain near his person. Michelagnolo refused, saying that he was not able to do it, being bound by contract to the Duke of Urbino until the tomb of Julius could be finished. The Pope flew into a rage and said, "I have had this desire for 30 years, and now that I am Pope, do you think I shall not satisfy it? I shall tear up the contract, for I am determined to have you serve me, come what may." Michelagnolo, hearing this resolution, was tempted to leave Rome and in some way find means to give completion to the tomb. However, fearing like a wise man the power of the Pope, he resolved to try to keep him pacified with words, seeing that he was so old, until something should happen. The Pope, who wished to have some extraordinary work executed by Michelagnolo, went one day with 10 cardinals to visit him at his house, where he demanded to see all the statues for the tomb of Julius, which appeared to him marvelous, and particularly the Moses, which figure alone was said by the Cardinal of Mantua to be enough to do honor to Pope Julius. After seeing the designs and cartoons that he was preparing for the wall of the chapel, which appeared to the Pope to be stupendous, he again besought Michelagnolo with great insistence that he should enter his service, promising that he would persuade the Duke of Urbino to content himself with 3 statues, and that the others should be given to other excellent masters to execute after his models. Whereupon, His Holiness, having arranged this with the agents of the Duke, a new contract was made, which was confirmed by the Duke, and Michelagnolo, of his own free will, bound himself to pay for the other 3 statues, and to have the tomb erected, depositing for this purpose in the bank of Strozzi 1,580 ducats. This he might have avoided, and it seemed to him that he had truly done enough to be free of such a long and troublesome undertaking. And afterwards he caused the tomb to be erected in San Pietro in Vincola in the following manner. He erected the lower base, which was all carved, with 4 pedestals which projected outward as much as was necessary to give space for the captive that was originally intended to stand on each of them, instead of which there was left a terminal figure. And since the lower part had thus a poor effect, he placed at the feet of each terminal figure a reversed console resting on the pedestal. Those 4 terminal figures, and between them 3 niches, 2 of which, those at the sides, were round, and were to have contained the victories. Instead of the victories, he placed in one Leah, the daughter of Laban, to represent the active life, with a mirror in her hand to signify consideration that we should give to our actions, and in the other hand a garland of flowers to denote the virtues that adorn our life during its duration and make it glorious after death. And the other figure was her sister Rachel, representing the contemplative life, with the hands clasped and one knee bent, on the countenance a look of ecstasy of spirit. These statues Michelagnolo executed with his own hand in less than a year. In the center is the other niche, rectangular in shape, which in the original design was to have been one of the doors that were to lead into the little oval temple of the rectangular tomb. This having become a niche, there is placed in it, upon a dado of marble, the gigantic and most beautiful statue of Moses, of which we have already said enough. Above the heads of the terminal figures, which form the capitals, are architrave, frieze, and cornice, which project beyond the figures and are carved with rich ornaments, foliage, ovoli, dentils, and other rich members distributed over the whole work. Over that cornice rises another course, smooth and without carvings, but with different terminal figures standing directly above those below, after the manner of pilasters, with a variety of cornice members. And since this course accompanies that below and resembles it in every part, there is in it a space similar to the other, forming a niche like that in which there is now the Moses. And in the niche, resting on projections of the cornice, is a sarcophagus of marble with the recumbent statue of Pope Julius, executed by the sculptor Maso del Bosco, while in that niche also there stands a Madonna who is holding her son in her arms, wrought by the sculptor Cyrano del Settignano from a model by Michelagnolo, which statues are passing good. In two other rectangular niches, above the active and the contemplative life, are two larger statues, a prophet and a sibyl seated, which were both executed by Raffaello de Montelupo, as has been related in the life of his father Boccaccio. But little to the satisfaction of Michelangelo. For its crowning completion, this work had a different cornice, which, like those below, projected over the whole work, and above the terminal figures as a finish were candelabra of marble, with the arms of Pope Julius in the center. Above the prophets and the sibyl, in the recess of each niche, he made a window for the convenience of the friars who officiate in that church, the choir having been made behind, which windows serve to send their voices into the church when they say the divine office, and permit the celebration to be seen. Truly, this whole work has turned out very well, but not by a great measure as it had been planned in the original design. Michelangelo resolved, since he could not do otherwise, to serve Pope Paul, who allowed him to continue the work as ordered by Clement, without changing anything in the inventions and the general conception that had been laid before him, thus showing respect for the genius of that great man, for whom he felt such reverence and love that he sought to do nothing but what pleased him, of which a proof was soon seen. His Holiness desired to place his own arms beneath the Jonas in the chapel, where those of Pope Julius had previously been put. But Michelangelo, being asked to do this, and not wishing to do a wrong to Julius and Clement, would not place them there, saying that they would not look well. And the Pope, in order not to displease him, was content to have it so, having recognized very well the excellence of such a man, and how he always followed what was just and honorable, without any adulation or respect of persons, a thing that the great were wont to experience very seldom. Michelangelo, then, caused a projection of well-baked and well-chosen bricks to be carefully built on the wall of the above-named chapel, a thing which was not there before, and contrived that it should overhang half a braccio from above, so that neither dust nor any other dirt might be able to settle upon it. But I will not go into the particulars of the invention and composition of this scene, because so many copies of it, both large and small, have been printed, that it does not seem necessary to lose time in describing it. It is enough for us to perceive that the intention of this extraordinary man has been put to refuse to paint anything but the human body in its best proportioned and most perfect forms, and in the greatest variety of attitudes. And not this only, but likewise the play of passions and the contentments of the soul, being satisfied with justifying himself in that field in which he was superior to all his fellow craftsmen, and to lay open the way of the grand manner in the painting of the nudes, with his great knowledge of the difficulties of design. And finally, he opened out the way to facility in this art in its principal province, which is the human body. And attending to this single object, he left on one side of the charms of coloring and the caprices and new fantasies of certain minute and delicate refinements which many other painters, perhaps not without some show of reason, have not entirely neglected. For some, not so well grounded in design, have sought with a variety of tints and shades of coloring, with various new and bizarre inventions, and in short, with the other method, to win themselves a place among the first masters. But Michelangelo, standing always firmly rooted in his profound knowledge of art, has shown to those who know enough how they should attain to perfection. But to return to the story, Michelangelo had already carried to completion more than 3/4 of the work when Pope Paul went to see it, and Messer Biagio da Cesena, the master of ceremonies, a person of great propriety, who was in the chapel with the Pope, being asked what he thought of it, said that it was a very disgraceful thing to have made in so honorable a place all those nude figures, showing their nakedness so shamelessly, and that it was not a work for the chapel of a pope, but for a bagno or tavern. Michelangelo was displeased at this, and wishing to revenge himself as soon as Biagio had departed, he portrayed him from life, without having him before his eyes at all, in the figure of Minos, with a great serpent twisted around the legs, among a heap of devils in hell. Nor was Messer Biagio's pleading with the Pope and with Michelangelo to have it removed of any avail, for it was left there in memory of the occasion, and it is still to be seen at the present day. It happened at this time that Michelangelo fell no small distance from the staging of this work and hurt his leg. And in his pain and anger he would not be treated by anyone. Now there was living at the same time the Florentine Maestro Baccio Brontini, his friend, an ingenious physician who had a great affection for his genius, and he, taking compassion on him, went one day to knock at his door. Receiving no answer either from the neighbors or from him, he so contrived to climb by certain secret ways from one room to another that he came to Michelangelo, who was in a desperate state. And then Maestro Biagio would never abandon him or take himself off until he was cured. Having recovered from this injury, he returned to his labor, and working at it continually, he carried it to perfect completion in a few months, giving such force to the paintings and the work that he justifies the word of Dante, "Morti li morti, I vivi parian vivi." And here also may be seen the misery of the damned and the joy of the blessed. Wherefore, when this judgment was thrown open to view, it proved that he had not only vanquished all the earlier masters who had worked there, but that he had sought to surpass the vaulting that he himself had made so famous, excelling it by great measure and outstripping his own self. For he imagined to himself the terror of those days, and depicted, for the greater pain of all who have not lived well, the whole passion of Christ, causing various naked figures in the air to carry the cross, the column, the lance, the sponge, the nails, and the crown of thorns, all in different attitudes, executed to perfection in a triumph of facility over their difficulties. In that scene is Christ seated, with a countenance proud and terrible, turning towards the damned and cursing them, not without a great fear of Our Lady, who, in hearing and beholding the vast havoc, throws her mantle close around her. There are innumerable figures, prophets and apostles, that form a circle about him, and in particular Adam and St. Peter, who are believed to have been placed there, one as a first parent of those thus brought to judgment, and the other as having been the first foundation of the Christian Church. And at his feet is the most beautiful Saint Bartholomew, who is displaying his flayed skin. There is likewise a nude figure of Saint Lawrence, besides which there are multitudes of saints without number, both male and female, and other figures, men and women around him, near or distant, who embrace one another and make rejoicing, having received eternal blessedness by the grace of God as a reward for their works. Beneath the feet of Christ are the 7 angels with the 7 trumpets described by St. John the Evangelist, who, as they sound the call to judgment, cause the hair of all who behold them to stand on end at the terrible wrath that their countenances reveal. Among others are 2 angels that have each the book of life in their hands, and near them, on one side, not without beautiful consideration, are seen the 7 mortal sins in the forms of devils, assailing and striving to drag down to hell the souls that are flying toward heaven, all with very beautiful attitudes and most admirable foreshortenings. Nor did he hesitate to show to the world, in the resurrection of the dead, how they take to themselves flesh and bones once more from the same earth, and how, assisted by others already alive, they go soaring toward heaven, whence succor is brought to them by certain souls already blessed. Not without evidence of all those marks of consideration that could be thought to be required in so great a work. For studies and labors of every kind were executed by him, which may be recognized throughout the whole work without exception, and this is manifested with particular clearness in the bark of Charon, who, in attitude of fury, strikes with his oars at the souls dragged down by the devils into the bark, after the likeness of the picture that the master's best-loved poet Dante described when he said, Chiron demonio con occhi di braggia, loro assentando tutte la raccogli, batte con temo qualunque si adagio. Nor would it be possible to imagine how much variety there is in the heads of those devils, which are truly monsters from hell. In the sinners may be seen sin and the fear of eternal damnation, and, to say nothing of the beautiful of every detail, it is extraordinary to see so great a work executed with such harmony of painting that it appears as if done in one day and with such finish as was ever achieved in any miniature. And, of a truth, the terrible force and grandeur of the work, with the multitude of figures, are such that it is not possible to describe it, for it is filled with all the passions known to human creatures, and all expressed in the most marvelous manner. For the proud, the envious, the avaricious, the wanton, and all the other such like sinners can be distinguished with ease by any man of fine perception, because in figuring them, Michelagnolo observed every rule of nature in the expressions, in the attitudes, and in every other natural circumstance. A thing which, although great and marvelous, was not impossible to such a man, for the reason that he was always observant and shrewd, and had seen men in plenty, and acquired by commerce with the world that knowledge that philosophers gain from cogitation and from writings. Wherefore, he who has judgment and understanding in painting perceives there the most terrible force of art, and sees in those figures such thoughts and passions as were never painted by any other but Michelagnolo. So also, he may see there how the variety of innumerable attitudes is accomplished, in the strange and diverse gestures of young and old, male and female, and who is there who does not recognize in these the terrible power of his art, together with the grace that he had from nature, since they move the hearts, not only of those who have knowledge in that profession, but even of those who have none. There are foreshortenings that appear as if in relief, a harmony of painting that gives great softness and fineness in the parts painted by him with delicacy, all showing in truth how pictures executed by good and true painters should be, and in the outlines of the forms turned by him in such a way as could not have been achieved by any other but Michelangelo, may be seen in the true judgment and the true damnation and resurrection. This is for our art the exemplar and the grand manner of painting sent down to men on earth by God, to the end that they may see how destiny works when intellects descend from the heights of heaven to earth, and have infused in them divine grace and knowledge. This work leads, after it bounds and change those who persuaded themselves that they have mastered art, and at the sight of the stroke drawn by him in the outlines of no matter what figure, every sublime spirit, however mighty in design, trembles and is afraid. And while the eyes gaze at his labors and his work, the senses are numbed at the mere thought of what manner of things all other pictures, those painted and those still unpainted, would appear if placed in comparison with such perfection. Truly blessed may he be called, and blessed his memories, who has seen this truly stupendous marvel of our age. Most happy and most unfortunate Paul III, in that God granted him under thy protection should be acquired the renown that the pens of writers shall give to his memory and thine. How highly are thy merits enhanced by his genius, and what good fortune have the craftsmen had in this age from his birth, in that they have seen the veil of every difficulty torn away, and have beheld in the pictures, sculptures, and architectural works executed by him all that can be imagined and achieved. He toiled 8 years over executing this work, and threw it open to view in the year 1541, I believe, on Christmas Day, to the marvel and amazement of all Rome, nay, of the whole world. And I, who was that year in Venice and went to Rome to see it, was struck dumb by its beauty. Pope Paul, as has been related, had caused a chapel to be called the Pauline to be erected on the same floor by Antonio de Sangallo, in imitation of that of Nicholas V, and in this he resolved that Michelangelo should paint the 2 great pictures with 2 large scenes. In one he painted the conversion of St. Paul with Jesus in the air, and a magnitude of nude angels making most beautiful movements, and below, all dazed and terrified, Paul fallen from his horse to the level of the ground, with his soldiers about him, some striving to raise him up, and others, struck with awe by the voice of splendor of Christ, are flying in beautiful attitudes and marvelous movements of panic, while the horse, taking to flight, appears to be carrying away in its headlong course him who seeks to hold it back. And this full scene is executed with extraordinary design and art. In the other picture is the crucifixion of St. Peter, who is fixed, a nude figure of rare beauty, upon the cross, showing the ministers of the crucifixion, after they have made a hole in the ground, seeking to raise the cross on high, to the end that he may remain crucified with his feet in the air. And there are many remarkable and beautiful considerations. Michelangelo, has been said elsewhere, gave his attention only to the perfection of art, and therefore there are no landscapes to be seen there, nor trees, nor buildings, nor any other distracting graces of art, for to these he never applied himself, as one perchance who would not abase his great genius to such things. These, executed by him at the age of 75, were his last pictures, and, as he used himself to tell me, they cost him much fatigue, for the reason that painting, and particularly working in fresco, is no art for men who have passed a certain age. Michelangelo arranged that Perino del Vaga, a very excellent painter, should decorate the vaulting with stucco and with many things in painting after his designs, and such also was the wish of Pope Paul III. But the work was afterwards delayed, and nothing more was done, even as many undertakings are left unfinished, partly by the fault of want of resolution of the craftsmen, and partly by that of princes little zealous in urging them on. Pope Paul had made a beginning with the fortifying of the Borgo, and had summoned many gentlemen, together with Antonio de San Gallo, to a conference. But he wished that Michelagnolo also would have a part in this, knowing that the fortifications about the hill of San Miniato in Florence had been constructed under his direction. After much discussion, Michelagnolo was asked what he thought, and he, having opinions contrary to San Gallo and many others, declared them freely. Whereupon San Gallo said to him that his arts were sculpture and painting, and not fortification. Michelagnolo replied that of sculpture and paintings he knew little, but of fortification, what with the thought that he had devoted to it for a long time, and his experience in what he had done, it appeared to him that he knew more than either Antonio or any of his family, showing him in the presence of the company that he had made many errors in that art. Words rising high on either side, the Pope had to command silence. But no long time passed before Michelagnolo brought a design for all the fortifications of the Borgo, which laid open the way for all that has since been ordained and executed. And this was the reason that the great gate of San Spirito, which was approaching completion, under the direction of San Gallo, was left unfinished. End of section 6. Section 7 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, Part 7. The spirit and genius of Michelagnolo could not rest without doing something, and since he was not able to paint, he set to work on a piece of marble, intending to carve from it 4 figures in the round and larger than life, including a dead Christ for his own delight and to pass the time, and because, as they used to say, the exercise of the hammer kept him healthy in body. The Christ, taken down from the cross, is supported by Our Lady, by Nicodemus, who bends down and assists her, planted firmly on his feet in a forceful attitude, and by one of the Marys, who also gives her aid, perceiving that the mother, overcome by grief, is failing in strength, and not able to uphold him. Nor is there anywhere to be seen a dead form equal to that of Christ, who, sinking with the limbs hanging limp, lies in an attitude wholly different, not only from that of any other work by Michelagnolo, but from that of any other figure that was ever made. A laborious work is this, a rare achievement in a single stone, and truly divine. But, as will be related hereafter, it remained unfinished, and suffered from many misfortunes, although Michelagnolo had intended that it should serve to adorn his own tomb, at the foot of that altar where he thought to place it. It happened in the year 1546 that Antonio de Saligallo died, whereupon, there being now no one to direct the building of San Pietro, many suggestions were made by the superintendents to the Pope as to who should have it. Finally, His Holiness, inspired, I believe, by God, resolved to send for Michelagnolo. But he, when asked to take Antonio's place, refused it, saying, in order to avoid such a burden, that architecture was not his proper art, and in the end, entreaties not availing, the Pope commanded that he should accept it, whereupon, to his great displeasure, and against his wish, he was forced to undertake that enterprise. And one day among others that he went to San Pietro to see the wooden model that San Gallo had made, and to examine the building, he found there the whole San Gallo faction, who, crowding before Michelagnolo, said to him in the best terms at their command, that they rejoiced that the charge of the building was to be his, and that the model was a field where there would never be any want of pasture. "You speak the truth," answered Michelagnolo, meaning to infer, as he declared to a friend, that it was good for sheep and oxen who knew nothing of art. And afterwards he used to say publicly that San Gallo had made it wanting in lights, that it had on the exterior too many ranges of columns one above another, and that with its innumerable projections, pinnacles, and subdivisions of members, it was more akin to the German manner than to the good method of the ancients, or to the gladsome and beautiful modern manner. And in addition to this, it was possible to save 50 years of time and more than 300,000 crowns of money in finishing the building, and to execute it with more majesty, grandeur, and facility, greater beauty and convenience, and better ordered design. This he afterwards proved by a model that he made, in order to bring it to the form which the work is now seen constructed. And thus he demonstrated that what he said was nothing but the truth. This model cost him 25 crowns, and was made in a fortnight. That of San Gallo, as has been related, cost 4,000, and took many years to finish. From this and other circumstances, it became evident that the fabric was but a shop and business for making money, and that it would be continually delayed, with the intention of never finishing it, by those who had undertaken it as a means of profit. Such methods did not prove our upright Michelagnolo, and in order to get rid of all these people, while the Pope was forcing him to accept the office of architect to the work, he said to them openly one day that they should use all the assistance of their friends, and do all they could to prevent him from entering that office, because, if he were to undertake such a charge, he would not have one of them about the building. Which words, spoken in public, were taken very ill, as may be believed, and were the reasons that they conceived a great hatred against him, which increased every day as they saw the whole design being changed, both within and without, so that they would scarcely let him live, sinking out daily new and various devices to harass him, as will be related in the proper place. Finally, the Pope issued a motu proprio, creating him head of that fabric, with full authority, and giving him power to do or undo whatever he chose, and to add, take away, or vary anything at his pleasure. And he decreed that all the officials employed in the work should be subservient to his will. Whereupon Michelagnolo, seeing the great confidence and trust that the Pope placed in him, desired, in order to prove his generosity, that it should be declared in the motu proprio that he was serving in the fabric for the love of God, and without any reward. But it is true that the Pope had formerly granted him the ferry over the river at Parma, which yielded him about 600 crowns, but he lost it at the death of Duke Pier Luigi Farnese, and in exchange for it he was given a chancellery at Rimini, a post of less value. About that he showed no concern, and although the Pope sent him money several times by way of salary, he would never accept it, to which witness is borne by Messer Alessandro Ruffini, chamberlain to the Pope at that time, and by Messer Pier Giovanni Aliotti, Bishop of Forli. Finally, the model that had been made by Michelagnolo was approved by the Pope, which model diminished San Pietro in size, but gave it greater grandeur, to the satisfaction of all those who have judgment, although some who profess to be good judges, which in fact they are not, do not approve of it. He found that the 4 principal piers built by Bramante and left by Antonio di San Gallo, which had to support the weight of the tribune, were weak, and those he partly filled up, and beside them he made 2 winding or spiral staircases, in which is an ascent so easy that the beasts of burden can climb them, carrying all the materials to the very top, and men on horseback likewise can go up to the uppermost level of the arches. The first cornice above the arches he constructed of travertine, curving in a round, which is an admirable and graceful thing, and very different from any other, nor could anything better of that kind be done. He also made a beginning with the 2 great recesses of the transepts, and whereas formerly, under the direction of Bramante, Baldassare, and Raffaello, as has been related, 8 tabernacles were being made on the side toward the Camposanto, and that plan was afterwards followed by San Gallo. Michelangelo reduced these to 3, with 3 chapels in the interior, and above them a vaulting of travertine, and a range of windows giving a brilliant light, which are varied in form and of sublime grandeur. But since these things are in existence, and are also to be seen in engraving, not only those of Michelangelo, but those of San Gallo as well, I will not set myself to describe them, for it is in no way necessary. Let it suffice to say that he set himself, with all possible diligence, to cause the work to be carried on in those parts where the fabric was to be changed in design, to the end that it might remain so solid and stable that it might never be changed by another, which was the wise provision of a shrewd and prudent intellect, because it is not enough to do good work, if further precautions are not taken, seeing that the boldness and presumption of those who might suppose to have knowledge, if credit were placed rather in their words than in their deeds, and at times the favor of such as knowing nothing may give rise to many misfortunes. The Roman people, with the sanctification of the Pope, had a desire to give some useful, commodious, and beautiful form to the Campidoglio, and to furnish it with colonnades, ascents, and inclined approaches with and without steps, and also with the further adornment of the ancient statues that were already there, in order to embellish that place. For this purpose they sought the advice of Michelangelo, who made them a most beautiful and very rich design, in which, on the side where the Senator stands, toward the east, he arranged a facade of travertine, and a flight of steps that ascends from 2 sides to meet on a level space, from which one enters into the center of the hall of that palace, with rich curving wings adorned with balusters that serve as supports and parapets. And there, to enrich that part, he caused to be placed on certain bases the 2 ancient figures in marble of recumbent river gods, each of 9 braccia, and of that rare workmanship, one of which is the Tiber and the other the Nile. And between them, in a niche, is to go a Jove. On the southern side, where there is the palace of the Conservatory, in order that it might be made rectangular, there followed a rich and well-varied facade, with a loggia at the foot full of ornaments, doors, windows, and the like, of which some are already in place. On the other side from this, toward the north, below the Aserabelle, there is to follow another similar facade, and before it, toward the west, is to be an ancient bastion-like steps, which will be almost level, with a border and parapet of balusters. Here will be the principal entrance, with a colonnade, and bases on which will be placed all that wealth of noble statues in which the Campidoglio is now so rich. In the middle of the piazza, on a base in the form of an oval, is placed the famous bronze horse, on which is the statue of Marcus Aurelius, which the same Pope Paul caused to be removed from the Piazza di Laterno, where Sixtus IV had placed it. This edifice is now being made so beautiful that it is worthy to be numbered among the finest works that Michelangelo has executed, and it is being carried to completion at the present day under the direction of M. Tommaso de Cavaliere, a Roman gentleman who was, and still is, one of the greatest friends that Michelangelo ever had, as will be related hereafter. Pope Paul III had caused San Gallo, while he was alive, to carry forward the palace of the Farnese family, but the great upper cornice, to finish the roof on the outer side, had still to be constructed, and His Holiness desired that Michelangelo should execute it from his own designs and directions. Michelangelo, not being able to refuse the Pope, who so esteemed and favored him, caused a model of wood to be made, 6 braccia in length and of the size that it was to be, and this he placed on one of the corners of the palace so that it might show what effect the finished work would have. It pleased His Holiness and all Rome, and that part of it has since been carried to completion, which is now to be seen, proving to be the most varied and the most beautiful of all that have ever been known, whether ancient or modern. On this account, after San Gallo was dead, the Pope desired that Michelangelo should have charge of the whole fabric as well, and there he made the great marble window with the beautiful columns of variegated marble, which is over the principal door of the palace, with a large escutcheon of great beauty and variety in marble of Pope Paul III, the founder of that palace. Within the palace, he continued, above the first range of the court, the 2 other ranges, with the most varied, graceful, and beautiful windows, ornaments, and upper cornice that have ever been seen, so that, through the labors and the genius of that man, that court has now become the most handsome in Europe. He widened and enlarged the great hall, and set in order the front vestibule, and caused the vaulting of that vestibule to be constructed in a new variety of curve, in the form of a half oval. Now, in that year there was found at the Baths of Antonius a mass of marble 7 braccia in every direction, in which there had been carved by the ancients a Hercules standing upon a mound, who was holding the bull by the horns, with another figure assisting him, and around that mound several figures of shepherds, nymphs, and different animals, a work of truly extraordinary beauty, showing figures so perfect in one single block without any additional pieces, which was judged to have been intended for a fountain. Michelangelo advised that it should be conveyed into the second court, and there restored so as to make it spout water in the original manner, all of which advice was approved, and the work is still being restored at the present day with great diligence by order of the Farnese family for that purpose. At that time, also, Michelangelo made a design for the building of a bridge across the river Tiber in a straight line with the Farnese palace, to the end that it might be possible to go from that palace to another palace and gardens that they possess in the Trastevere, and also to see at one glance, in a straight line, from the principal door which faces the Campo di Fiore, the court, the fountain, the Strada Giulia, the bridge, and the beauties of the other garden, even to the other door which opened on the Strada di Trastevere, a rare work, worthy of that pontiff and of the judgment, design, and art of Michelangelo. In the year 1547 died Sebastiano Vinziano, the friar of the Piombo, and Pope Paul, proposing that the ancient statues of his palace should be restored, Michelangelo willingly favored the Milanese sculptor Guglielmo della Porta, a young man of promise who had been recommended by the above-named Fra Sebastiano to Michelangelo, who, liking his work, presented him to the Pope for the restoration of those statues. And the matter went so far forward that Michelangelo obtained for him the office of the Piombo, and he then set to work on restoring the statues, some of which are to be seen in that palace at the present day. But Guglielmo, forgetting the benefits that he had received from Michelangelo, afterwards became one of his opponents. In the year 1549 there took place the death of Pope Paul III, Whereupon, after the election of Pope Julius III, Cardinal Farnese gave orders for a grand tomb to be made for his kinsman Pope Paul by the hand of Fra Guglielmo, who arranged to erect it in San Pietro, below the first arch of the new church, beneath the tribune, which obstructed the floor of the church and was, in truth, not the proper place. Michelagnolo advised most judiciously that it could not and should not stand there, and the Frate, believing that he was doing this out of envy, became filled with hatred against him. But afterwards he recognized that Michelagnolo had spoken the truth, and that the fault was his, and that he had had the opportunity and had not finished the work, as will be related in another place. And to this I can bear witness, for the reason that in the year 1550 I had gone, by order of Pope Julius III, to Rome, to serve him, and very willingly for the love of Michelagnolo, and I took part in that discussion. Michelagnolo desired that the tomb should be erected in one of the niches where there is now the column of the possessed, which was the proper place, and I had so gone to work that Julius III was resolving to have his own tomb made in the other niche with the same design as that of Pope Paul, in order to balance that work. But the Frate, who had set himself against it, brought it about that his own was never finished after all, and that the tomb of the other pontiff was also not made, which had all been predicted by Michelagnolo. In the same year Pope Julius turned his attention to having a chapel of marble with 2 tombs constructed in the church of San Pietro a Montorio for a Cardinal Antonio di Monte, his uncle, and Messrs. Fabiano, his grandfather, the first founder of the greatness of that illustrious house. For this work, Vasari having made designs and models, Pope Julius, who always esteemed the genius of Michelagnolo, and loved Vasari, desired that Michelagnolo should fix the price between them, and Vasari besought the Pope that he should prevail upon him to take it under his protection. Now Vasari had proposed Simone Mosca for the carving of his work, and Raffaello de Montelupo for the statues. But Michelagnolo advised that no carvings of foliage should be made in it, not even in the architectural parts of the work, saying that where there are to be figures of marble, there must not be any other thing. Of which account Vasari feared that the work should be abandoned, because it would look poor. But in fact, when he saw it finished, he confessed that Michelagnolo had shown great judgment. Michelagnolo would not have Montelupo make the statues, remembering how badly he had acquitted himself in those of his own tomb of Julius II, and he was content rather that they should be entrusted to Bartolomeo Amanati, whom Vasari had proposed, although Buonarroti had something of a private grievance against him, as also against Nanni di Baccio Biggio, caused by a reason which, if one considers it well, seems slight enough, for when they were very young, moved rather by love of art than by desire to do wrong, they had entered with great pains into his house, and had taken from Antonio Mini, the disciple of Michelagnolo, many sheets with drawings. But these were afterwards all restored to him by the order of the Tribunal of 8, and at the intercession of his friend Messer Giovanni Norciati, canon of San Lorenzo, he would not have any other punishment inflicted on him. Vasari, when Michelagnolo spoke to him of this matter, said to him, laughing, that it did not seem to him that they deserved any blame, and that he himself, if he had ever been able, would not have taken a few drawings only, but robbed him of everything by his hand that he might have been able to seize, merely for the sake of learning art. One must look kindly, as he said, on those who seek after excellence and also reward them, and therefore such men must not be treated like those who go about stealing money, household property, and other things of value. And so the matter was turned to a jest. This was the reason that a beginning was made with the work of the Montorio, and that in this same year Vasari and Aminati went to have the marble conveyed from Carrara to Rome for the execution of that work. At that time Vasari was with Michelagnolo every day, and one morning the Pope in his kindness gave them both leave that they might visit the 7 churches on horseback, for it was a holy year, and receive the pardon in company. Whereupon, while going from one church to another, they had many useful and beautiful conversations on art and every industry, and out of these Vasari composed a dialogue, which will be published at some more favorable opportunity, together with some things concerning art. In that year Pope Julius III confirmed the motu proprio of Pope Paul III with regard to the building of San Pietro. And although much evil was spoken to him of Michelagnolo by the friends of the San Gallo faction in the matter of that fabric of San Pietro, at that time the Pope would not listen to a word, for Vasari had demonstrated to him, as was the truth, that Michelagnolo had given life to the building, and also persuaded his holiness that he should do nothing concerned with the design without the advice of Michelagnolo. This promise the Pope kept ever afterwards, for neither at the Vigna Giulia did he do anything without his counsel, nor at the Belvedere, where there was built the staircase that is there now, in place of the semicircular staircase that came forward, ascending in 8 steps, and turned inward in 8 more steps, erected in the former times like Bramante in the great recess of the center of the Belvedere. And Michelagnolo designed and caused to be built a very beautiful quadrangular staircase with balusters of peperino stone, which is there at the present day. End of section 7. Section 8 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, Part 8. Vasari had finished in that year the printing of his work, The Lives of the Painters, Sculptors, and Architects in Florence. Now he had not written the life of any living master, although some who were old were still alive, save only of Michelagnolo, and in the book were many records of circumstances that Vasari had received from his lips, his age and his judgment being the greatest among all the craftsmen. Giorgio, therefore, presented the work to him, and he received it very gladly, and not long afterwards, having read it, Michelagnolo sent to him the following sonnet, written by himself, which I am pleased to include in this place in memory of his loving kindness. Sonnet translated into English. Whether with the style or colors you have art equal to nature, indeed the value has diminished in part, may her beauty make us more beautiful, as with learned man place you are there. To more worthy work, to verdure papers, what she lacks of value in part, in giving life to others, you take everything away, that if a century now no one disputes, in far off Bellopre, at least Sedale, how convenient that the prescribed end arrives. Now the memories of others already extinguished lit up, returning to do now what are those, and you, in spite of them, it lives eternally. End of translated poem. Vasari departed for Florence, and left to Michelagnolo the charge of having the work founded in the Monitorio. Now Messer Bindo Altaviti, the consul of the Florentine colony at that time, was much the friend of Vasari, and on this occasion Giorgio said to him that it would be well to have this work erected in the church of San Giovanni de' Fiorentini, and that he had already spoken of it with Michelagnolo, who would favor the enterprise, and that this would be a means of giving completion to that church. This proposal pleased Messer Bindo, and being very intimate with the Pope, he urged it warmly upon him, demonstrating that it would be well that the chapel and the tombs which His Holiness was having executed for the Montorio should be placed in the church of San Giovanni de' Fiorentini, adding that the results would be that, with this occasion and this spur, the Fiorentine colony would undertake such expenditure that the church would receive its completion, and if His Holiness were to build the principal chapel, the other merchants would build 6 chapels, and then little by little all the rest. Whereupon the Pope changed his mind, and although the model for the work was already made and the price arranged, went to Montorio and sent for Michelagnolo, to whom Vasari was writing every day, receiving answers from him according to the opportunities presented in the course of affairs. Michelagnolo then wrote to Vasari on the 1st day of August 1550 of the change that the Pope had made, and these are his words written in his own hand. My dear Messer Giorgio, with regard to the founding of the work at San Pietro de Montorio, and how the Pope would not listen to a word, I wrote you nothing, knowing that you are kept informed by your man here. Now I must tell you what has happened, which is as follows. Yesterday morning, the Pope, having gone to the said Montorio, sent for me. I met him on the bridge on his way back, and had a long conversation with him about the tombs allotted to you. And in the end he told me that he was resolved that he would not place those tombs on that mount, but in the church of the Florentines. He sought from me my opinion, and also designs, and I encouraged him not a little, considering that by this means the said church would be finished. Respecting your 3 letters received, I have no pen wherewith to answer to such exalted matters. But if I should rejoice to be in some sort what you make me, I rejoice for no other reason, save you might have a servant who might be worth something. But I do not marvel that you, who restored dead men to life, should lengthen the life of the living, or rather that you should steal from death for an unlimited period those barely alive. To cut this short, such as I am wholly yours, Michelagnolo Buonarroti. While these matters were being discussed, and the Florentine colony was seeking to raise money, certain difficulties arose, on account of which they came to no decision, and the affair grew cold. Meanwhile, Vasari and Amenati, having by this time had all the marbles quarried at Carrara, a great part of them were sent to Rome, and with them Amenati, through whom Vasari wrote to Buonarroti that he should ascertain from the Pope where he wanted the tomb, and after receiving his orders should have the work begun. The moment that Michelagnolo received the letter, he spoke to His Holiness, and with his own hand he wrote the following resolution to Vasari. 13th of October, 1550. My dear Messer Giorgio, the instant that Bartolomeo arrived here, I went to speak with the Pope, and having perceived that he wished to begin the work once more at the Montorio in the matter of the tombs, I looked for a mason from San Pietro. Tante Cosa heard this, and insisted on sending one of his choosing, and I, to avoid contending with the man who commands the winds, have retired from the matter, because he, being a light-minded person, I would not care to be drawn into any entanglement. Enough that, in my opinion, there is no more thought to be given to the church of San Florentines. Fare you well, and come back soon. Nothing else occurs to me. Michelagnolo used to call Monsignor di Forli Tante Cosa,
because he insisted on doing everything himself. Being chamberlain to the Pope, he had charge of the medals, jewels, cameos, little figures in bronze, pictures, drawings, and desired that everything should depend on him. Michelangelo was always anxious to avoid the man, because he had been constantly working against the master's interest, and therefore Buonarroti feared lest he might be drawn into some entanglement by the intrigues of such a man. In short, the Florentine colony lost a very fine opportunity for that church, and God knows when they will have such another. And to me it was an indescribable grief. I have desired not to omit to make this brief record, to the end that it may be seen that our Michelangelo always sought to help his fellow countrymen and his friends, and also art. Vasari had scarcely returned to Rome when, before the beginning of the year 1551, the San Gallo faction arranged a conspiracy against Michelangelo, whereby the Pope was to hold an assembly in San Pietro and to summon together the superintendents and all those who had had the charge of the work, in order to show to the Pope, by means of false calumnies, that Michelangelo had ruined that fabric, because he having already built the apse of the king, where there are the 3 chapels, and having executed these with the 3 windows above, they, not knowing what was to be done with the vaulting, with feeble judgment had given the order to Cardinal Salviati and Marcello Cervini, who afterwards became Pope, to understand that San Pietro was being left with a little light. Whereupon, all being assembled, the Pope said to Michelangelo that the deputies declared that the apse would give little light, and he answered, "I would like to hear those deputies speak in person." Cardinal Marcello replied, "We are here." Then Michelangelo said to him, "Monsignore, above these windows in the vaulting, which is to be made of travertine, there are to be 3 others." "You have never told us that," said the cardinal. And Michelo answered, "I am not obliged, nor do I intend to be obliged, to say either to your highness or to any other person what I am bound or desirous to do. Your office is to obtain the money and guard it from thieves, and the charge of the design for the building you must leave to me." And then, turning to the Pope, he said, "Holy Father, you see what my gains are, and that if these fatigues that I endure do not profit me in my mind, I am wasting my time in my work." The Pope, who loved him, laid his hands on his shoulders and said, "You shall profit both in mind and in body. Do not doubt it." Michelangelo, having thus been able to get rid of these persons, the Pope came to love him even more, and he commanded him and Vasari that on the day following they should both present themselves at the Vigna Julia, in which place His Holiness had many discussions with them, and they carried that work almost to the condition of perfect in which it now is. Nor did the Pope discuss or do anything in the matter of design without Michelangelo's advice and judgment. And among other things, since Michelangelo went down with Vasari to visit him, the Pope insisted, once he was at the fountain of the Acqua Vergine, with 12 cardinals after Buonarroti had come up, the Pope, I say, insisted very strongly that he should sit beside him, although he sought most humbly to excuse himself, thus always honoring his genius as much as lay in his power. The Pope caused him to make the model of a facade for a palace that His Holiness desired to build beside San Rocco, intending to avail himself of the mausoleum of Augustus for the rest of the masonry, and as a design for a facade, there is nothing to be seen that is more varied, more ornate, or more novel in manner and arrangement, for the reason that, as has been seen in all his works, he never consented to be bound by any law, whether ancient or modern, in matters of architecture, as one who had a brain always able to discover things new and well varied, and in no way less beautiful. That model is now in the possession of Duke Cosimo de' Medici, who had it as a present from Pope Pius IV when he went to Rome, and he holds it among his dearest treasures. That pope had such respect for Michelangelo that he was constantly taking up his defense against cardinals and others who sought to calumniate him, and he desired that other craftsmen, however able and renowned they might be, should always go to seek him at his house. Such indeed were the regard and reverence that he felt for him, that his holiness did not venture, lest he might annoy him, to call upon Michelangelo for many works which, although he was old, he could have executed. As far back as the time of Paul III, Michelangelo had made a beginning with the work of refounding under his own direction the Ponte San Maria at Rome, which had been weakened by the constant flow of water and by age, and was falling into ruin. The refounding was contrived by Michelangelo by means of caissons, and by making stout reinforcements against the piers, and already he had carried a great part of it to completion, and had spent large sums on wood and travertine on behalf of the work, when, in the time of Julius III, an assembly was held by the clerks of the chamber with a view to making an end of it, and a proposal was made among them by architect Nanni de Baccio Biggio, saying that if it were allotted by contract to him, it would be finished in a short time and without much expense. And this they suggested on the pretext, as it were, of doing a favor to Michelangelo and relieving him of a burden, because he was old, alleging that he gave no thought to it, and that if matters remained as they were, the end would never be seen. The Pope, who little liked being troubled, not thinking what the results might be, gave authority to the clerks of the chamber that they should have charge of the work as a thing pertaining to them. And then, without Michelangelo hearing another word about it, they gave it with all these materials without any conditions to Nanni, who gave no attention to the reinforcements which were necessary for the refounding, but relieved the bridge of some weight in consequence of having seen a great quantity of travertine wherewith it had been flanked and faced in ancient times, the result of which was to give weight to the bridge and make it stouter, stronger, and more secure. In place of that, he used gravel and other materials cast with cement in such a manner that no defect could be seen in the inner part of the work, and on the outer side he made parapets and other things, insomuch as that to the eye it appeared as if made altogether new, but it was made lighter over all and weakened throughout. 5 years afterward, when the flood of the year 1557 came down, it happened that the bridge collapsed in such a manner as to make known the little judgment of the clerks of the chamber and the loss that Rome suffered by departing from the counsel of Michelangelo, who predicted the ruin of the bridge many times to me and to his other friends. Thus I remembered that he said to me when we were passing there together on horseback, "Giorgio, this bridge is shaking under us. Let us spur our horses, or it may fall down while we are upon it." But to return to the narrative interrupted above, when the work of the Montorio was finished, and that much to my satisfaction, I returned to Florence to re-enter the service of Duke Cosimo, which was in the year 1554. The departure of Vasari grieved Michelangelo, and likewise Giorgio, for the reason that Michelangelo's adversaries kept harassing him every day, now in one way, now in another. Wherefore they did not fail to write to one another daily, and in April of the same year, Vasari, giving him the news that Leonardo, the nephew of Michelangelo, had had a male child, that they had accompanied him to baptism with an honorable company of most noble ladies, and that they had revived the name of Buonarroti Michelangelo, answered in a letter to Vasari in these words: Quote, Dear friend Giorgio, I've had the greatest pleasure from your letter, seeing that you still remember the poor old man, and even more because you were present at the triumph which, as you write, you witnessed in the birth of another Buonarroti, for which intelligence I thank you with all my heart and soul. But so much pomp does not please me, for a man should not be laughing when all the world is weeping. It seems to me that Leonardo should not make so much rejoicing over a new birth with all that gladness which should be reserved for the death of one who has lived well. Do not marvel if I delay to answer. I do it so as not to appear a merchant. As for the many praises that you send me in your letter, I tell you that if I deserved a single one of them, it would appear to me that in giving myself to you body and soul, I had truly given you something, and had discharged some infinitesimal part of the debt that I owe you. Whereas I recognize you every hour as my creditor for more than I can repay, and since I am an old man, I can now never hope to be able to square an account in this life, but perhaps in the next. Wherefore, I pray you have patience and remain wholly yours. Things here are as much as usual. Close quote. Already in the time of Paul III, Duke Cosimo had sent Tribolo to Rome to see if he might be able to persuade Michelagnolo to return to Florence in order to give completion to the sacristy of San Lorenzo. But Michelagnolo excused himself because, having grown old, he could not support the burden of such fatigues, and demonstrated to him with many reasons that he could not leave Rome. Whereupon Tribolo finally asked him about the staircase of the library of San Lorenzo, for which Michelagnolo had caused many stones to be prepared, and there was no model of it nor any certainty as to the exact form. And although there were some marks on a pavement and some other sketches in clay, the true and final design could not be found. However, no matter how much Tribolo might beseech him and invoke the name of the Duke, Michelagnolo would never answer a word, save he remembered nothing of it. Orders were given to Vasari by Duke Cosimo that he should write to Michelagnolo, requesting him to write saying what final form that staircase was to have, in the hope that through the friendship and love that he bore to Vasari, he would say something that might lead to some solution and to the completion of the work. Vasari wrote to Michelagnolo, the mind of the Duke, and saying that the execution of all that was to be done would fail to him, which he would do with that fidelity and care with which, as Michelagnolo knew, he was wont to treat such of his works as he had in charge. Wherefore Michelagnolo sent the directions for making the above-named staircase in a letter by his own hand on the 28th of September, 1555. Quote, Messer Giorgio, dear friend, concerning the staircase for the library, of which so much has been said to me, you may believe that if I could remember how I had designed it, I would not need to be entreated. There does indeed come back to my mind, like a dream, a certain staircase, but I do not believe that it is exactly the one which I conceived at that time, because it comes out so stupid. However, I will describe it here. Take a quantity of oval boxes, each 1 palm in depth, but not of equal length and breadth. The first and largest place on the pavement at such a distance from the wall of the door as may make the staircase easy or steep, according to your pleasure. Upon this place another, which must be so much smaller in every direction as to leave on the first one below as much space as the foot requires in ascending, diminishing and drawing back the steps one after another toward the door in accord with the ascent. And the diminution of the last step must reduce it to the proportion of the space of the door. The said part of the staircase with the oval steps must have 2 wings, one on one side and one on the other, with corresponding steps, but not oval. Of these, the central flight will serve as the principal staircase, and from the center of this staircase to the top of the curves of the said wings shall meet the wall. But from the center down to the pavement they shall stand, together with the whole staircase, at a distance of about 3 palms from the wall, in such a manner that the basement of the vestibule shall not be obstructed in any part, and every face shall be left free. I am writing nonsense, but I know well that you will find something to your purpose." Close quote. Michelagnolo also wrote to Vasari in those days that Julius III being dead and Marcellus elected, the faction that was against him, in consequence of the election of the new pontiff, had again begun to harass him. Without hearing and not liking these ways, the Duke caused Giorgio to write and tell him that he should leave Rome and come to live in Florence, where the Duke did not desire more than his advice and designs at times for his buildings, and that he would receive from that lord all that he might desire, without doing anything with his own hand. Again, they were carried to him by Messer Leonardo Marinozzi, the private chamberlain of Duke Cosimo, letters written by his Excellency, and also by Vasari. But then, Marcellus being dead, and Paul IV having been elected, by whom once again numerous offers had been made to him from the very beginning, when he went to kiss his feet, the desire to finish the fabric of San Pietro, and the obligation by which he thought himself bound to that task, kept him back, and employing certain excuses, he wrote to the Duke that for the time being he was not able to serve him, and to Vasari a letter in these very words, quote, "Messer Giorgio, my dear friend, I call God to witness how it was against my will and under the strongest compulsion that I was set to the building of San Pietro in Rome by Pope Paul III 10 years ago. Had they continued the work at that fabric up to the present day, as they were doing then, I would now have reached such a point in the undertaking that I might be thinking of returning home. But for want of money it has been much retarded, and is still being retarded at the time when it has reached the most laborious and difficult stage, inasmuch that to abandon it now would be nothing short of the greatest possible disgrace and sin, losing the reward of the labors that I have endured in those 10 years for the love of God. I have made you this discourse in answer to your letter, and also because I have a letter from the Duke that has made me marvel much at his Excellency should have deigned to write so graciously, for which I thank God and his Excellency to the best of my power and knowledge. I wander from the subject because I have lost my memory and my wits, and writing is a great affliction to me, for it is not yet my art. The conclusion is this: to make you understand what would be the result if I were to abandon this fabric and depart from Rome. Firstly, I would please a number of thieves, and secondly, I would be the cause of its ruin, and perhaps also of its being suspended forever." Close quote. Continuing to write to Giorgio, Michelagnolo said to him to excuse himself from the Duke, that he had a house and many convenient things at his disposal in Rome, which were worth thousands of crowns, in addition to being in danger of his life from disease and the kidneys, colic, and the stone, as happens to every old person, and as could be proved by Maestro Rialdo and his physician, from whom he congratulated himself on having his life after God. That for these reasons he was not able to leave Rome, and finally that he had no heart for anything but death. He besought Vasari, as he did in several other letters that Giorgio has by his hand, that he should recommend him to the Duke for pardon, in addition to what he wrote to the Duke, as I have said, to excuse himself. If Michelagnolo had been able to ride, he would have gone straight away to Florence, whence I believe he would never have consented to depart in order to return to Rome, so much was he influenced by the tenderness and love that he felt for the Duke. But meanwhile, he gave his attention to working at many parts of the above-named fabric in order to fix the form that it might never again be changed. During this time, certain persons had informed him that Pope Paul IV was minded to make him alter the facade of the chapel where the Last Judgment is, because, he said, those figures showed their nakedness too shamelessly. When, therefore, the mind of the Pope was made known to Michelagnolo, he answered, "Tell the Pope that it is no great affair, and that it can be altered with ease. Let him put the world right, and every picture will be put right in a moment." The office of the Chancellery of Rimini was taken away from Michelagnolo, but he would never speak of this to the Pope, who did not know it, and it was taken away from him by the Pope's cup-bearer, who sought to have 100 crowns a month given to him in respect of the fabric of San Pietro, and caused a month's payment not to be taken to his house, but Michelagnolo would not accept it. In the same year took place the death of Urbino, his servant, or rather, as he may be called, as he had been, his companion. This man came to visit with Michelagnolo in Florence in the year 1530, after the siege was finished, when his disciple Antonio Mini went to France, and he rendered very faithful service to Michelagnolo, insomuch that in 26 years that faithful and intimate service had brought it about that Michelagnolo made him rich and so loved him, that in this Urbino's last illness, old as he was, he nursed him and slept in his clothes at night to watch over him. Wherefore, after he was deaf, Vasari wrote to Michelagnolo to console him, and he answered in these words, quote, "My dear Messer Giorgio, I am scarce able to write, but in reply to your letter I shall say something. You know how Urbino died, wherein God has shown me very great grace, although it has been also a grave loss and intimate grief to me. This grace is that whereas when living he kept me alive, dying he has taught me to die not with regret, but with a desire for death. I have had him 26 years, and have found him a very rare and faithful servant. And now, when I had made him rich, and was looking to him as the staff and repose of my old age, he has flown from me. Nor is any hope left to me but to see him again in paradise. And of this God has granted a sign in the happy death that he died, in that dying grieved him much less than leaving me in this traitorous world with so many afflictions. Although the greatest part of me is gone with him, and nothing is left me but infinite misery, I commend myself to you." Close quote. Michelagnolo was employed in the time of Pope Paul IV on many parts of the fortifications of Rome, and also by Salustio Peruzzi, to whom that pope, as has been related elsewhere, had given the charge of executing the great portal of the Castello di San Angelo, which is now half ruined, and he occupied himself in distributing the statues of that work, examining the models of the sculptors, and correcting them. At one time the French army approached near Rome, and Michelagnolo thought that he was like to come to an evil end together with the city. Whereupon he resolved to fly from Rome with Antonio Franzese of Casteldurante, whom Urbino at his death had left in his house as his servant, and went secretly to the mountains of Spoleto, where he visited certain seats of hermits. Meanwhile, Vasari wrote to him, sending him a little work that Carlo Lenzoni, a citizen of Florence, had left at his death to Messer Cosimo Bartoli, who was to have had it printed and dedicated to Michelagnolo, which, when it was finished, Vasari sent in those days to Michelagnolo, and he, having received it, answered thus, quote, "September 18, 1556. Messer Giorgio, dear friend, I have received Messer Cosimo's little book which you sent to me, and this shall be a letter of thanks. I pray you give them to him and send him my compliments. I have had in these days great discomfort and expense, but also great pleasure in visiting the hermits in the mountains of Spoleto, insomuch that less than half of me has returned to Rome, seeing that in truth there is no peace to be found save in the woods. I have nothing more to tell you. I am glad that you are well and happy, and I commend myself to you. Close quote. Michelangelo used to work almost every day, as a pastime, at that block of the 4 figures of which we have already spoken. Each block he broke into pieces at this time for these reasons, either because it was hard and full of emery, and the chisel often struck sparks from it, or it may have been that the judgment of the man was so great that he was never content with anything that he did. A proof that this is true is that there are few finished statues to be seen out of all he executed in the prime of his manhood, and that those completely finished ones were executed by him in his youth, such as the Bacchus, the Pietà in San Maria della Febbre, the Giant of Florence, and the Christ of the Minerva, which could not be possible to increase or diminish by as little as a grain of millet without spoiling them. And the others, with the exception of the Dukes Giuliano and Lorenzo, Night, Dawn, and Moses, with the other 2, the whole number of these statues not amounting in all to 11, the others, I say, were all left unfinished, and, moreover, they are many, Michelangelo having been wont to say that if he had to satisfy himself in what he did, he would have sent out few, nay, not one. For he had gone so far with his art and judgment, that when he had laid bare a figure and had perceived it in the slightest degree of error, he would set it aside and run to lay his hand on another block of marble, trusting that the same would not happen to the new block. And he often said that this was the reason that he gave for executing so few statues and pictures. This Pietà, when it was broken, he presented to Francesco Bandini. Now at this time, Tiberio de Calagni, a Florentine sculptor, had become much the friend of Michelangelo by means of Francesco Bandini and Messer Donato Giannati. And being one day in Michelangelo's house, where there was the Pietà all broken, after a long conversation, he asked him for what reason he had broken it up and destroyed labors so marvelous. And he answered that the reason was the importunity of his servant Urbino, who kept urging him every day to finish it. Besides which, other things, a piece of one of the elbows of the Madonna had broken off, and even before that he had taken an aversion to it, and had had many misfortunes with it by reasons of a flaw that was in the marble, so that he lost his patience and began to break it up, and he would have broken it altogether into pieces if his servant Antonio had not besought him that he should present it to him as it was. Whereupon Tiberio, having heard this, spoke to Bandini, who desired to have something by the hand of Michelangelo, and Bandini contrived that Tiberio should promise to Antonio 200 crowns of gold, and prayed Michelangelo to consent that Tiberio should finish it for Bandini with the assistance of models by his hand, urging that thus his labor would not be thrown away. Michelangelo was satisfied, and then made them a present of it. The work was carried away immediately, and then put together again, and constructed with I know not what new pieces by Tiberio, but it was left unfinished by reason of the death of Bandini, Michelangelo, and Tiberio. At the present day it is in the possession of Pier Antonio Bandini, the son of Francesco, at his villa on Monte Cavallo. But to return to Michelangelo, it became necessary to find some work in marble on which he might be able to pass some time every day with the chisel. And another piece of marble was put before him, from which another Pietà had already been blocked out, different from the first, and much smaller. End of section 8. Section 9 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Like of Michelagnolo, Buonarroti, Part 9. There had entered into the service of Paul IV, and also into the charge of the fabric of San Pietro, the architect Piero Logorio, and he was now once more harassing Michelangelo, going about saying that he had sunk into his second childhood. Wherefore, angered by such treatment, he would willingly have returned to Florence, and having delayed to return, he was again urged in letters by Giorgio, but he knew that he was too old, having now reached the age of 81. Writing at that time to Vasari by his courier, and sending him various spiritual sonnets, he said that he was come to the end of his life, that he must be careful where he directed his thoughts, that by reading he would see that he was at his last hour, and that there arose in his mind no thought upon which was not graved the image of death. And in one letter he said, quote, "It is God's will, Vasari, that I should continue to live in misery for some years. I know that you will tell me I am an old fool to wish to write sonnets, but since many say that I am in my second childhood, I have sought to act accordingly. By your letter I see the love that you bear me, and you may take it as certain that I would be glad to lay these feeble bones of mine beside those of my father, as you beg me to do. But by departing from here, I would be the cause of the utter ruin of the fabric of San Pietro, which would be a great disgrace and a very grievous sin. However, when it is so firmly established that it can never be changed, I hope to do all that you ask me, if it be not a sin to keep in anxious expectation certain gluttons that await my immediate departure." Close quote. With this letter was the following sonnet, also written in his own hand, translated by Google Translate. Arrived is already the course of my life, with stormy sea for a fragile boat, at the common port where to render one's crosses account and reason for every sad and pious work. Waves the affectionate fantasy that art made me an idol and a monarch. I know now how much error was charged, and what everyone desires so badly of him. The amorous thoughts will already be vain and happy. What, Signor, if I approach too dead? Of one I know for sure, and the other threatens me. Neither painter nor sculpt is more than quiet. The soul turns to that divine love, who opened his arms to take us on the cross. End of translation. Whereby it was evident that he was drawing toward God, abandoning the cares of art on account of the persecution of his malignant fellow craftsmen, and also through the faults of certain overseers of the fabric, who would have liked, as he used to say, to dip their hands into the chest. By order of Duke Cosimo, a reply was written to Michelangelo by Vasari in a letter of few words, exhorting him to repatriate himself, with a sonnet corresponding in the rhymes. Michelangelo would willingly have left Rome, but he was so weary and aged that although, as will be told below, he was determined to go back, while the spirit was willing, the flesh was weak, and that kept him in Rome. It happened in June of the year 1557, he having made a model for the vault that was to cover the apse, which was being built of travertine in the chapel of the king, that from his not being able to go there as he had been wont, an error arose, in that the compomaestro took the measurements over the whole body of the vault with one single center, whereas there should have been a great number. And Michelagnolo, as the friend and confidant of Vasari, sent him designs by his own hand, and with these words written at the foot of 2 of them, quote, "The center marked with red was used by the Campo Maestro over the body of the whole vault. Then, when he began to pass to the half circle, which is at the summit of the vault, he became aware of the error which that the center was producing, as may be seen here in the design marked in black. With this error, the vault has gone so far forward that we have to displace a great number of stones, for in that vault there is being placed no brickwork, but all travertine, and the diameter of the circle, without the cornice that borders it, is 22 palms. This error, after I had made an exact model, as I do of everything, has been caused by my not being able, on account of my old age, to go there often. So that, whereas I believed that the vault was now finished, it will not be finished all this winter, and if it were possible to die of shame and grief, I should not be alive now. I pray you account to the Duke for my not being at this moment in Florence." Close quote. And continuing in the other design, where he had drawn the plan, he said this, quote, "Messer Giorgio, to the end that it may be easier to understand the difficulty of the vault by observing its rise from the level of the ground, let me explain that I have been forced to divide it into 3 vaults, corresponding to the windows below, divided by the pilasters, and you see that they go pyramidically into the center of the summit of the vault, as also do the base and sides of the same. It was necessary to regulate them with an infinite number of centers, and there are in them so many changes in various directions from point to point that no fixed rule can be maintained, and the circles and squares that come in the midst of their deepest parts have to diminish and increase in so many directions, and to go to so many points that it is a difficult thing to find the true method. Nevertheless, having the model, such as I make for everything, they should have never have committed so great an error as to seek to regulate with one single center all those 3 shells. Whence it has come about that we have been obliged with shame and loss to pull down, as we are still doing, a great number of stones. The vault, with its sections and hewn stonework, is all of travertine, like all the rest below, a thing not customary in Rome." Close quote. Michelagnolo was excused by Duke Cosimo, hearing of these misfortunes, from coming to Florence, the Duke saying to him that his contentment and the continuation of San Pietro were more dear to him than anything in the world, and that he should rest at peace. Whereupon Michelagnolo wrote to Vasari on the same sheet in which he thanked the Duke to the rest of his power and knowledge for such kindness, saying, quote, "God gave me grace that I may be able to serve him with this my poor person, for my memory and my brain are gone to await him elsewhere." Close quote. The date of this letter was August in the year 1557. Thus, when Michelagnolo learned that the Duke esteemed his life and his honor more than he did himself, who so revered him, all these things and many more that it is not necessary to mention, we have in our possession written in his hand. Michelagnolo, by this time, was reduced to a feeble condition, and it was evident that little was being done in San Pietro, now that he had carried on a great part of the frieze of the windows within, and of the double columns without, which curve above the great round cornice, where the cupola is said to be placed, as will be related. And he was exhorted and urged by his greatest friends, such as the Cardinal of Carpi, Messer Donato Gionatti, Francesco Bandini, Tommaso de Cavalieri, and Lotino, that, since he saw the delay in the raising of the cupola, he should at least make a model of it. He stayed many months without making up his mind to this, but in the end he made a beginning, and then little by little constructed a small model in clay, from which, as an example, and from the plans and profiles that he had drawn, it might be possible afterward to make a larger one of wood. This, having made a beginning with it, he caused to be constructed in little more than a year by Maestro Giovanni Francesco with much study and pains, and he made it on such a scale that the smaller portions of the models, measured by the old Roman palm, corresponded with complete exactness to those of the large work, he having finished with diligence in that model all the members of columns, bases, capitals, doors, windows, cornices, projections, and likewise every least thing, knowing that in such a work no less should be done, for in all Christendom, nay, in all the world, there is not to be found or seen any fabric more ornate or more grand. And I cannot but think that, if we have given up time by noting smaller things, it is even more useful, and also our duty, to describe this manner of design for building the structure of this tribune with the form, order, and method that Michelagnolo thought to give it. Wherefore, with such brevity as we may, we will give a simple description of it, to the end that, if it should ever be the fate of this work, which God forbid, to be disturbed by the envy and malice of presumptuous persons after the death of Michelagnolo, even as we have seen it disturbed up to the present during his lifetime, these, my writings, such as they may be able to assist the faithful who are to be the executors of the mind of that rare man, and also to restrain the malignant desires of those who may seek to alter it, and so at one and the same time assist, delight, and open the minds of those beautiful intellects that are the friends of this profession and regard it as their joy. I must begin by saying that according to this model, made under the direction of Michelagnolo, I find that in the great work the whole space within the tribune will be 186 palms, speaking of its width from wall to wall, above the great cornice of the travertine, which curves in a round in interior, resting on the 4 great double piers that rise from the ground with their capitals carved in the Corinthian order, accompanied by their architrave, frieze, and cornice, likewise of travertine, which great cornice, curving right round over the great niches, rest supported upon the 4 great arches of the first part of the tribune, the rise of which commences in a basement of travertine with a platform 6 palms broad where one can walk. And this basement curves in a round in the manner of a wall, and its thickness is 33 palms and 11 inches, the height to the cornice 11 palms and 10 inches, the cornices over it about 8 palms, and its projection 6.5 palms. Into this basement you enter, in order to ascend the tribune, by 4 entrances that are over the arches of the niches, and the thickness of the basement is divided into 3 parts. That on the inner side is 15 palms, that on the outer side is 11 palms, and that in the center is 7 palms and 11 inches, which make up the thickness of 33 palms and 11 inches. This space in the center is hollow and serves as a passage, which is 2 squares in height and curves in a continuous round with a barrel-shaped vault. And in line with the 4 entrances are 8 doors, each of which rises in 4 steps, one of them leading to the level platform of the cornice of the first basement, 6 palms and a half in breadth, and another leading to the inner cornice that curves round the tribune, 8 palms and 3/4 broad, on which platforms, by each door, you can walk conveniently both within and without the edifice, and from one entrance to another in a curve of 201 palms, so that, the sections being 4, the whole circuit can be 804 palms. We now have to ascend from the level of this basement, upon which rest the columns and pilasters, and which forms the frieze of windows within all the way round, being 14 palms and 1 inch in height, and around it, on the outer side, there is at the foot a short order of cornice work, and so also at the top, which does not project more than 10 inches, and all of travertine. And so, in the thickness of the third part, above that on the inner side, which we have described as 15 palms thick, there is made at every quarter section a staircase, one half of which ascends in one direction and the second half in another, the width being 4 palms and a quarter. And this staircase leads to the level of the columns. Above this level there begins to rise, in line with the solid parts of the basement, 18 large piers, all of travertine, each adorned with 2 columns on the outer side and pilasters on the inner, as will be described below, and between the piers are left the spaces where there are able to be all the windows that are to give light to the tribune. These piers, on the sides pointing toward the central point of the tribune, are 36 palms in extent, and on the front sides 19.5. Each of them, on the outer side, has 2 columns, the lowest dado of which is 8 palms and 3/4 broad and 1 palm and a half height, the base of 5 palms and 8 inches broad and 1 palm and a half high, the base of 5 palms and 8 inches broad and palms and 11 inches high, the shaft of the column 43.5 palms high, 5 palms and 6 inches thick at the foot, and 4 palms and 9 inches at the top, the Corinthian capital 6 palms and a half high, with the crowns of moldings and 9 palms. Of these columns, 3/4 are to be seen, and the other quarter is merged into the corner with the accompaniment of the half of a pilaster that makes a salient angle on the inner side. And this is accompanied in the central inner space by the opening of an arched door 5 palms wide and 13 palms and 5 inches high, from the summit of which to the capitals of the pilasters and columns there is a filling of solid masonry, serving as a connection with 2 other pilasters that are similar to those that form a salient angle beside the columns. These 2 pilasters correspond to the others and adorn the size of 16 windows that go right round the tribune, each with a light 12 palms and a half wide and about 22 palms high. These windows are to be adorned on the outer side with varied architraves 2 palms and 3/4 high, and on the inner side they are to be adorned with orders likewise varied, with pediments and 3/4 rounds, and they are wide without and more narrow within, and so also they are sloped away at the foot of the inner side, so that they may give light over the frieze and cornice. Each of them is bordered by 2 flat pilasters that correspond in height to the columns without, so that there come to be 36 columns without and 36 pilasters within, over which pilasters is the architrave, which is 4 palms and 3/4 in height, the frieze 4.5, and the cornice 4 2/3, with a projection of 5 palms, and above this is to go a range of balusters, so that one may be able to walk all the way around there with safety. And in order that it may be possible to climb conveniently from the level where the columns begin, another staircase ascends in the same line within the thickness of the part that is 15 palms wide, in the same manner and of the same width, with 2 branches or ascents all the way up to the summit of the columns, with their capitals, architraves, friezes, and cornices, insomuch that, without obstructing the light of the windows, these stairs pass at the top into a spiral staircase of the same breadth, which finally reaches the level where the turning of the tribune is to begin. All this order, distribution, and ornamentation is so well varied, commodious, rich, durable, and strong, and serves so well to support the 2 vaults of the cupola, that is to be termed upon it that it is a very ingenious thing, and is all so well considered and then executed in masonry that there is nothing to be seen by the eyes of one who has knowledge and understanding that is more pleasing, more beautiful, or wrought with greater mastery, both on account of the binding together and the mortising of the stones, and because it has in it every part strength and eternal life, and also because of the great judgment wherewith he contrived to carry away the rain water by many hidden channels, and finally because he brought it to such perfection that all other fabrics that have been built and seem up to the present day appear as nothing in comparison with the grandeur of this one. And it has been a very great loss that those whose duty it was did not put all their power into the undertaking, for the reason that, before death took away from us that rare man, we should have seen that beautiful and terrible structure already raised. Up to this point has Michelangelo carried the masonry of the work, and it only remains to make a beginning with the vaulting of the tribune, of which, since the model has come down to us, we shall proceed to describe the design that he has left to the end, and it may be carried out. He turned the curve of this vault on 3 points that make a triangle in this manner: A, B, and beneath C. The point C, which is the lowest, is the principal one, wherewith he turned the first half circle of the tribune, with which he gave the form, height, and breadth of this vault, which he ordered to be built entirely of bricks well baked and fired, laid herringbone fashion. This shell he makes 4 palms and a half thick, and as thick at the top as at the foot, and leaving beside it, in the center, a space 4 palms and a half wide at the foot, which is to serve for the ascent of the stairs that are to lead to the lantern, rising from the platform of the cornice where there are balusters. The arch of the interior of the other shell, which is to be wider at the foot and narrower at the top, is turned on the point marked B, and the thickness of the shell at the foot is 4 palms and a half. And the last arch, which is to be turned in order to make the exterior of the cupola wider at the foot and narrowing towards the top, is to be raised on the point marked A, which arch turned, there remains at the top of the hollow space of the interior for the ascent of the stairs, which are 8 palms high, so that one may climb them upright, and the thickness of that shell comes to diminish little by little, insomuch that, being as before 4 palms and a half at the foot, it decreases at the top to 3 palms and a half. And the outer shell comes to be so well bound to the inner shell with bonds and with the stairs, that the one supports the other, while of the 8 parts into which the fabric is divided at the base, the 4 over the arches are left hollow in order to put less weight upon the arches, and the other 4 are bound and chained together with bonds upon the piers, so that the structures may have everlasting life. The stairs in the center, between one shell and the other, are constructed in this form. From the level where the springing of the vault begins, they rise in each of the 4 sections, and each ascends from 2 entrances, the stairs intersecting one another in the form of an X, until they have covered the half of the arch marked C on the upper side of the shell, when, having ascended straight up the half of that arch, the remaining space is then easily climbed circle after circle and step after step in a direct line, until finally one arrives at the eye of the cupola, where the rise of the lantern begins, around which, in accord with the diminution of the compartments that spring above the piers, there is a smaller range of double pilasters and windows, similar to those that are constructed in the interior, as will be described below. Over the first great cornice within the tribune, there begin, at the foot of the compartments for the recesses that are in the vault of the tribune, which are formed by 16 projecting ribs. These at the foot are as broad as the breadth of the 2 pilasters, which at the lower end border each window below the vault of the tribune, and they rise diminishing pyramidically as far as the eye of the lantern. At the foot they rest on pedestals of the same breadth and 12 palms high. And these pedestals rest upon the level platform of the cornice, which goes in a circle right round the tribune. Above this, in the recessed spaces between the ribs, there are 8 large ovals, each 29 palms high, and over them a number of straight-sided compartments, that are wider at the foot and narrower at the top, and 24 palms high. And then, the ribs drawing together, there comes above each straight-sided compartment a round 14 palms high, so that there comes to be 8 ovals, 8 straight-sided compartments, and 8 rounds, each range forming recesses that grow more shallow in succession. The ground of all these displays extraordinary richness, for Michelangelo intended to make the ribs and the ornaments of the said ovals, straight-sided compartments, and rounds all corniced in travertine. It remains for us to make mention of the surface and adornment of the arch on that side of the vault where the roofing is to go, which begins to rise from a base 25 palms and a half high, which has at the root a basement that has a projection of 2 palms, as have the crowning moldings at the top. The covering or roofing, which he proposed to cover it, is of lead, such as covers the roof of the old San Pietro at the present day, and is divided into 16 sections from one solid base to another, each base beginning where the 2 columns end, which are one on either side of it. In each of these sections in the center he made 2 windows, to give light to the inner space where the ascent of the stairs is, between the 2 shells, so that in all they are 32. These, by means of brackets that support a quarter round, he made projecting from the roof in such a manner as to protect the lofty and novel viewpoint from the rain. In a line with the center of the solid base, between each 2 columns, above which was the crowning cornice, sprang a rib, 1 to each, wider at the foot and narrower at the top, in all 16 ribs, 5 palms broad, in the center of each of which was a quadrangular channel 1 palm and a half wide, within which it is formed an ascension of steps about 1 palm high, by which to ascend or descend between the platform at the foot and the summit where the lantern begins. These are to be built of travertine and constructed with mortisings, to the end that the joints may be protected against water and ice during times of rain. The design for the lantern is reduced in the same proportion as all the rest of the work, so that taking lines around the circumference, everything comes to diminish in exact accord with proportionate measurements. It rises as a simple temple with round columns 2 by 2, like those on the solid bases below. These have pilasters to correspond to them, and one can walk all the way round and see from the central spaces between the pilasters, where the windows are, the interior of the tribune and the church. Above this, architrave, frieze, and cornice curves in a round, projecting over each pair of columns, and over these columns, in line with them, spring some collicules, which, together with some niches that divide them, to rise to find the end of the lantern, which, beginning to draw together, grows gradually narrower for a third of its height, in the manner of a round pyramid, until it reaches the ball, upon which, as the final crown of the structure, goes the cross. Many particulars and minute details I might have mentioned, such as air holes for the protection against earthquakes, water conduits, and various lights and other conveniences, but I omit them because the work is not yet come to completion, being content to have touched on the principal parts as well as I have been able. For since every part is in existence and can be seen, it is enough to have made the brief sketch, which is a great light to him who has no knowledge of the structure. The completion of this model caused the greatest satisfaction not only to all his friends, but to all Rome, the form of the fabric having been thus settled and established. It then came to pass that Paul IV died, and after him was elected Pius IV, who, while causing the building of the little palace in the woods of the Belvedere to be continued by Piero Ligorio, who remained architect of the palace, made many gracious offers and advances to Michelangelo. the motu proprio, originally received by Michelangelo from the Paul III, and then from Julius III and Paul IV, in respect of the fabric of San Pietro, he confirmed in his favor, and he restored to him a part of the revenues and allowances taken away by Paul IV, employing him in many of his works of building. And in his time he caused the fabric of San Pietro to be carried on vigorously. He made use of Michelangelo, in particular, in preparing a design for the tomb of Marchese Marignano, his brother, which, destined to be erected at the Duomo of Milan, was allotted by His Holiness to the Chevalier Leone of Arezzo, a most excellent sculptor and much the friend of Michelangelo, the form of which tomb will be described in the proper place. At this time, the Chevalier Leone made a very lively portrait of Michelangelo in a medal, and to please him he fashioned on the reverse side a blind man led by a dog with these letters around: "I will teach you your unjust ways, and the wicked will be converted to you." And Michelangelo, since it pleased him much, presented him a model in wax of Hercules crushing the Antaeus by his own hand, with certain of his designs. Of Michelangelo we have no other portraits but two in a painting, one by the hand of Bugiardini and the other by Jacopo del Conte, one in bronze executed full relief by Daniele Ricciarelli, and this one by the Chevalier Leone, from which portraits so many copies have been made that I have seen a good number in many places in Italy and in foreign parts. End of section 9. Section 10 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, Part 10. The same year, Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici, son of Duke Cosimo, went to Rome to receive the hat from Pius IV, and it fell to Vasari, as his servant and familiar friend, to go with him, which Vasari went there willingly and stayed about a month in order to enjoy Michelangelo, who received him with great affection and was always with him. Vasari had taken with him, by order of His Excellency, a model in wood of the whole ducal palace of Florence, together with designs of the new apartments that had been built and painted by him, which Michelangelo desired to see both in the model and in the designs, since, being old, he was not able to see the works themselves. These works, which were abundant and well varied with different inventions and fancies, began with the castration of Uranus, and continued in stories of Saturn, Ops, Ceres, Jove, Juno, and Hercules, each room having one of these names, with the stories in various compartments, even as the other chambers and halls, which were beneath these, had the names of the heroes of the house of Medici, beginning with the older Cosimo and continuing with Lorenzo, Leo X, Clement VII, Signor Giovanni, Duke Alessandro, and Duke Cosimo, in each of which were not only the stories of their actions, but also portraits of them, of their children, and of all the ancients renowned in statesmanship, in arms, and in letters taken from the life. Of these, Vasari had written a dialogue in which he explained all the stories, the end of the whole invention, and now the fables above harmonized with the stories below, which was read to Michelagnolo by Annibale Caro, and he took the greatest pleasure in it. This dialogue, when Vasari shall have more time, will be published. The result of all this was as follows. Vasari was desirous of setting his hand to the great hall, and since, as has been said elsewhere, the ceiling was low, making it stunted and wanting in lights, he had a desire to raise that ceiling. Now the Duke which would not make up his mind to give him leave that it should be raised. Not that the Duke feared the cost, as was seen afterward, but rather the danger of raising the beams of the roof 13 braccia. However, like a man of judgment, His Excellency consented that the advice of Michelagnolo should be taken, and Michelagnolo, having seen in that model the hall as it then was, and afterwards, all the beams having been removed and replaced by other beams with a new invention in the ceiling and walls, the same hall as it has since been made, with the invention of the stories likewise designed herein, liked it, and straightway became not a judge but a supporter, as he saw the facile method of raising the beams and the roof, and the plan for executing the whole work in a short time. Wherefore, on Vasari's return, he wrote to the Duke that he should carry out that undertaking, since it was worthy of his greatness. The same year, Duke Cosimo went to Rome with the Lady Duchess Leonora, his consort, and Michelagnolo, after the Duke's arrival, went straightway to see him. The Duke, after receiving him with many endearments, caused him, out of respect for his great genius, to sit by his side, and with much familiarity talk to him of all that he had caused to be done in painting and sculpture in Florence, and also of all he was minded to have done, and in particularly of the hall. And Michelagnolo again encouraged and reassured him in that matter, lamenting, since he had loved that lord, that he was not young enough to be able to serve him. His Excellency said that he had discovered the way to work porphyry, a thing which Michelagnolo could not believe, and the Duke therefore sent him, as has been related in the first chapter of the Treatise on Theory, the head of Christ wrought by the sculptor Francesco del Tadda, at which he was astonished, and he visited the Duke several times the while that he stayed in Rome, to his vast satisfaction. He did the same a short time afterward, when the most illustrious Don Francesco de' Medici, the Duke's son, went there, in whom Michelagnolo took such delight from the marks of regard and affection shown to him by his most illustrious Excellency, who spoke with him always cap in hand, having infinite reverence for so rare a man. And Michelagnolo wrote to Vasari that it vexed him to be old and infirm, for he would have liked to do something for that lord, but he was going about trying to buy some beautiful antique to send him in Florence. Being requested at this time by the Pope for a design for the Porta Pia, Michelagnolo made 3, all fantastic and most beautiful, of which the Pope chose the least costly for putting into execution, and it is now to be seen erected there with much credit to him. Perceiving the inclination of the Pope, and hoping that he would restore the other gates of Rome, he made many other designs for him, and he did the like at the request of the same pontiff in the matter of the new church of San Maria degli Angeli in the baths of Diocletian, in order to convert them into a temple for the use of Christians. A design by his hand prevailed over many others made by excellent architects, being executed with such beautiful considerations for the convenience of the Carthusian friars, who have now carried it almost to completion, that it caused his holiness and all the prelates and lords of the court to marvel, at the judgment of the lovely conceptions that he had drawn, availing himself of the skeleton of those baths, out of which was seen formed a most beautiful temple, with an entrance surpassing the expectations of all the architects, from which he acquired infinite praise and honor. For that place also he designed for his holiness a cibitorium of the sacrament in bronze, cast for the most part by Maestro Jacopo Ciciliano, an excellent bronze caster, who made his works come out very delicate and fine, without any roughness, so that they can be polished with a little labor, in which field he is a rare master, and gave much satisfaction to Michelagnolo. The Florentine colony had often talked among themselves of giving a good beginning to the church of San Giovanni in the Strada Giulia. Finally, all the heads of these richest houses having assembled together, they each promised to contribute in due proportion according to their means toward that fabric, insomuch that they contrived to collect a good sum of money, and then it was discussed among them whether it were better to follow the old lines or to have something new and finer. It was determined that something new should be erected on the old foundations, and finally they elected 3 men to have the charge of the fabric, who were Francesco Bandini, Uberto Ubaldini, and Tommaso de Bardi, and these requested Michelagnolo for a design, recommending themselves to him on the ground that it was a disgrace to their colony to have thrown away so much money without any kind of profit, and that, if his genius did not avail to finish the work, they had no other resource. He promised them to do it, and as much lovingness as he had ever shown in any work in the past, because in this his old age he readily gave his attention to sacred things, such as might rebound to the honor of God, and also from affection for his fellow Florentines, whom he loved always. Michelagnolo had with him at this conference the Florentine sculptor Tiberio Calcagni, a young man very ardent to learn art, who, after going to Rome, had turned his mind to the study of architecture. Loving him, Michelagnolo had given him to finish, as had been related, the Pietà in marble that he had broken, and in addition a head of Brutus in marble, with the breast considerably larger than life, to the end that he might finish it. Of this, the head alone was carved with certain most minute gradings, and he had taken it from a portrait of Brutus, cut in a very ancient cornelian that was in the possession of Signor Giuliano Ceserino, which Michelagnolo was doing for Cardinal Ridolfi at the entreaty of Messer Donato Gionati, his very dear friend, and it is a rare work. Michelagnolo, then, in matters of architecture, not being able by reason of old age to draw any more, or to make accurate lines, was making use of Tiberio, because he was very gentle and discreet, and thus, desiring to avail himself of him in such an undertaking, he laid on him the charge of tracing the plan of the site and the above-named church. That plan having been traced and carried straight away to Michelagnolo, at a time when it was not thought that he was doing anything, he gave him to understand through Tiberio that he had carried out their wishes, and finally showed them 5 of temples, which, having seen, they marveled. He said to them that they should choose one that pleased them, and they, not wishing to do it, left the matter to his judgment. But he insisted that they should decide of their own free will. Wherefore they all with one accord chose the richest. This having been adopted, Michelagnolo said to them that if they carried such a design to completion, neither the Greeks nor the Romans ever in their times executed such a work. Words that neither before nor afterward ever issued from the mouth of Michelangelo, for he was very modest. Finally, it was agreed that the direction should be left entirely to Michelangelo, and that the labor of executing the work should fall to Tiberio, with all of which they were content, Michelangelo promising them that Tiberio would serve them excellently well. And so, having given the ground plan to Tiberio to be drawn accurately and with correct measurements, he drew for him the profiles both within and without, and bade them make a model of clay, teaching him the way to execute it so that it might stand firm. In 10 days, Tiberio executed a model of 8 palms, which much pleased the whole Florentine colony, so that afterward they caused to be made from it a model of wood, which is now in the residence of the consuls of that colony. A thing as rare in its beauty, richness, and great variety as any temple that has ever been seen. A beginning was made with the building, and 5,000 crowns were spent. But the funds for that fabric failed, and so it was abandoned, at which Michelangelo felt very great displeasure. He obtained for Tiberio the commission to finish under his direction at San Maria Maggiore a chapel begun for Cardinal Santafiore, but it was left unfinished on account of the death of the cardinal, of Michelangelo, and of Tiberio himself, the death of which young man was a very great loss. Michelangelo had been 17 years in the fabric of San Pietro, and several times the deputies had tried to remove him from that position, but they had not succeeded, and they were seeking to oppose him in every matter, now with one vexatious pretext, and now with another, hoping that out of weariness, being now so old that he could do no more, he would retire before them. It happened in those days that Cesare da Casteldurante, which had been the overseer, died, and Michelangelo, to the end of that fabric might not suffer, sent there Luigi Gaeta, who was too young but very competent, until he should find a man after his desire. The deputies, some of whom had many times made efforts to place there Nanni di Baccio di Biggio, who was always urging them and promising great things, in order to be able to disturb the affairs of the fabric at their pleasure, sent Luigi Gaeta away, which, having heard, Michelangelo was in anger, would no longer show himself at the fabric, whereupon they began to give out that he could do no more, that it was necessary to give him a substitute, and that he himself had said that he did not much wish to be embroiled any longer with San Pietro. All this came to the ears of Michelangelo, who sent Daniele Ricciarelli of Volterra to Bishop Ferentino, one of the superintendents, who had said to the Cardinal of Capri that Michelangelo had told one of his servants that he did not wish to be mixed up with the fabric any longer. And Daniele said that this was by no means Michelangelo's desire. Ferentino complained that Michelangelo would not make his conception known, adding that it would be well for him to provide a substitute, and that he would have gladly accepted Daniele. And with this Michelangelo appeared to be content. Thereupon, Ferentino, having had the deputies informed in the name of Michelangelo that they now had a substitute, presented not Daniele, but in his place Nanni di Baccio Biggio, who came in and was accepted by the superintendents. Before very long he gave orders to make a scaffolding of wood from the side of the Pope's stables, where the hill is, to rise above the great recesses that is turned toward that side, and cause some stout beams of fir to be cut, saying that too many ropes were consumed in drawing up the materials, and that it was better to raise them above by his method. Which having heard, Michelagnolo went straight to the Pope, who was on the Piazza del Campidoglio, and made so much noise that His Holiness made him go at once into a room, where he said, "Holy Father, there has been appointed as my substitute by the deputies a man of whom I know nothing. But if they are convinced, and also your Holiness, that I am no longer the proper man, I will return to rest in Florence, where I will enjoy the favors of that great Duke who has so long desired me, and will finish my life in my own house. I therefore beg your gracious leave." The Pope was vexed at this, and consoling him with kind words, ordained that he should come to speak with him on the following day at the Aserabelle. There, having caused the deputies of the fabric to be assembled together, he desired to be informed of the reasons of what had happened. Whereupon their answers was that the fabric were going to ruin, and that errors were being made in it. Which having heard not to be the truth, the Pope commanded Signor Gabriele Serbellone that he should go to see the fabric for himself, and that Nanni, who was making these assertions, should show it to him. Well, this was carried out, and Signor Gabriele found that the whole story was a malicious slander, and not the truth. Wherefore Nanni was dismissed from that fabric with no very flattering words in the presence of many lords, being so reproached that by his fault the bridge of Santa Maria fell into ruin, and that at Ancona, seeking to do great things at little cost in the matter of cleaning out the harbor, he filled it up more in one day than the sea had done in 10 years. Such was the end of Nanni in the fabric of San Pietro. For that work, Michelagnolo for 17 years attended constantly to nothing but to establishing it securely with directions, doubting on account of those vigorous persecutions, lest it might come to be changed after his death, so that at the present day it is strong enough to allow the vaulting to be raised with perfect security. Thus it has been seen that God, who is the protector of the good, defended him as long as they lived, and worked for the benefit of the fabric and for the defense and master until his death. Moreover, Pius IV, living after him, commanded the superintendents of the fabric that nothing of what Michelagnolo had directed should be changed, and that even with greater authority his successor, Pius V, caused it to be carried out, who, lest disorder should arise, insisted that the designs made by Michelagnolo should be carried out into execution with the utmost fidelity, so that when the architects Piero Ligorio and Jacopo Vignuola were in charge of it, and Piero wished presumptuously to disturb and alter those directions, he was removed with little honor from that fabric, and only Vignuola remained. Finally, that pontiff, being full of zeal, no less for the honor of the fabric of San Pietro than for the Christian religion, in the year 1565, when Vasari went to kiss the feet of His Holiness, and in that year, 1566, when he was again summoned, nothing was discussed save the means to ensure the observing of the designs left by Michelagnolo. And His Holiness, in order to obviate all chances of disorder, commanded Vasari that he should go with Messer Guglielmo Sangaletti, the private treasurer of His Holiness, to seek out Bishop Ferentino, the head of the superintendents of San Pietro, with orders from the pontiff that he should listen to all suggestions and records of importance that Vasari might import to him, to the end that no words of any malignant and presumptuous person might ever cause to be disturbed any line or order left by the excellent genius of Michelagnolo, of happy memory, and at that interview was presented Messer Giovan Battista Altoviti, who was much the friend of Vasari and of these arts. And Ferratino, having heard a discourse that Vasari made to him, readily accepted every record and promised to observe and to cause to be observed with the utmost fidelity that fabric, every order, design that Michelangelo had left for that purpose, and, in addition, to be the protector, defender, and preserver of the labors of that great man. But to return to Michelangelo, I must relate that about a year before his death, Vasari secretly prevailed upon Duke Cosimo de' Medici to persuade the Pope by means of Messer Aviardo Serristori, his ambassador, that since Michelangelo was much reduced, a diligent watch should be kept on those who were about him to take care of him, or who visited him at his house, and that in the event of some sudden accident happening to him, such as might well happen to an old man, he should make arrangements for his property, designs, cartoons, models, money, and all his other possessions at the time of his death to be set down in an inventory and placed in security for the sake of the Fabrique of San Pietro, so that if there were things pertaining to that fabric, and also to the sacristy, library, and façade of San Lorenzo, they might not be taken away, as is often wont to happen, and in the end, all this being duly carried out, such diligence had its reward. Leonardo, the nephew of Michelangelo, was desirous to go during the coming Lent to Rome, as one who guessed that he was now come to the end of his life, and at this Michelangelo was content. When, therefore, he fell sick of a slow fever, he straightway caused Danielo to write to Leonardo that he should come. But the illness grew worse, although Messer Ferradiggio Donati was his physician, and his other attendants were about him, and with perfect consciousness he made his will in 3 sentences, leaving his soul into the hands of God, his body to the earth, and his substance to his nearest relatives, and enjoining on his friends that, at his passing from this life, they should recall to him the agony of Jesus Christ. And so at the 23rd hour of the 17th day of February, in the year 1563, after the Florentine reckoning, which, according to the Roman, would be 1564, he breathed his last to go to a better life. Michelangelo was much inclined to the labors of art, seeing that everything, however difficult, succeeded with him, he having had from nature a genius very apt and ardent in these most noble arts of design. Moreover, in order to be entirely perfect, innumerable times he made anatomical studies, dissecting men's bodies in order to see the principles of their construction and the concatenation of the bones, muscles, veins, and nerves, the various movements and all the postures of the human body, and not of men only, but also of animals, particularly of horses, which last he had delighted to keep. Of all these he desired to learn the principles and laws in so far as touched his art, and this knowledge he so demonstrated in the work that fell to him to handle, that those who attended to no other study than this do not know more. So he executed his works, whether with the brush or with the chisel, that they are almost inimitable, and he gave to his labors, as has been said, such art and grace and a loveliness of such a kind that, be it said without offense to any, he surpassed and vanquished the architects, having been able to wrest things out of the greatest difficulties with such facility that they do not appear wrought with effort, although whoever draws his works after him finds enough in imitating them. The genius of Michelangelo was recognized in his lifetime, and not as happens to many, after death. For it has been seen that Julius II, Leo X, Clement VII, Paul III, Julius III, Paul IV, and Pius V, all supreme pontiffs, always wished to have him near them. And also, as is known, Suleiman, Emperor of the Turks, Francis of Valois, King of France, the Emperor Charles V, and the Signora of Venice, and finally, and has been related, Duke Cosimo de' Medici, all offering him honorable salaries for no other reason but to avail themselves of his great genius. This does not happen to save men of great worth, such as he was, and it is evident and well known that all these three arts were so perfected in him that it is not found that among persons ancient or modern, in all the many years that the sun has been twirling around, God has granted this to any other but Michelangelo. He had imagination of such a kind, and so perfect, and the things conceived by him in idea were such that often, though not being able to express with the hands conceptions so terrible and grand, he abandoned his works, nay, destroyed many of them, and I know that a little before he died he burned a great number of designs, sketches, and cartoons made with his own hand, to the end that no one might see the labors endured by him and his methods of trying his genius, and that he might not appear less than perfect. Of such I have some by his hand, found in Florence and placed in my book of drawings, from which, although the greatness of that brain is seen in them, it is evident that when he wished to bring forth Minerva from the head of Love, he had to use a Vulcan's hammer. Thus he used to make his figures in the proportions of 9, 10, and even 12 heads, seeking naught else but that in putting them all together there should be a certain harmony of grace in the whole, which nature does not present, saying that it was necessary to have the compasses in the eyes and not in the hand, because the hands work and the eye judges, which method he also used in architecture. No one should think it strange that Michelangelo delighted in solitude, he having been one who was enamored of his art, which claims a man, with all his thoughts, for himself alone. Moreover, it is necessary that he who wishes to attend to her studies should shun society, and while attending to the considerations of art, he never alone or without thoughts. And those who attributed it to caprice and eccentricity are wrong, because he who wishes to work well must withdraw himself from all cares and vexations, since art demands contemplation, solitude, and ease of life, and will not suffer the mind to wander. For all this he prized the friendship of many great persons and of learned and ingenious men at convenient times, and those he maintained. Thus the great Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici loved him greatly, and having heard that a Turkish horse that he possessed pleased Michelangelo because of its beauty, it was sent as a present to him by the liberality of that lord, with 10 mules laden with fodder and a serving man to attend to it. And Michelangelo accepted it willingly. The illustrious Cardinal Pole was much his friend, Michelangelo being enamored of his goodness and his talents, also Cardinal Farnese and Santa Croce, which later afterwards became Pope Marcellus, Cardinal Ridolfi, Cardinal Maffeo, Monsignor Bembo, Carpi, and other cardinals, bishops, and prelates, whom it is not necessary to name. Others were Monsignor Cardinal Claudio Tolome, the magnificent Messer Ottaviano de' Medici, his gossip, whose son he held at baptism, and Messer Bindo Altoviti, to whom he presented that cartoon of the chapel, in which Noah, drunk with wine, is derided by some of his sons, and his nakedness covered by the two others. Messer Lorenzo Ridolfi, Messer Annibale Caro, and Giovan Francesco Lottini of Volterra. But infinitely more than any of the others he loved Messer Tommaso de Cavalieri, a Roman gentleman, for whom, being a young man and much inclined to these arts, he made to the end that he might learn to draw many most superb drawings of divinely beautiful heads, designed in black and red chalk. And then he drew for him a Ganymede rapt to heaven by Jove's eagle, a Tityus with a vulture devouring his heart, the chariot of the sun falling into Python, into the Po, and a bacchanal of children, which are all in themselves most rare things, and drawings the like of which have never been seen. Michelangelo made a life-size portrait of Messer Tommaso in a cartoon, and neither before nor afterward did he take the portrait of anyone, because he abhorred executing a resemblance to the living subject unless it were of extraordinary beauty. These drawings, on account of the great delight that Messer Tommaso took in them, were the reason that he afterward obtained a good number miraculous things, which Michelangelo once drew for Fra Sebastiano Vinziano, who carried them into execution, and in truth he rightly measures them as relics, and he has courteously given craftsmen access to them. Of a truth, Michelangelo always placed his affection with persons noble, deserving and worthy of them, for he had true judgment and taste in all things. Messer Tommaso afterwards caused Michelangelo to make many designs for friends, such as that of the picture for Cardinal de Sacis, wherein is Our Lady receiving the Annunciation from the angel, a novel thing which was afterward executed in colors by Marcello Mantovano and placed in the marble chapel which that cardinal caused to be built in the church of the Pace at Rome. So also with another Annunciation colored likewise by the hand of Marcello in a picture of the church of San Giovanni Laterno, the design of which belongs to Duke Cosimo de' Medici, having been presented after Michelangelo's death by his nephew Leonardo Buonarroti to His Excellency, who cherishes it as a jewel, together with a Christ praying in the garden, and many other designs, sketches, and cartoons by the hand of Michelangelo, and likewise the statue of Victory with a captive beneath, 5 braccia in height, and 4 captives in the rough, which serve to teach us how to carve figures from the marble by a method secure from any chance of spoiling the stone, which method is as follows. You take a figure in wax or some other solid material and lay it horizontally in a vessel of water, which water being by its nature flat and level at the surface, you raise the said figure little by little from the level, so that it comes about that the more salient parts are revealed, while the lower parts, those namely on the underside of the figure, remain hidden, until in the end it all comes into view. In the same manner must figures be carved out of marble with a chisel, first laying bare the more salient parts, and then, little by little, the lower parts. And this method may be seen to have been followed by Michelangelo in the above-captioned captives, which His Excellency wishes to be used as exemplars for his academicians. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelangelo Buonarroti, Part 11. Michelangelo loved his fellow craftsmen and held intercourse with them, as with Jacopo Sansovino, Rosso, Pontormo, Daniele da Volterra, and Giorgio Vasari of Arezzo, to which last he showed innumerable kindnesses, and he was the reason that Giorgio gave his attention to architecture, intending to make use of him some day, and he readily conferred and discussed matters of art with him. Those who say that he was not willing to teach are wrong, because he was always willing with his intimates and with anyone who asked him for counsel, and I have been present on many such occasions. But of these, out of consideration, I say nothing, not wishing to reveal the deficiencies of others. It may be urged that he had bad fortune with those who lived with him in his house, which was because he hit upon natures little able to imitate him. Thus, Pietro Urbano of Pistoia, his pupil, was a man of parts, but would never exert himself. Antonio Mini was willing, but had no aptitude of brain, and when the wax is hard, it does not readily take an impression. Ascanio dalla Ripa Transoni took great pains, but of this no fruits were ever seen, either in designs or in finished works, and he toiled several years over a picture for which Michelangelo had given him a cartoon. In the end, all the good expectation in which he was held vanished in smoke, and I remember that Michelangelo would be seized with compassion for his toil, and would assist him with his own hand, but this profited him little. If he had found a nature after his heart, as he told me several times, in spite of his age he would often have made anatomical studies, and would have written upon them, for the benefit of his fellow craftsmen, for he was disappointed by several. But he did not trust himself, through not being able to express himself in writing as he would have liked, because he was not practiced in diction, although in the prose of his letters he explained his conceptions very well, in a few words. He much delighted in readings of the poets in the vulgar tongue, and particularly of Dante, whom he much admired, imitating him in his conceptions and inventions, and so, with Petrarca, having delighted to make madrigals and sonnets of great weight, upon which commentaries have been written. Monsieur Benedetto Varchi gave a lecture in the Florentine Academy upon that sonnet, which begins, Non ha Latino artista alcun concetto, ch'un marmoc solo in si non circumscriva. Michelangelo sent a vast number by his own hand, receiving answers in rhyme and in prose, to the most illustrious Marchioness of Pescara, of whose virtues he was enamored, and she likewise of his. And she went many times to Rome from Viterbo to visit him, and Michelangelo designed for her a dead Christ in the lap of Our Lady, with two little angels, all most admirable, and a Christ fixed on the cross, who, with the head uplifted, is recommending his spirit to the Father, a divine work, and also a Christ with the woman of Samaria at the well. He much delighted in the sacred scriptures, like the excellent Christian that he was, and he held in great veneration the works written by Fra Girolamo Savonarola, because he had heard the voice of that friar in the pulpit. He greatly loved human beauty for the sake of imitation in art, being able to select from the beautiful the most beautiful, for without this imitation no perfect work can be done, but not with lasciviousness and disgraceful thoughts, as he proved by his way of life, which was very frugal. Thus, when he was young, all intent on his work, he contented himself with a little bread and wine, and this he continued when old, until the time when he was painting the Judgment in the chapel, taking his refreshment in the evening when he had finished the day's work, but always very frugally. and although he was rich, he lived like a poor man, nor did any friend ever eat at his table, or rarely, and he would not accept presents from anyone, because it appeared to him that if anyone gave him something, he would be bound to him forever. This sober life kept him very active, and in want of very little sleep. And often during the night, not being able to sleep, he would rise to labor with the chisel. Having made a cap of thick paper, and over the center of his head he kept a lighted candle, which in this way threw light over where he was working without encumbering his hands. Vasari, who had seen the cap several times, reflected that he did not use wax, but candles of pure goat's tallow, which are excellent, sent him 4 bundles of these, which weighed 40 libra, and his servant, with all courtesy, carried them to him at the 2nd hour of the evening, and presented them to him. But Michelangelo refused them, declaring that he did not want them, and then the servant said, "They have broken my arms on the way between the bridge and here, and I shall not carry them back to the house. Now here, in front of your door, there is a solid heap of mud. They will stand in it beautifully, and I will set them all aright." Michelangelo said to him, "Put them down here, for I will not have you playing pranks at my door." He told me that often in his youth he slept in his clothes, being weary with labor, and not caring to take them off, only to have to put them on again later. There are some who have taxed him with being avaricious, but they are mistaken, for both with works of art and with his substance he proved the contrary. Of works of art, as has been seen and related, he presented to Messer Tommaso di Cavalieri, to Messer Bindo, and to Fra Sebastiano, designs of considerable value, and to Antonio Mini, his pupil, all his designs, all his cartoons, and the picture of the Leda, and all the models in clay and wax that he ever made, which, as has been related, were all left in France. To Corrado Perini, a Florentine gentleman who was very much his friend, he gave 3 sheets with some divine heads in black chalk, which since Perini's death have come into the hands of the most illustrious Don Francesco, Prince of Florence, who treasures them as jewels, as indeed they are. For Bartolomeo Bettini, he made a cartoon, which he presented to him, of a Venus with a Cupid that is kissing her, a divine thing which is now in the possession of Bettini's heirs in Florence. And for the Marchesa del Vasto, he made a cartoon of a Noli Me Tangere, a rare thing, and these 2 last were painted excellently well by Portomo, as has been related. He presented the 2 captives to Signor Roberto Strozzi, and the Pieta in marble, which he broke to Antonio, his servant, and to Francesca Fantini. I know not, therefore, how this man can be taxed with avarice, he having given away so many things for which he could have obtained thousands of crowns. What better proof can I give than this, that I know from personal experience that he made many designs and went to see many pictures and buildings without demanding any payment? But let us come to the money earned by him by the sweat of his brow, not from revenues, not from traffickings, but from his own study and labor. Can he be called avaricious, who succored many poor persons, as he did, and secretly married off a good number of girls, and enriched those who served him and assisted him in his works, as with his servant Urbino, whom he made a very rich man? This Urbino was his man of all work, and had served him a long time. And Michelangelo said to him, "If I die, what will you do?" And he answered, "I will serve another master." "You poor creature," said Michelangelo, "I will save you from such misery," and presented 2,000 crowns to him in one sum, an act such as is generally left to Caesars and pontiffs. To his nephew, moreover, he gave 3,000 and 4,000 crowns at a time, and at the end he left him 10,000 crowns besides his property in Rome. Michelangelo was a man of tenacious and profound memory, so that, On seeing the works of others only once, he remembered them perfectly, and could avail himself of them in such a manner that scarcely anyone has ever noticed it. Nor did he ever do anything that resembled another thing by his hand, because he remembered everything that he had done. In his youth, being once with his painter friends, they played for a supper for him who should make a figure most completely wanting in design and clumsy, after the likeness of the puppet figures which those make who know nothing, scrawling upon walls, and in this he availed himself of his memory, for he remembered having seen one of those absurdities on a wall, and drew it exactly as if he had had it before him, and thus surpassed all those painters, a thing difficult for a man so steeped in design, and accustomed to choice works, to come out of with credit. He was full of disdain, and rightly, against anyone who did him an injury, but he was never seen to run to take revenge. Nay, rather, he was most patient, modest in all his ways, very prudent and wise in his speech, with answers full of weight, and at times sayings most ingenious, amusing, and acute. He said many things that have been written down by me, of which I shall include only a few, because it would take too long to give them all. A friend having spoken to him of death, saying that it must grieve him much, because he had lived in continual labor in matters of art, and had never had any repose, he answered that all that was nothing, because, if life is a pleasure to us, death, being likewise by the hand of one and the same master, should not displease us. To a citizen who found him by Orson Michel in Florence, where he had stopped to gaze at Donato's statue of St. Mark, and who asked him what he thought of that figure, Michelangelo answered that he had never seen a figure that had more of the air of a good man than that one, and that if St. Mark was like that, one could give credence to what he had written. Being shown the drawing of a boy then beginning to learn to draw, who was recommended to him, some persons excusing him because it was not long since he had applied himself to art, he replied, "That is evident." He said a similar thing to a painter who had painted a Pieta, and had not acquitted himself well. It is indeed a pitiful thing to see. Having heard that Sebastiano Vinciano had to paint a friar in the chapel of St. Pietro a Montorio, he said that this would spoil the work for him, and being asked why he said that, he answered, since they have spoiled the world, which is so large, it would not be surprising if they was to spoil such a small thing as that chapel. A painter had executed a work with very great pains, toiling over it a long time, but when it was given to view, he had made a considerable profit. Michelangelo was asked what he thought of the craftsman, and he answered, "As long as this man strives to be rich, he will always remain a poor creature." One of his friends, who was a churchman and used formerly to say Mass, having arrived in Rome all covered with points and silk, saluted Michelangelo, but he pretended not to see him, so that the friend was forced to declare his name to him. Michelangelo expressed marvel that he should be in that habit, and then added, as if it were to congratulate him, "Oh, but you are magnificent. If you were as fine within as I see you to be without, it would be well with your soul." The same man had recommended a friend to Michelangelo, who had given him a statue to execute, praying him that he should have something more given to him, which Michelangelo graciously did. But the envy of the friend, who had made the request to Michelangelo only in the belief that he would not grant it, brought it about that, perceiving that the master had granted it after all, he complained of it. This matter was reported to Michelangelo, and he answered that he did not like men made like sowers, using a metaphor from architecture, and meaning that it is difficult to have dealings with men who have two mouths. Being asked by a friend what he thought of one who had counterfeited in marble some of the most celebrated antique figures, and boasted that in his imitations he had surpassed the antiques by a great measure, Michelangelo replied, "He who goes behind others can never go in front of them, and he who is not able to work well for himself cannot make good use of the works of others." A certain painter, I know not who, had executed a work wherein was an ox, which looked better than any other part, and Michelangelo, being asked why the painter had made the ox more lifelike than the rest, said, "Any painter can make a good portrait of himself." Passing by St. Giovanni in Florence, he was asked his opinion of those doors, and he answered, "They are so beautiful that they would do well at the gates of paradise." While serving a prince who kept changing plans every day and would never stand firm, Michelangelo said to a friend, "This lord has a brain like a weathercock, which turns round with every wind that blows on it." He went to see a work of sculpture which was about to be sent out because it was finished, and the sculptor was taking much trouble to arrange the lights from the windows, to the end that it might show up well. Whereupon Michelangelo said to him, "Do not trouble yourself. The important thing will be the light of the piazza," meaning to infer that when works are in public places, the people must judge whether they are good or bad. There was a great prince in Rome who had a notion to play the architect, and he had caused certain niches to be built in which to place figures, each 3 squares high, with a ring at the top, and having tried to place various statues within these niches, which did not turn out well, he asked Michelangelo what he should place in them, and he answered, "Hang bunches of eels from those rings." There was appointed to the government of the fabric of St. Pietro a gentleman who professed to understand Vitruvius, and to be a critic of the work done. Michelangelo was told, "You have obtained for the fabric one who has a great intelligence," and he answered, "That is true, but he has a bad judgment." A painter had executed a scene and had copied many things from various other works, both drawings and pictures. Nor was there anything in that work that was not copied. It was shown to Michelangelo, who, having seen it, was asked by a very dear friend what he thought of it, and he replied, "He has done well, but I know not what this scene will do on the day of judgment, when all bodies shall recover their members, for there will be nothing left of it." A warning to those who practice art, that they should make a habit of working by themselves. Passing through Medina, he saw many beautiful figures by the hands of Maestro Antonio Bigarini, a sculptor of Medina, made of terracotta and colored in imitation of marble, which appeared to him to be excellent works. And since that sculptor did not know how to work marble, Michelangelo said, "If this clay were to become marble, woe to the ancient statues." Michelangelo was told that he should show resentment against Nanni di Biggio, who was seeking every day to compete with him. But he answered, "He who contends with men of no account never gains a victory." A priest, his friend, said to him, "It is a pity that you have not taken a wife, so that you might have had many children and left them all your honorable labors." And Michelangelo replied, "I have only too much of a wife in this art of mine, who has always kept me in tribulation, and my children shall be the works that I may leave, which, even if they are not, will live a while." Woe to Lorenzo di Bartolito Ghiberti, if he had not made the gates of St. Giovanni, for his children and grandchildren sold or squandered all that he left, but the gates are still standing. Vasari sent by Julius III to Michelangelo's house for a design at the first hour of the night, found him working at the Pieta in marble that he broke. Michelangelo, recognizing him by the knock at the door, left his work and took a lamp with his hand by the handle. Vasari explained what he wanted, whereupon Michelangelo sent Urbino upstairs for the design, and then they entered into another conversation. Meanwhile, Vasari turned his eyes to examine a leg of the Christ, at which he was working, seeking to change it, and in order to prevent Vasari from seeing it, he let the lamp fall from his hand, and they were left in darkness. He called to Urbino to bring a light, and meanwhile came forth from the enclosure where the work was, and said, I am so old that death often pulls me by the cloak, that I may go with him, and one day this body of mine will fall like the lamp, and the light of my life will be spent. For all this, he took pleasure in certain kinds of men after his taste, such as Michelagnolo, a commonplace and clownish painter of Valdano, who was a most diverting person. He would come at times to Michelagnolo, that he might make for him a design of St. Rocco or St. Anthony, to be painted for peasants, and Michelagnolo, who was with difficulty persuaded to work for kings, would deign to set aside all his other work and make him simple designs suited to his manner and his wishes, as Michelagnolo himself used to say. Among other things, Michelagnolo persuaded him to make a model of a crucifix, which was very beautiful. Of this he made a mold, from which he formed copies in pasteboard and other materials, and these he went about selling throughout the countryside. Michelagnolo would burst out laughing at him, particularly because he used to meet with fine adventures, as with a countryman who commissioned him to paint a St. Francis, and was displeased because Michelagnolo had made the vestment gray, whereas he would have liked it of a finer color, whereupon Michelagnolo painted over the saint's shoulders a pluvial of brocade, and so contented him. He loved likewise the stone-cutter Topolino, who had a notion of being an able sculptor, but was in truth very feeble. This man spent many years in the mountains of Carrara, sending marble to Michelagnolo, nor would he ever send a boatload without adding 2 or 3 or 4 little figures blocked out with his own hand, at which Michelagnolo would die of laughing. Finally Topolino returned, and, having blocked out a Mercury from a piece of marble, he set himself to finish it, and one day, when there was little left to do, he desired that Michelagnolo should see it, and straitly besought him that he should tell him his opinion. You are a madman to try to make figures, Topolino, said Michelagnolo. Do you not see that your Mercury is more than 1/3 of a braccio too short, between the knees and the feet, and that you have made him a dwarf and all misshapen? Oh, that is nothing. If there is nothing else wrong, I will put it right. Leave it to me. Michelagnolo laughed once more at his simplicity, and when he was gone, Topolino took a piece of marble, and, having cut the Mercury 1/4 of a braccio below the knees, he let it into the new piece of marble and joined it neatly together, making a pair of buskins for the Mercury, the tops of which were above the joins, and so he added the length required. Then he invited Michelagnolo to come and showed him his work once again, and the master laughed, marveling that such simpletons, when driven by necessity, form resolutions of which able men are not capable. While Michelagnolo was having a tomb of Julius II finished, he caused a marble hewer to execute a terminal figure for placing in the tomb in St. Pietro in Vincola, saying to him, cut away this today, level that, polish here, insomuch that, without the other noticing it, he enabled him to make a figure. Wherefore, when it was finished, the man gazed at it marveling, and Michelagnolo said, what do you think of it? I think it fine, he answered, and I am much obliged to you. Why so? Asked Michelagnolo. Because by your means I have discovered a talent that I did not know I possessed. Now, to be brief, I must record that the master's constitution was very sound, but he was lean and well knit together with nerves, and although as a boy he was delicate, and as a man he had 2 serious illnesses, he could always endure any fatigue and had no infirmity, save that in his old age he suffered from dysuria and from gravel, which in the end developed into the stone, wherefore for many years he was syringed by the hand of Maestro Rialto Colombo, his very dear friend, who treated him with great diligence. He was of middle stature, broad in the shoulders, but well proportioned in all the rest of his body. In his latter years he wore buskins of dogskin on the legs, next to the skin, constantly for whole months together, so that afterwards, when he sought to take them off, on drawing them off, the skin often came away with them. Over the stockings he wore boots of cordwain, fastened on the inside as a protection against damp. His face was round, the brow square and spacious, with 7 straight lines, and the temples projected considerably beyond the ears, which ears were somewhat on the large side, and stood out from the cheeks. The body was in proportion to the face, or rather on the large side, the nose somewhat flattened, as was said in the life of Torrigiano, who broke it for him with his fist, the eyes rather on the small side, of the color of horn, spotted with bluish and yellowish gleams, the eyebrows with few hairs, the lips thin, with the lower lip rather thicker and projecting a little, the chin well-shaped and in proportion with the rest, the hair black, but mingled with white hairs like the beard, which was not very long, forked, and not very thick. Truly his coming was to the world, as I said at the beginning, an exemplar sent by God to the men of our arts, to the end that they might learn from his life the nature of noble character, and from his works what true and excellent craftsmen ought to be. And I, who have to praise God for infinite blessings, as in seldom wont to happen with men of our profession, count it among the greatest blessings that I was born at the time when Michelangelo was alive, that I was thought worthy to have him as my master, and that he was so much my friend and intimate, as everyone knows, and as the letters written by him to me, now in my possession, bear witness, and out of love for truth, and also from the obligation that I feel to his loving kindness, I have contrived to write many things of him, and all true, which many others have not been able to do. Another blessing he used to point out to me himself. You should thank God, Giorgio, who has caused you to serve Duke Cosimo, who, in his contentment that you should build and paint and carry into execution his conceptions and designs, has grudged no expense, and you will remember, if you consider it, that the others whose lives you have written did not have such advantages. With most honorable obsequies, and with the concourse of all the craftsmen, all his friends, and all the Florentine colony, Michelangelo was given burial in a sepulchre at St. Apostolo, in the sight of all Rome, His Holiness having intended to make him some particular memorial and tomb in St. Pietro at Rome. Leonardo, his nephew, arrived when all was over, although he traveled post. When Duke Cosimo was informed of the event, he confirmed his resolve that since he had not been able to have him and honor him alive, he would have him brought to Florence and not hesitate to honor him with all manner of pomp after death. And the body was sent secretly in a bale under the title of merchandise, which method was adopted lest there might be a tumult in Rome, and lest perchance the body of Michelangelo might be detained and prevented from leaving Rome for Florence. But before the body arrived, the news of the death having been heard, the principal painters, sculptors, and architects were assembled together at the summons of the lieutenant of their academy, and they were reminded by that lieutenant, who at that time was the Reverend Don Vincenzio Borghini, that they were obliged by virtue of their statutes to pay due honor to the death of any of their brethren, and that, they having done this so lovingly, and with such universal satisfaction in the obsequies of Fra Giovanni Agnolo Montesolo, who had been the first to die after the creation of the Academy, that they should look well to what it might be proper for them to do in honor of Buonarroti, who had been elected by a unanimous vote of the whole body of the company as the first academician and the head of them all, to which proposal they all replied, as men most deeply indebted and affected to the genius of so great a man, that at all costs pains should be taken to do him honor in the best and finest ways available to them. This done, in order not to have to assemble so many persons together every day, to their great inconvenience, and to the end that matters might proceed more quietly. 4 men were elected as heads of the obsequies and the funeral pomp that were to be held. The painters Agnolio Bronzino and Giorgio Vasari, and the sculptors Benvenuto Cellini and Bartolomeo and Menotti, all men of illustrious name and eminent ability in their arts, to the end, I say, that they might consult and determine between themselves and the lieutenant what was to be done in each particular, and in what way, with authority and power to dispose of the whole body of the company and academy. This charge they accepted all the more willingly because all the members, young and old, each of his own profession, offered their services for the execution of such pictures and statues as had to be done for that funeral pomp. They then ordained that the lieutenant, in pursuance of his office, and the consuls, in the name of the company and academy, should lay the whole matter before the Lord Duke, and beseech him for all the aids and favors that might be necessary, and especially for permission to have those obsequies held in St. Lorenzo, the church of the most illustrious house of Medici, wherein are the greater part of the works by the hand of Michelangelo, that there are to be seen in Florence, and, in addition, that His Excellency should allow Messer Benedetto Varchi to compose and deliver the funeral oration, to the end that the excellent genius of Michelangelo might be extolled by the rare eloquence of a man so great as was Varchi, who, being in the particular service of His Excellency, would not have undertaken such a charge without a word from him, although they were very certain that, as one most loving by nature and deeply affected to the memory of Michelangelo, of himself he would never have refused. This done, and the academicians dismissed, the above-named lieutenant wrote to the Lord Duke a letter of his precise tenor. The Academy and company of painters and sculptors, having resolved among themselves, if it should please your most illustrious Excellency, to do honor in some sort of the memory of Michelangelo Buonarroti, both from the general obligation due from their profession to the extraordinary genius of one who was perhaps the greatest craftsman who has ever lived, and from their particular obligation through their belonging to a common country, and also because of the great advantage that these professions have received from the perfection of his works and inventions, insomuch that they hold themselves obliged to prove their affection to his genius in whatever way they are able. They have laid this, their desire, before your illustrious Excellency in a letter, and have besought you, as their peculiar refuge, for a certain measure of assistance. I, entreated by them, and being, as I think, obliged because your most illustrious Excellency has been content that I should be again this year in their company, with the title of your lieutenant, with the added reason that the proposal is a generous one and worthy of virtuous and grateful minds. And above all, knowing how your most illustrious Excellency is the patron of talent, and as it were a haven and unique protector for ingenious persons in this age, even surpassing in this respect your forefathers, who bestowed extraordinary favors on those excellent in these professions, as by order of the magnificent Lorenzo Giotto, already so long dead, received a statue in the principal church, and Fra Filippo a most beautiful tomb of marble at his expense, while many others obtained the greatest benefits and honors on various occasions. Moved, I say, by all these reasons, I have taken it upon myself to recommend to your most illustrious Excellency the petition of this Academy, that they may be able to honor the genius of Michelangelo, the particular nursling and pupil of the school of the magnificent Lorenzo, which will be an extraordinary pleasure to them, a vast satisfaction to men in general, no small incitement to the professors of these arts, and to all Italy a proof of the lofty mind and overflowing goodness of your most illustrious excellency, whom may God long preserve in happiness for the benefit of your people and the support of every talent. To which letter the above-named Lord Duke answered thus: Reverend and well-beloved friend, the zeal that this Academy has displayed and continues to display to honor the memory of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, who has passed from this to a better life, has given us much consolation for the loss of a man so extraordinary, and we wish not only to satisfy them in all that they have demanded in their memorial, but also to have his remains brought to Florence, which, according as we are informed, was his own desire. All this we are writing to the aforesaid Academy, to encourage them to celebrate by every possible means the genius of that great man. May God content you in your desire. Of the letter, or rather memorial, of which mention has been made above, addressed by the Academy to the Lord Duke, the tenor was as follows. Most illustrious, etc. The Academy and the men of the Company of Design, created by the grace and favor of your most illustrious excellency, knowing with what solicitude and affection you caused the body of Michelagnolo Buonarroti to be brought to Florence by means of your representative in Rome, have assembled together and have unanimously determined that they shall celebrate his obsequies in the best manner in their power and knowledge. Wherefore they, knowing that your most illustrious excellency was revered by him, as much as you yourself loved him, beseech you that you should deign in your infinite goodness and liberality to grant to them, first, that they may be allowed to celebrate the said obsequies in the Church of St. Lorenzo, a church built by your ancestors, in which are so many beautiful works wrought by his hand, both in architecture and in sculpture, and near which you are minded to have erected a place that shall be, as it were, a nest in an abiding school of architecture, sculpture, and painting for the above-named Academy and Company of Design. Secondly, they pray you that you should consent to grant a commission to Messer Benedetto Varchi, that he shall not only compose the funeral oration, but also deliver it with his own mouth, as he has promised most freely that he would do, when besought by us, in the event of your most illustrious excellency consenting. In the third place, they entreat and pray you that you should deign, in the same goodness and liberality of your heart, to supply them with all that may be necessary for them in celebrating the above-mentioned obsequies, over and above their own resources, which are very small. All these matters, and each singly, have been discussed and determined in the presence and with the consent of the most magnificent and reverend Monsignor, Messer Vincenzio Borghini, Prior of the Innocenti and Lieutenant of your most illustrious excellency in the aforesaid Academy and Company of Design, which, etc. To which the letter of the Academy, the Duke made this reply. Well, beloved Academicians, we are well content to give full satisfaction to your petitions. So great is the affection that we have always borne to the rare genius of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, and that we still bear to all your profession. Do not hesitate, therefore, to carry out all that you have proposed to do in his obsequies, for we will not fail to supply whatever you need. Meanwhile, we have written to Messer Benedetto Varchi in the matter of the oration, and to the director of the hospital, with regard to anything more that may be necessary in this undertaking. Fare ye well. Pisa. The letter to Varchi was as follows. Messer Benedetto, our well-beloved, the affection that we bear to the rare genius of Michelagnolo Buonarroti makes us desire that his memory should be honored and celebrated in every possible way. It will be pleasing to us, therefore, that you, for love of us, shall undertake the charge of composing the oration that is to be delivered at his obsequies, according to the arrangements made by the deputies of the Academy, and still more pleasing that it should be delivered by your own lips. Fare you well. End of section 11. Section 12 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelangelo Buonarroti, Part 12. Messer Bernardini Grazzini also wrote to the above-named deputies that they could not have expected in the Duke any desire in that matter more ardent than that which he had shown, and that they might be assured of every aid and favor from his most illustrious excellency. While these matters were being discussed in Florence, Leonardo Buonarroti, Michelangelo's nephew, who, when informed of his uncle's illness, had made his way to Rome by post, but had not found him alive. Having heard from Daniela da Volterra, who had been the very familiar friend of Michelangelo, and also from others who had been about the person of that saintly old man, that he had requested and prayed that his body should be carried to Florence, the most noble city of his birth, of which he was always a most tender lover. Leonardo, I say, with prompt and therefore good resolution, removed the body cautiously from Rome and sent it off to Florence in a bale, as if it had been a piece of merchandise. And here I must not omit to say that this final resolution of Michelangelo's proved a thing against the opinion of certain persons, but nevertheless very true, namely, that his absence for so many years from Florence had been caused by no other thing but the nature of the air, for the reason that experience had taught him that the air of Florence, being sharp and subtle, was very injurious to his constitution, while that of Rome, softer and more temperate, had kept him in perfect health up to his 90th year, with all the senses as lively and sound as they had ever been, and with such strength for his age that up to the last day he had never ceased to work at something. Since then, the coming of the bale was so sudden and so unexpected that for the time being it was not possible to do what was done afterwards. The body of Michelangelo, on arriving in Florence, was placed with the coffin at the desire of the deputies, on the same day that it arrived in the city, namely on the 11th of March, which was a Saturday, in the company of the Assumption, which is under the high altar of St. Pietro Maggiore, beneath the steps at the back. But it was not touched in any way whatever. The next day, which was Sunday of the second week in Lent, all the painters, sculptors, and architects assembled as quietly as possible round St. Pietro, whither they had brought nothing but a pall of velvet, all bordered and embroidered in gold, which covered the coffin and the whole bier, upon which coffin was an image of Christ crucified. Then, about the middle hour of the night, all having gathered around the body, all at once the oldest and most eminent craftsmen laid their hands on a great quantity of torches that had been carried there, and the younger men took up the bier with such eagerness that blessed was he who would approach it and place his shoulders under it, believing, as it were, that in the time to come they would be able to claim the glory of having borne the remains of the greatest man that had ever been in their arts. The sight of a certain number of persons assembled about St. Pietro had caused, as always happens in such cases, many others to stop there, and the rather as it had been trumpeted abroad that the body of Michelangelo had arrived, and was to be carried to St. Croce. And although, as I have said, every precaution had been taken that the matter should not become known, lest the report might spread through the city, and there might flock thither such a multitude that it would not be possible to avoid a certain degree of tumult and confusion, and also because they desired that the little which they wished to do at that time should be done with more quiet than pomp, reserving the rest for a more convenient time with greater leisure. Nevertheless, both the one thing and the other took a contrary course, for with regard to the multitude, the news, as has been related, passing from lip to lip, in the twinkling of eye, the church was so filled that in the end it was with the greatest difficulty that the body was carried from the church to the sacristy, in order to take it out of the bale and then place it in the sepulchre. With regard to the question of honor, although it cannot be denied that to see in funeral pomps a great show of priests, a large quantity of wax tapers, and a great number of mourners dressed in black, is a thing of grand and magnificent appearance, it does not follow that it was not also a great thing to see thus assembled in a small company, without preparation, all those eminent men who are now in such repute, and who will be even more in the future, honoring that body with such loving and affectionate offices. And, in truth, the number of such craftsmen in Florence, and they were all there, has always been very great, for the reason that these arts have always flourished in Florence in such a manner, that I believe that it may be said without prejudice to other cities, that their principal and true nest and domicile is Florence, not otherwise than Athens once was of the sciences. In addition to that number of craftsmen, there were so many citizens following them, and so many at the sides of the streets where the procession passed, that there was no place any more. And, what is an even greater thing, there was nothing heard but praises in every man's mouth of the merits of Michelagnolo, all saying the true genius has such force that, after all expectation of such honor and profit as can be obtained from a gifted man has failed, nevertheless, by its own nature and peculiar merits, it remains honored and beloved. For these reasons, that demonstration was more vivid in effect and more precious than any pomp of gold and trappings that could have been contrived. The body having been carried with so beautiful a train into St. Croce, after the friars had finished the ceremonies that were customary for the dead, it was borne, not without very great difficulty, as has been related, by reason of the concourse of people, into the sacristy, where the above-named lieutenant, who had been present in virtue of his office, thinking to do a thing pleasing to many, and also, as he afterwards confessed, desiring to see in death one whom he had not seen in life, or had seen at such an early age that he had lost all memory of him, then resolved to have the coffin opened. This done, when he and all the rest of us present thought to find the body already marred and putrefied, because Michelagnolo had been dead 25 days and 22 in the coffin. We found it so perfect in every part, and so free from any noisome odor, that we were ready to believe that it was rather at rest in a sweet and most peaceful sleep, and, besides that, the features of the face were exactly as in life, except that there was something of the color of death. It had no member that was marred or revealed any corruption, and the head and cheeks were not otherwise to the touch than as if he had passed away but a few hours before. When the tumult of the people had abated, arrangements were made to place the body in a sepulchre in the church beside the altar of the Cavalcanti, by the door that leads into the cloister of the chapter house. Meanwhile the news had spread through the city, and such a multitude of young people flocked thither to see the corpse, that there was great difficulty in contriving to close the tomb, and if it had been day instead of night, we would have been forced to leave it open many hours in order to satisfy the public. The following morning, while the painters and sculptors were commencing to make arrangements for the memorial of honor, many choice spirits, such as have always abounded in Florence, began to attach the above aforesaid sepulchral verses, both Latin and in the vulgar tongue, and so it was continued for some time. But those compositions that were printed at the time were but a small part with respect to the many that were written. Now to come to the obsequies, which were not held the day after the day of St. John, as had been intended, but were postponed until the 14th of July. The 3 deputies, for Benvenuto Cellini, having felt somewhat indisposed from the beginning, had never taken any part in the matter, having appointed the sculptors Zanobi, Lastricati, as their proveditor, resolved that they would do something ingenious and worthy of their arts, rather than costly and full of pomp. And in truth, since honor was to be paid, said those deputies and their proveditor, to such a man as Michelangelo, and by men of the profession that he had practiced, men rich rather in talents than in excess of means, that must be done not with regal pomp or superfluous vanities, but with inventions and works abounding in spirit and loveliness, such an issue from the knowledge and readiness of hand of our craftsmen, thus honoring art with art. For although, they said, we may expect from His Excellency the Lord Duke any sum of money that may be necessary, and we have already received such amounts as we have demanded, nevertheless, we must hold it as certain that from us there is expected something ingenious and pleasing in invention and art, rather than rich through vast expense or grand by reason of superb appurtenances. But, notwithstanding this, it was seen in the end that the work was equal in magnificence to any that ever issued from the hands of those academicians, and that this memorial of honor was no less truly magnificent than it was ingenious and full of fanciful and praiseworthy inventions. Finally, then, it was arranged that in the central nave of St. Lorenzo, between the 2 lateral doors, up which one leads out of the church and the other into the cloister, there should be erected, as was done, a catafalque of a rectangular form, 28 braccia high, 11 braccia long, and 9 broad, with a figure of Fame on the summit. On the base of the catafalque, which rose 2 braccia from the ground, on the part looking towards the principal door of the church, there were placed 2 most beautiful recumbent figures of rivers, one representing the Arno and the other the Tiber. Arno had a horn of plenty, full of flowers and fruits, signifying thereby the fruits that have come to these professions from the city of Florence, which have been of such a kind, and so many that they have filled the world, and particularly Rome, with extraordinary beauty. This was demonstrated excellently well by the other river, representing, as has been said, the Tiber, in that, extending one arm, it had the hands full of flowers and fruits received from the horn of plenty of the Arno, which lay beside it, face to face, and it served also to demonstrate, by enjoying the fruits of Arno, that Michelangelo had lived a great part of his life in Rome, and had executed there those marvelous that cause amazement to the world. Arno had for a sign the lion, and Tiber the she-wolf, with the infants Romulus and Remus, and they were both colossal figures of extraordinary grandeur and beauty, in the likeness of marble. One, the Tiber, was by the hand of Giovanni di Benedetto of Castello, a pupil of Bandinelli, and the other by Battista di Benedetto, a pupil of Amalati, both excellent young men of the highest promise. From this level rose facades of 5 braccia and a half, with the proper cornices above and below, and also at the corners, leaving space for 4 pictures, one in the center of each. In the first of these, which was on the facade, where the 2 rivers were, there was painted in chiaroscuro, as were also all the other pictures of this structure, the magnificent Lorenzo de' Medici, the elder, receiving Michelangelo as a boy in his garden, of which there has been an account in another place, after he had seen certain specimens of his handiwork, which foreshadowed, as early flowers, the fruits that afterwards issued in abundance from the living force and grandeur of his genius. Such, then, was the story contained in that picture, which was painted by Mirabello and Girolamo del Grossefacio, so called, who, as very dear friends and companions, undertook to do the work together. In it were animated and lively attitudes, and there could be seen the above-named magnificent Lorenzo, portrayed from nature, graciously receiving Michelangelo, a boy all full of reverence, into his garden, and, after an examination, handing it over to some masters who should teach him. In the second scene, which came, continuing the same order, to face towards the lateral door that leads out of the church, was figured Pope Clement, who, contrary to the expectation of the public, was thought that His Holiness felt disdain against Michelangelo on account of his actions in the siege of Florence, not only assures his safety and shows himself lovingly disposed towards him, but sets him to work on the new sacristy and the library of St. Lorenzo, in which places how divinely well he worked has already been told. In this picture, then, there was painted by the hand of Federico Fiammingo, called Del Padovano, with much dexterity and great sweetness of manner, Michelangelo showing to the Pope the ground plan of that sacristy, and behind him were borne, partly by little angels and partly by other figures, the models of the library and sacristy and of the statues that are there, finished, at the present day, which was all very well composed and executed with diligence. In the third picture, which stood on the first level, like the others described above, and looked towards the high altar, was a great Latin epitaph composed by the most learned Messer Peter Vittori, the sense of which was in the Florentine speech as follows. The Academy of Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, with the favor and assistance of Duke Cosimo de' Medici, their head and the supreme protector of these arts, admiring the extraordinary genius of Michelangelo Buonarroti, and seeking to acknowledge in part the benefits received from his divine works, has dedicated this memorial, born from their own hands and from all the affection of their hearts, to the excellence and genius of the greatest painter, sculptor, and architect that there has ever been. The Latin words were these: Collegium Pictorum, Statuarium, Architerium, Auspicio opec sibi prompto Cosimo Ducis Octorus, Suram Comoratum, Suspiciens Singularum Virtutum Michelangelis Angeli Buonarroti, Intelligence quanto sibi auxilio semper furent preclara ipsius opera, studiat de gratum erga illum ostendere, sunum omnium qui uncum figurunt, PSA, idioc, momentum, hoc suis manibus extratum, magnum animi, adori, ipsius memorii dedicavit. This epitaph was supported by two little angels, who, with weeping faces, and extinguishing each a torch, appeared to be lamenting that a genius so great and so rare was now spent. Next, in the picture which came to face towards the door that leads into the cloister, was Michelangelo making, on account of the siege of Florence, the fortifications of the hill of San Miniato, which were held to be impregnable and a marvelous work. This was by the hand of Lorenzo Sciorrini, a pupil of Bronzino, and a young man of excellent promise. This lowest part, or so to speak, the base of the whole structure, had at every corner a pedestal that projected, and upon every pedestal was a statue larger than life, which had beneath it another, as it were subjugated and vanquished, of similar size, but each constrained in a different and extravagant attitude. The first, on the right hand going towards the high altar, was a young man, slender in the very presentment of pure spirit, and of a most lively beauty, representing genius, with two little wings over the temples, in the guise wherein at times Mercury is painted. And beneath this young man, wrought with incredible diligence, was a marvelous figure with ass's ears, representing ignorance, the mortal enemy of genius. These two statues were by the hand of Vincenzo Dante of Perugia, of whom and of his works, which are renowned among the young modern sculptors, we shall speak at greater length in another place. Upon the next pedestal, which, being on the right hand of the approach towards the high altar, looked towards the new sacristy, was a woman representing Christian piety, which, being composed of religion and every other excellence, is nothing less than an aggregate of all those virtues that we have called the theological, and of those that were named by the Gentiles the moral. Wherefore, it was right that, since the genius of a Christian, adorned by most saintly character, was being celebrated by Christians, a seemly and honorable place should be given to this piety, which is concerned with the law of God and the salvation of souls, seeing that all other ornaments of body and mind, which she is lacking, are to be held in little estimation, or rather none. This figure, who had beneath her, prostrate and trampled underfoot by her vice, or rather impiety, was by the hand of Valerio Gioli, who is a young man of ability and fine spirit, and deserves the name of a very judicious and diligent sculptor. Opposite to this, on the side towards the old sacristy, was another similar figure made with much judgment to represent Minerva, or rather, art, for the reason that it may be said with truth that after excellence of character in life, which must always hold the first place among the good, it was art that gave to this man not only honor and profit, but also so much glory, that he may be said to have enjoyed in his lifetime such fruits as able and illustrious men have great difficulty in wresting, even after death, from the grasp of fame, by means of their finest works, and, what is more, that he so vanquished envy, that by common consent, without any contradiction, he has obtained the rank and fame of the best and highest excellence. And for this reason this figure had beneath her feet Envy, who was an old woman, lean and withered, with the eyes of a viper, in short, with features that all breathed out venom and poison, besides which she was girt with serpents, and had a viper in her hand. These two statues were by the hand of a boy of very tender years, called Lazzaro Calameck of Carrara, who at the present day, although still a mere lad, has given in some works of painting and sculpture convincing proofs of a beautiful and most lively genius. By the hand of Andrea Calameck, the uncle of the above-mentioned Lazzaro, and pupil of Aminati, were the two statues placed upon the fourth pedestal, which was opposite to the organ and looked towards the principal doors of the church. The first of these was made to represent study, for the reason that those who exert themselves little and sluggishly can never acquire repute, as Michelangelo did, who from his early boyhood, from 15 to 90 years of age, has been seen above, never ceased to labor. This statue of study, which was well in keeping with that great man, was a bold and vigorous youth, who had at the end of the arms, just above the joint of the hands, two little wings signifying rapidity and frequency of working, and he had prostrate beneath him, as a prisoner, idleness or indolence, who was a sluggish and weary woman, heavy and somnolent in her whole attitude. These four figures, disposed in the manner that has been described, made a very handsome and magnificent composition, and had all the appearance of marble, because a coat of white had been laid over the clay, which resulted in a very beautiful effect. From this level, upon which the above-named figures rested, there rose another base, likewise rectangular and about 4 brachia high, but smaller in length and breadth than that below by the extent of the projection and cornice work upon which those figures rested. And on every side this had a painted compartment 6 brachia and a half in length, and 3 in height. Above this rose a platform in the same manner as that below, but smaller, and upon every corner, on the projection of a socle, sat a figure of the size of life, or rather more. These were 4 women who, from the instruments that they had, were easily recognized as painting, sculpture, architecture, and poetry, placed there for reasons that have been perceived in the narration of Michelangelo's life. Now going from the principal door of the church towards the high altar, in the first picture of the second range of the catafalque, namely, above the scene in which, as has been related, Lorenzo de' Medici is receiving Michelangelo into his garden, there was painted in a most beautiful manner to suggest architecture, Michelangelo in the presence of Pope Pius IV, with a model in his hands of the stupendous pile of the cupola of St. Pietro in Rome. This scene, which was much extolled, was painted by Piero Francia, a Florentine painter, with beautiful manner and invention, and the statue, or rather, image of architecture, which was on the left hand of this scene, was by the hand of Giovanni di Benedetto of Castello, who, with so much credit to himself, as has been related, executed also the Tiber, one of the 2 rivers that were on the front part of the catafalque. In the second picture, continuing to go forward on the right hand towards the lateral door that leads out of the church, was seen, to suggest painting, Michelangelo painting that so much, but never sufficiently extolled judgment. That judgment, I mean, which was an exemplar in foreshortenings and all the other difficulties of art. This picture, which was executed by Michel di Rodolfo's young men with much diligence and grace, had likewise, on the left hand, namely at the corner looking towards the new sacristy, its appropriate image, a statue of painting, wrought by Battista del Cavaliere, a young man no less excellent in sculpture than remarkable for his goodness, modesty, and character. In the third picture, facing towards the high altar, in that namely, which was above the epitaph already mentioned, there was to be seen to suggest sculpture, Michelangelo speaking with a woman, who by many signs could be recognized as sculpture, and it appeared that he was making counsel with her. Michelangelo had about him some of the most excellent works that he executed in sculpture, and the woman held a little tablet with these words of Boethius, simili sub imagine formans. Beside that picture, which was the work of Andrea del Minga, and executed by him with beautiful invention and manner, there was on the left hand the statue of sculpture, wrought very well by the sculptor Antonio de Gino Lorenzi. In the fourth of those 4 scenes, which faced towards the organ, there could be seen, to suggest poetry, Michelangelo all intent on writing some composition, and about him the 9 muses, marvelous in their grace and beauty, and with their distinctive garments, according as they are described by the poets, and before them Apollo with the lyre in his hand, his crown of laurel on his head, and another crown in the hand, which he made as if to place on the head of Michelangelo. Near the gladsome and beautiful composition of this scene, painted in a very lovely manner, with most vivacious and spirited attitudes by Giovanni Maria Bottieri, there was on the left hand the statue of poetry, the work of Domenico Puccini, a man much practiced not only in sculpture and in striking impressions of coins and metals with great beauty, but also in working in bronze and likewise in poetry. Of such a kind, then, was the ornamentation of the catafalque, which so diminished from course to course that it was possible to walk round each, and it was much after the likeness of the mausoleum of Augustus in Rome, although, perchance, from being rectangular, it rather resembled the Septensorium of Sepphoris, not that near the Campidoglio, which is commonly so called in error, but the true one, which is to be seen in stamp in the Nuovo of Rome, near the baths of Antoninus. Up to this point the catafalque had 3 levels, where the ripos was the first, the second where the pairs of figures rested, and the third where the single figures had their feet. From this last level rose a base, or rather socle, 1 braccio high, and much less in length and breadth than that last level. Upon the projections of that base sat the above-named single figures, and around it could be read these words, Sic ar extoliatur arti. Upon this base stood a pyramid 9 braccia high, on 2 sides of which, namely, that which looked towards the principal door, and that which faced towards the high altar, at the foot, were 2 ovals with the head of Michelangelo portrayed from nature, in relief, and executed very well by Santi Buglioni. At the summit of the pyramid was a ball in due proportion with the pyramid, such as might have contained the ashes of him who was being honored. And upon the ball was the figure of Fame, larger than life and in the likeness of marble, and in the act, as it were, of taking flight, and at the same time of causing the praises and glories of that great craftsman to resound throughout the world, through a trumpet which branched into 3 mouths. That Fame was by the hand of Zanobi Lastricati, who, besides the labors that he had as proveditor for the whole work, desired also not to fail to show, with much honor to himself, the virtue of his hand and brain. In all, from the level of the ground to the head of the Fame, the height, as has been related, was 28 braccia. Besides the catafalque described above, the whole church was draped with black baize and serge, hung not on the columns in the center, as is usual, but on the chapels that are all around. And there was no space between the pilasters that enclosed those chapels and correspond to the columns, that had not some adornment in painting, which, making an ingenious, pleasing, and beautiful display, caused marvel, and at the same time the greatest delight. Now, to begin with one end, in the space of the first chapel that is beside the high altar, as you go towards the old sacristy, was a picture 6 braccia in height and 8 in length, in which, with novel, as it were, poetical invention, was Michelangelo in the center, already come to the Elysian fields, where, on his right hand, were figures considerably larger than life of the most famous and most highly celebrated sculptors and painters of antiquity. Each of these could be recognized by some notable sign. Praxiteles, by the satyr, that is in the figure of Pope Julius III. Apelles, by the portrait of Alexander the Great. Susius, by a little panel on which were figured the grapes that deceived the birds. And Parhosus, with the covering counterfeited in painting over his picture. And even as these, so the others were known by other signs. On the left hand were those who have been illustrious in these arts in our own centuries, from Cimabue to the present day. Thus Giotto could be recognized there by a little panel on which was seen the portrait of Dante as a young man, in the manner in which he may be seen in St. Croce, painted by Giotto himself. Masaccio, by his portrait from life. Donatello, likewise by his portrait, and also by his Zucconi from the Campanile, which was by his side, and Filippo Brunelleschi, by the representation of his cupola of St. Maria del Fiore, and they were portrayed from life without other signs, Fra Filippo, Taddeo Gaddi, Paolo Uccello, Fra Giovanni Agnoli, Jacopo da Portormo, Francesco Salviato, and others. All these were about him with the same expressions of welcome as the ancients, full of love and admiration, in the same manner as Virgil was received by the other poets on his return, according to the fable of the divine poet Dante, from whom, in addition to the invention, there was taken also the verse that could be read in a scroll, both above and in the hand of the river Arno, which lay at the feet of Michelangelo, most beautiful in features and in attitude. Tutti Lamerin, tutti orno glyphano. This picture by the hand of Alessandro Allori, the pupil of Bronzino. An excellent painter and a not unworthy disciple and pupil of so great a master, was consummately extolled by all those who saw it. In the space of the chapel of the Most Holy Sacrament, at the head of the transept, There was, in a picture, 5 braccia in length and 4 in breadth. Michelangelo with all the school of the arts about him. Little children, boys and young men of every age up to 24, who were offering to him, as to a being sacred and divine, the first fruits of their labors, such as pictures, sculptures, and models, and he was receiving them courteously, and was instructing them in the matters of art, while they were listening most intently, and gazing upon him with expressions and attitudes truly full of beauty and grace. And, to tell the truth, the whole composition of this picture could not have been, in a certain sense, better done, nor could anything more beautiful have been desired in any of the figures, wherefore Battista, the pupil of Portormo, who had done the work, received infinite praise for it, and the verses that were to be read at the foot of the scene ran thus: Tu pater, tu rerum inventor, tu patria nobis, sapeditas, precepta tuus ex, inclite chartis. Going then from the place where the picture described above, towards the principal doors of the church, almost at the corner and just before arriving at the organ, in a picture 6 braccia long and 4 high, that was in the space of a chapel, there was depicted the extraordinary and unexampled favor that was paid to the rare genius of Michelangelo by Pope Julius III, who, wishing to avail himself in a certain buildings of the judgment of that great man, had him summoned to his presence at his villa, where, having invited him to sit by his side, they talked a good time together, while cardinals, bishops, and other personages of the court, whom they had about them, remained constantly standing. This event, I say, was seen to have been depicted with such fine composition and so much relief, and with such liveliness and spirit in the figures, that perchance it might not have turned out better from the hands of an eminent, aged, and well-practiced master, wherefore Jacopo Zucchi, a young man, the pupil of Giorgio Vasari, who executed the work in a beautiful manner, proved that a most honorable result could be expected from him. Not far from this, on the same side, namely a little below the organ, Giovanni Strada, an able Flemish painter, had depicted in a picture, 6 braccia long and 4 high, the story of Michelangelo's going to Venice at the time of the siege of Florence, where, living in that quarter of that most noble city, which is called the Giudica, the Doge Andrea Gritti and the Signoria sent some gentlemen and others to visit him and make him very great offers. In representing that event, the above-named painter showed great judgment and much knowledge, which did him great honor, both in the whole composition and in every part of it. For in the attitudes, the lively expressions of the faces, and the movements of every figure, were seen invention, design, and excellent grace. Now, returning to the high altar, and facing towards the new sacristy, in the first picture found there, which came in the space of the first chapel, there was depicted by the hand of Santi Titti, a young man of most beautiful judgment and much practiced in painting, both in Florence and in Rome, another signal favor paid to the genius of Michelangelo, as I believed I mentioned above, by the most illustrious Lord Don Francesco de' Medici, Prince of Florence, who, happening to be in Rome about 3 years before Michelangelo died, and receiving a visit from him, the moment that Buonarroti entered, the prince rose to his feet, and then, in order to do honor to that great man, and to his truly venerable age, with the greatest courtesy that ever young prince showed, insisted, although Michelangelo, who was very modest, protested against it, that he should sit in his own chair, from which he had risen, standing afterwards on his feet, to hear him with the attention and reverence that children are wont to pay to a well-beloved father. At the feet of the prince was a boy, executed with great diligence, who had at his hands a mazzocchio, or ducal cap, and around them were some soldiers dressed in ancient fashion, and painted with much spirit and a beautiful manner, but beyond all the rest, most beautifully wrought, most lifelike and most natural, were the Prince and Michelangelo, insomuch that it appeared as if the old man were in truth speaking, and the young man most intently listening to his words. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Life of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, Part 13. In another picture, 9 braccia in height and 12 in length, which was opposite to the Chapel of the Sacrament, Bernardo Timanti Buontalenti, a painter much beloved and favored by the most illustrious prince, had figured with most beautiful invention of the rivers of the 3 principal parts of the world, come, as it were, all grieving and sorrowful, to lament with Arno on their common loss, and to console him. And these rivers were the Nile, the Ganges, and the Po. The Nile had as a symbol a crocodile, and to signify the fertility of his country, a garland of ears of corn. The Ganges, a griffin bird, and a chaplet of gems. The Po, a swan and a crown of black amber. These rivers, having been conducted into Tuscany by the Fame, who was to be seen on high, as it were in flight, were standing around Arno, who was crowned with cypress and held his vase, drained empty, uplifted with one hand, and in the other a branch of cypress, and beneath him was a lion. And to signify that the soul of Michelangelo had flown to the highest felicity in heaven, the judicious painter had depicted in the air a splendor, representing the celestial light towards which the blessed soul, in the form of an angel, was winging its way. With this lyric verse, Viviens orbe petto lobitus et terra. At the sides, upon 2 bases, were 2 figures in the act of holding open a curtain within which, so it appeared, were the above-named rivers, the soul of Michelangelo and the Fame, and each of these 2 figures had another beneath it. That which was on the right hand of the rivers, representing Vulcan, had a torch in the hand, and the figure representing Hatred, which had the neck under Vulcan's heel in an attitude of great constraint, and as it were struggling to writhe free, had as a symbol a vulture, with this verse, Surgere quid prosperas odium crudele jacito. And that because things superhuman and almost divine should in no way be regarded with envy or hatred, the other, representing Aglaea, one of the 3 Graces and wife of Vulcan, to signify proportion, had in her hand a lily, both because flowers are dedicated to the Graces, and also because the lily is held not to be inappropriate to the rites of death. The figure which was lying beneath Aglaea, and which was painted to represent disproportion, had as a symbol a monkey, or rather, ape, and above her this verse, Vivus et extinctus docuit sic sternera turpe. And under the rivers were these 2 other verses, Venimus orne tuo confixa in vulnere mustra, flumina et eruptum mundo plorimus honorem. This picture was held to be very beautiful in the invention, in the composition of the whole scene, and of the loveliness of the figures, and in the beauty of the verses. And because the painter,
honored Michelangelo with his labor, not by commission, but spontaneously, and with such assistance as his own merit enabled him to obtain from his courteous and honorable friends, and for this reason he deserved to be even more highly commended. In another picture, 6 braccia in length and 4 in height, near the lateral door that leads out of the church, Tommaso de San Friano, a young painter of much ability, had painted Michelangelo as ambassador of his country at the court of Pope Julius II. As we have related that he went, and for what reasons, sent by Soderini. Not far distant from the above-named picture, namely a little below that lateral door which leads out of the church, in another picture of the same size, Stefano Pieri, a pupil of Bronzino, and a young man of great diligence and industry, had painted a scene that had in truth happened several times in Rome not long before, namely, Michelangelo seated in a room by the side of the most illustrious Lord Duke Cosimo, who stood conversing with him. Of all which enough has been said above. Over the said black draperies with which, as has been told, the whole church was hung all round, wherever there were no painted scenes or pictures, there were in each of the spaces of the chapels images of death, devices, and other such-like things, all different from those that are generally made, and very fanciful and beautiful. Some of these, as it were, lamenting that they had been forced to deprive the world of such a man, had those words been in a scroll, cogiet dura necessitas. And near them was a globe of the world, from which had sprung a lily, which had 3 flowers and was broken in the middle, executed with most beautiful fantasy and invention by the above-named Alessandro Allori. There were other deaths, also depicted with other inventions, but that one was most extolled, upon whose neck, as she lay prostrate on the ground, Eternity, with a palm in the hand, had painted one of her feet, and regarding her with a look of disdain, appeared to be saying to her, "Be it necessity or thy will, thou hast done nothing, for in spite of thee, come what may, Michelangelo shall live." The motto ran thus: Vicet inclita virtus, and all this was the invention of Vasari. I will not omit to say that each of these deaths had on either side of the device of Michelangelo, which has 3 crowns, or rather 3 circlets, intertwined together in such a manner that the circumference of one passed through the center of the others, and so with each, which sign Michelangelo used either to suggest that the 3 professions of sculpture, painting, and architecture are interwoven with one another, and so bound together that each of them receives benefit and adornment from the others, and they neither can nor should be separated. Or, indeed, being a man of lofty genius, he may have had more subtle meaning. But the academicians, considering him to have been perfect in all these 3 professions, and that each of these had assisted and embellished the other, changed his 3 circlets into 3 crowns, intertwined together with the motto Tergiminus tollet honoribus, which was intended to signify that in those 3 professions the crown of human perfection was justly due to him. On the pulpit from which Varchi delivered the funeral oration, which was afterwards printed, there is no ornamentation, because that work having been executed in bronze, with scenes in half-relief and low relief by the excellent Donatello, any ornament that might have been added to it would have been, by a great measure, less beautiful. But on the other, which is opposite to the first, although it had not yet been raised on columns, there was a picture 4 braccia in height, and little more than 2 in width, wherein there is painted with beautiful invention and excellent design to represent fame, or rather honor, a young man in a most beautiful attitude, with a trumpet in the right hand, and with the feet planted on time and death, in order to show that fame and honor, in spite of death and time, preserve alive to all eternity those who have labored valiantly in his life. This picture was by the hand of Vincenzo Dante, the sculptor of Perugia, of whom we have spoken and will speak again elsewhere. The church, having been embellished in such a manner, adorned with lights, and filled with a countless multitude, for everyone had left every other care and flocked together to such an honorable spectacle, there entered behind the above-named lieutenant of the academy, accompanied by captain and halberdiers of the Duke's guard, the consuls and the academicians, and in short all the painters, sculptors, and architects of Florence. After all these had sat down between the catafalque and the high altar, where they had been awaited for a good while by an infinite number of lords and gentlemen, who had been accommodated with seats according to the rank of each, there was begun a most solemn mass for the dead, with music and ceremonies of every kind. When finished, Varchi mounted the above-mentioned pulpit, who had never performed such an office since he did it for the most illustrious Lady Duchess of Ferrara, the daughter of Duke Cosimo. And there, with that elegance, those modes of utterance, and that voice, which were the peculiar attributes of that great man in oratory, he recounted the praises and merits, life and works of the divine Michelagnolo Buonarroti. Of a truth, what great good fortune it was for Michelangelo that he did not die before our Academy was created, whereby his funeral rites were celebrated with so much honor and such magnificence and honorable pomp. So also it must be considered most fortunate for him that it happened that he passed from this to an eternal and most blessed life before Varchi, seeing that he could not have been extolled by any more eloquent and learned man. That funeral oration by Benedetto Varchi was printed for a short time afterward, as was also, not long after, that another equally beautiful oration, likewise in praise of Michelangelo and of painting, composed by the most noble and most learned Leonardo Salviati, at that time a young man of about 22 years of age, and of a rare and happy genius in all manners of composition, both Latin and Tuscan, as is known even now, and will be better known in the future to all the world. And what shall I say, what can I say, that would not be too little of the capacity, goodness, and wisdom of the most reverend Lord Lieutenant, the above-named Don Vincenzo Borghini, save that it was within him, as their chief, their pride, and their counselor, that the most eminent men of the Academy and Company of Design celebrated those obsequies, for the reason that, although each of them was competent to do much more in his art than he did, nevertheless no enterprise is ever carried to a perfect and praiseworthy end, save when one single man, in the manner of an experienced pilot and captain, has authority and power over all others. And since it was not possible that the whole city should see that funeral pomp in one day, by order of the Duke, it was all left standing many weeks for the satisfaction of his people and of the strangers who came from neighboring places to see it. We shall not give in this place the great multitude of epitaphs and verses, both Latin and Tuscan, composed by many able men in honor of Michelangelo, both because they would require a work to themselves, and because they have been written down and published by other writers elsewhere. But I will not omit to say in this last part that after all the honors described above, the Duke ordained that an honorable place should be given to Michelangelo for his tomb in San Croce, in which church he had proposed in his lifetime to be buried, because the sepulchre of his ancestors was there. And to Leonardo, the nephew of Michelangelo, His Excellency gave all the marbles, both white and variegated, for that tomb, which was allotted to Battista Lorenzi, an able sculptor, to execute after the design of Giorgio Vasari, together with the head of Michelangelo. And since there are to be 3 statues there, painting, sculpture, and architect, one of these was allotted to the above-named Battista, one to Giovanni dell'Opera, and the last to Valerio Cioli, Florentine sculptors, which statues are in process of being fashioned together with the tomb, and soon they will be finished and set in their places. The cost, over and above the marbles received from the Duke, has been borne by the same Leonardo Buonarroti, but His Excellency, in order not to fail in any respect in doing honor to that great man, will cause to be placed in the Duomo, as he had previously thought to do, a memorial with his name besides the head, even as there are to be seen there the names and images of other eminent Florentines. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James K. White. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 9 of 10, by Giorgio Vasari. Section 14. Description of the works of Francesco Primaticcio, painter and architect of Bologna, and abbot of St. Martin. Having treated hitherto of such of our craftsmen as are no longer alive among us, of those, namely, who have lived from 1200 until this year of 1567, and having set Michelagnolo Buonarroti in the last place for many reasons, although 2 or 3 have died later than he, I have thought that it cannot be otherwise than a praiseworthy labor to make mention likewise in this our work of many noble craftsmen who are alive, and, for their merits, most worthy to be highly extolled, and to be numbered among these last masters. This I do all the more willingly because they are all very much my friends and brothers, and the 3 most eminent are already so far advanced in years that, having come to the furthest limit of old age, little more can be expected from them, although they still continue by a sort of habit to occupy themselves with some work. After these, I will also make brief mention of those who, under their discipline, have become such that they hold the first places among the craftsmen of our own day, and of others who, in like manner, are advancing towards perfection in our arts. Beginning, then, with Francesco Primaticcio, to go on afterwards to Tiziano Vecellai and Jacopo Sansovino, I have to record that the said Francesco, born in Bologna, of the noble family of the Primaticci, much celebrated by Father Leandro Alberti and by Pontano, was apprenticed in his early boyhood to commerce. But, that calling pleasing him little, not long afterwards, being exalted in mind and spirit, he set himself to practice design, to which he felt himself inclined by nature, and so giving his attention to drawing, and at times to painting, no long time passed before he gave proof that he was likely to achieve an excellent result. Going afterwards to Mantua, where at that time Giulio Romano was working at the Palace of the Te for Duke Federigo, he employed such interest that he was set, in company with many other young men who were with Giulio, to labor at that work. There, attending to the studies of art with much industry and diligence for a period of 6 years, he learned very well to handle colors and to work in stucco. Wherefore, among all the other young men who were laboring in the work of that palace, Francesco came to be held one of the most excellent and the best of all at drawing and coloring. This may be seen in a great chamber, round which he made 2 friezes of stucco, one above the other, with a great abundance of figures that represent the ancient Roman soldiery. And in the same palace, likewise, he executed many works in painting that are to be seen there, after the designs of the above-named Giulio. Through these works, Primaticcio came into such favor with that duke that, when King Francis of France heard with what quantity of ornaments he had caused the work of the palace to be executed, and wrote to him that at all costs he should send him a young man able to work in painting and stucco, the Duke sent him Francesco Primaticcio in the year 1531. And although the year before that the Florentine painter Rosso had gone into the service of the same king, as has been related, and had executed many works there, and in particular the pictures of Bacchus and Venus, Psyche and Cupid, nevertheless, the first works in stucco that were done in France, and the first labors in fresco of any account, had their origin, it is said, from Primaticcio, who decorated in this manner many chambers, halls, and loggie for that king. Liking the manner of this painter, and his procedure in every matter, the king sent him in the year 1540 to Rome to contrive to obtain certain antique marbles, in which Primaticcio served him with such diligence that in a short time, what with heads, torsi, and figures, he bought 125 pieces. And at that same time he caused to be molded by Jacopo Barozzi of Vinola, and by others, the bronze horse that is on the Campidoglio, a great part of the scenes on the column, the statue of Commodus, the Venus, the Laocoon, the Tiber, the Nile, and the statue of Cleopatra, which are in the Belvedere, to the end that they might all be cast in bronze. Rosso, having meanwhile died in France, and a long gallery therefore remaining unfinished, which had been begun after his designs, and in great part adorned with stucco work and pictures, Primaticcio was recalled from Rome, whereupon he took ship with the above-mentioned marbles and moulds of antique figures, and returned to France. There, before any other thing, he cast, according to those moulds and forms, a great part of those antique figures, which came out so well that they might be the originals, as may be seen in the Queen's garden at Fontainebleau, where they were placed, to the vast satisfaction of that king, who made in that place, one might say, another Rome. I will not omit to say that Primaticcio, in executing those statues, employed masters so excellent in the art of casting, that those works came out not only light, but with a surface so smooth that it was hardly necessary to polish them. This work done, Primaticcio was commissioned to give completion to the gallery that Rosso had left unfinished, whereupon he set his hand to it, and in a short time delivered it finished, with as many works in stucco and painting as has ever been executed in any place. Wherefore the king, finding that he had been well served in the period of 8 years that this master had worked for him, had placed him among the number of his chamberlains, and a short time afterwards, which was in the year 1544, he made him abbot of St. Martin, considering that Francesco deserved no less. But for all this, Francesco has never ceased to have many works in stucco and in painting executed in the service of his king and of the others who have governed that kingdom after Francis I. Among others who have assisted him in this, he has been served, to say nothing of many of his fellow Bolognese, by Giovan Battista, the son of Bartolomeo Bagnacavallo, who has proved not less able than his father in many scenes and other works of Primaticcios that he has carried into execution. Another who has served him for a considerable time is one Ruggieri da Bologna, who is still with him. In like manner, Prospero Fontana, a painter of Bologna, was summoned to France not long since by Primaticcio, who intended to make use of him. But having fallen ill to the danger of his life immediately after his arrival, he returned to Bologna. To tell the truth, these two, Bagnacavallo and Fontana, are able men, and I, who have made considerable use both of the one and of the other, of the first at Rome and of the second at Rimini and Florence, can declare this with certainty. But of all those who have assisted the Abbot Primaticcio, none has done him more honor than Niccolo da Modena, of whom mention has been made on another occasion. For by the excellence of his art, this master has surpassed all the others. Thus he executed with his own hand, after the designs of the abbot, a hall called the ballroom, with such a vast number of figures that it appears scarcely possible that they could be counted, and all as large as life and colored in so bright a manner that in the harmony of the fresco colors they appear like work in oils. After this work he painted in the great gallery, likewise from the designs of the abbot, 60 stories of the life and actions of Ulysses, but with a coloring much darker than the pictures in the ballroom. This came about because he used no other colors but the earths in the pure state in which they are produced by nature, without mixing with them, it may be said, any white, and so heavily loaded with darks in the deep parts that these have extraordinary relief and force. Besides which, he executed the whole work with such harmony that it appears almost as if painted in one and the same day. Wherefore he merits extraordinary praise, particularly because he executed it in fresco without ever retouching it a secco, as many at the present day are accustomed to do. The vaulting of this gallery, likewise, is all wrought in stucco and painting, executed with much diligence by the men mentioned above and other young painters, but still after the designs of the abbot, as is also the old hall, and likewise a lower gallery that is over the pond, which is most beautiful and better adorned with lovely works than any other part of that place. But to attempt to speak of it at any length would make it too long a story. At Meudon, the same Abbot Primaticcio has made innumerable decorations for the Cardinal of Lorraine in a vast palace belonging to him called the Grotto, a place so extraordinary in size that, after the likeness of similar edifices of the ancients, it might be called the Thermae, by reason of the vast number and grandeur of the loggie, staircases, and apartments, both public and private, that are there. And, to say nothing of other particulars, most beautiful is a room called the Pavilion, for it is all adorned with compartments and mouldings of stucco that are wrought with a view to being seen from below, and filled with a number of figures foreshortened in the same manner, which are very beautiful. Beneath this, then, is a large room with some fountains wrought in stucco, and full of figures in the round, and compartments formed of shells and other products of the sea and natural objects, which are marvelous things and beautiful beyond measure. And the vaulting, likewise, is all most excellently wrought in stucco, by the hand of Domenico del Barbieri, a Florentine painter, who is excellent not only in this kind of relief, but also in design, so that, in some works that he has colored, he has given proofs of the rarest ability. In the same place, also, many figures of stucco in the round have been executed by a sculptor likewise of our country called Ponzio, who has acquitted himself very well. But since the works that have been executed in those places in the service of those lords are innumerable in their variety, I must touch only on the principal works of the abbot, in order to show how rare he is in painting, in design, and in matters of architecture. Although, in truth, it would not appear to me an excessive labor to enlarge on the particular works, if I had some true and clear information about them, as I have about works here. With regard to design, Primaticcio has been, and still is, most excellent, as may be seen from a drawing by his hand painted with the signs of the heavens, which is in our book, sent to me by Francesco himself. And I, both for love of him and because it is a thing of absolute perfection, hold it very dear. King Francis being dead, the abbot remained in the same place and rank with King Henry, and served him as long as he lived. And afterwards he was created by King Francis II commissary general over all the buildings of the whole kingdom, in which office, one of great honor and much repute, there had previously acted the father of Cardinal della Bordighera and Monseigneur de Villeroy. Since the death of Francis II, he has continued in the same office, serving the present king, by whose order, and that of the Queen Mother, Primaticcio has made a beginning with the tomb of the above-named King Henry, making in the center of a six-sided chapel the sepulchre of the king himself, and at four sides the sepulchres of his four children, while at one of the other two sides of the chapel is the altar, and at the other the door. And since there are, going into this work, innumerable statues in marble and bronzes, and a number of scenes in low relief, it will prove worthy of all these great kings, and of the excellence and genius of so rare a craftsman as is this abbot of St. Martin, who in his best years has been most excellent and versatile in all things that pertain to our arts, seeing that he has occupied himself in the service of his lords, not only in buildings, paintings, and stucco work, but also in the preparations for many festivals and masquerades, with most beautiful and fantastic inventions. He has been very liberal and most loving towards his friends and relatives, and likewise towards the craftsmen who have served him. In Bologna he has conferred many benefits on his relatives, and has bought honorable dwellings for them, and made them commodious and very ornate, as is that wherein there now lives Monsieur Antonio Anselmi, who has for wife one of the nieces of our abbot Primaticcio, who has also given in marriage another niece, the sister of the first named, with honor and a good dowry. Primaticcio has always lived, not like a painter and craftsman, but like a nobleman, and, as I have said, he has been very loving towards our craftsmen. When, as has been related, he sent for Prospero Fontana, he dispatched to him a good sum of money to the end that he might be able to make his way to France. This sum having fallen ill, Prospero was not able to pay back or return by means of his works and labors, wherefore I, passing in the year 1563 through Bologna, recommended Prospero to him in this matter, and such was the courtesy of Primaticcio that before I departed from Bologna I saw a writing by the hand of the abbot in which he made a free gift to Prospero of all that sum of money which he had in hand for that purpose. For which reasons, the affection that he has won among craftsmen is such that they address and honor him as a father. Now to say something more of Prospero. I must record that he was once employed with much credit to himself in Rome by Pope Julius III at his palace at the Vigna Giulia, and at the palace of the Campo Marzio, which at that time belonged to Signor Balduino Monti, and now belongs to the Lord Cardinal Hernando de' Medici, the son of Duke Cosimo. In Bologna, the same master has executed many works in oils and in fresco, and in particular an altarpiece in oils in the Madonna del Baraccane of a Saint Catherine, who is disputing with philosophers and doctors in the presence of the tyrant, which is held to be a very beautiful work. And the same Prospero has painted many pictures in fresco in the principal chapel of the palace where the governor lives. Much the friend of Primaticcio, likewise, is Lorenzo Sabatini, an excellent painter. And if he had not been burdened with a wife and many children, the abbot would have taken him to France, knowing that he has a very good manner and great mastery in all kinds of work, as may be seen from many things that he has done in Bologna. And in the year 1566, Vasari made use of him in the festive preparations that were carried out in Florence for the above-mentioned nuptials of the prince and her Serene Highness Queen Joanna of Austria, causing him to execute, in the vestibule that is between the Sala di Dugento and the great hall, 6 figures in fresco that are very beautiful and truly worthy to be praised. But since this able painter is constantly making progress, I shall say nothing more about him, save that attending as he does to the studies of art, a most honorable result is expected from him. Now, in connection with the abbot and the other Bolognese, of whom mention has been made hitherto, I shall say something of Pellegrino Bolognese, a painter of the highest promise and most beautiful genius. This Pellegrino, after having attended in his early years to drawing the works by Vasari that are in the refectory of Saint Michel in Bosco at Bologna, and those by other painters of good name, went in the year 1547 to Rome, where he occupied himself until the year 1550 in drawing the most noteworthy works, executing during that time, and also afterwards, in the Castello di Sant'Angelo, some things in connection with the works that Perino del Vaga carried out. In the center of the vaulting of the chapel of San Dionigi, in the church of San Luigi de' Francesi, he painted a battle scene in fresco, in which he acquitted himself in such a manner that although Jacopo del Conte, a Florentine painter, and Girolamo Ciziolante of Sermonetta had executed many works in the same chapel, Pellegrino proved to be in no way inferior to them. Nay, it appears to many that he acquitted himself better than they did in the boldness, grace, coloring, and design of those his pictures. By reason of this, Monsignor Poggio afterwards availed himself much of Pellegrino, for he had erected a palace on the Esquiline Hill, where he had a vineyard, without the Porta del Popolo, and he desired that Pellegrino should execute some figures for him on the façade, and then that he should paint the interior of a loggia that faces towards the Tiber, which he executed with such diligence that it held to be a work of much beauty and grace. In the house of Francesco Formento, between the Strada del Peregrino and the Parione, he painted in a courtyard a façade and 2 figures besides. By order of the ministers of Pope Julius III, he executed a large escutcheon with 2 figures in the belvedere. And without the Porta del Popolo, in the church of St. Andrea, which that pontiff had caused to be built, he painted a St. Peter and a St. Andrew, which 2 figures were much extolled, and the design of the St. Peter is in our book, together with other sheets drawn with much diligence by the same hand. Being then sent to Bologna by Monsignor Poggio, he painted for him in his palace there many scenes in fresco, among which is one that is most beautiful, wherein from the many figures, both nude and clothed, and the lovely composition of the scene, it is evident that he surpassed himself, insomuch that he has never done any work since better than this. In St. Jacopo, in the same city, he began to paint a chapel likewise for Cardinal Poggio, which was afterwards finished by the above-mentioned Prospero Fontana. Being then taken by the Cardinal of Augsburg to the Madonna of Loreto, Pellegrino decorated for him a chapel most beautifully, with stucco work and pictures. On the vaulting, within a rich pattern of compartments in stucco, are the Nativity of Christ and his presentation in the arms of Simeon at the temple. And in the center, in particular, is the Transfiguration of the Savior on Mount Tabor, and with him Moses, Elias, and the disciples. In the altarpiece that is above the altar he painted St. John the Baptist baptizing Christ, and in this he made a portrait of the above-named cardinal kneeling. On one of the facades, at the sides, he painted St. John preaching to the multitude, and on the other, the beheading of the same saint. In the forecourt below the church, he painted stories of the judgment, and some figures in chiaroscuro, in the place where the Theatines now have their confessional. Being summoned not long afterwards to Ancona by Giorgio Morato, he painted for the church of St. Augustino a large altarpiece in oils of Christ baptized by St. John, with St. Paul and other saints on one side, and in the predella a good number of little figures, which are full of grace. For the same man, he made in the church of St. Ciriaco sul Monte a very beautiful ornament in stucco for the altarpiece of the high altar, and within it a Christ of 5 braccia in full relief, which was much extolled. In like manner, he has made in the same city a very large and very beautiful ornament of stucco for the high altar of St. Domenico, and he would also have painted the altar picture, but he had a difference with the patron of that work, and it was given to Tiziano Vecelli to execute, as will be related in the proper place. Finally, having undertaken to decorate in the same city of Ancona the Loggia dei Mercanti, which faces on one side over the seashore and on the other towards the principal street of the city, Pellegrino has adorned the vaulting, which is a new structure, with pictures and many large figures in stucco. In which work, since he has exerted all the effort and study possible to him, it has turned out in truth full of beauty and grace, for the reason that, besides that all the figures are beautiful and well executed, there are some most lovely foreshortenings of nudes, in which it is evident that he has imitated with much diligence the works of Buonarroti that are in the chapel in Rome. Now, since there are not in those parts any architects or engineers of account, or any who know more than he does, Pellegrino has taken it upon himself to give his attention to architecture and to the fortifying of places in that province. And as one who has recognized that painting is more difficult and perhaps less advantageous than architecture, setting his painting somewhat on one side, he has executed many works for the fortification of Ancona and for many other places in the states of the Church, and particularly at Ravenna. Finally, he has made a beginning with a palace for the Sapienza at Pavia, for Cardinal Borromeo. And at the present day, since he has not wholly abandoned painting, he is executing a scene in fresco which will be very beautiful in the refectory of St. Giorgio at Ferrara for the monks of Monte Oliveto. And of this Pellegrino himself not long ago showed me the design, which is very fine. But seeing that he is a young man of 35 and is constantly making more and more progress and advancing towards perfection, this much about him must suffice for the present. In like manner, I shall be brief in speaking of Orazio Fumaccini, footnote, Sumarcini, end of footnote, a painter likewise from Bologna, who has executed in Rome, as has been related, above one of the doors of the Hall of Kings, a scene that is very fine, and in Bologna many much extolled pictures. For he also is young, and he is acquitting himself in such a manner that he will not be inferior to his elders, of whom we have made mention in these our lives. The men of Romagna also, spurred by the example of the Bolognese, their neighbors, have executed many noble works in our arts. For besides Jacopone da Faenza, who, as has been related, painted the tribune of St. Vitale in Ravenna, there have been, and still are, many others after him who are excellent. Maestro Luca de Longhi of Ravenna, a man of good, quiet, and studious nature, has painted in his native city of Ravenna and in the surrounding country many very beautiful panel pictures in oils and portraits from nature, and of much charm among others are two little altarpieces that he was commissioned not long since to paint for the Church of the Monks of Classi by the Reverend Don Antonio da Pisa, then abbot of that monastery, to say nothing of an infinite number of other works that this painter has executed. And to tell the truth, if Maestro Luca had gone forth from Ravenna, where he has always lived and still lives with his family, being assiduous and very diligent, and of fine judgment, he would have become a very rare painter, because he has executed his works, as he still does, with patience and study. And to this I can bear witness, who know how much proficience he made during my sojourn of 2 months in Ravenna, both practicing and discussing the matters of art. Nor must I omit to say that a daughter of his, still but a little girl, called Barbara, draws very well, and has begun to do some work in color with no little grace and excellence of manner. A rival of Luca for a time was Livio Agresti of Forli, who, after he had executed for Abbot de Grazi in the Church of the Spiritu Santo some scenes in fresco and certain other works, departed from Ravenna and made his way to Rome. There, attending with much study to design, he became a well-practiced master, as may be seen from some facades and other works in fresco that he executed at that time. And his first works, which are in Narni, have in them not a little of the good. In a chapel of the Church of the Spirito Santo in Rome, he has painted a number of figures and scenes in fresco which are executed with much industry and study, so that they are rightly extolled by everyone. That work was the reason, as has been related, that there was allotted to him one of the smaller scenes that are over the doors in the Hall of Kings in the Palace of the Vatican, in which he acquitted himself so well that it can bear comparison with the others. The same master has executed for the Cardinal of Augsburg 7 pieces with scenes painted on cloth of silver, which have been held to be very beautiful in Spain, where they have been sent by that same cardinal as presents to King Philip, to be used as hangings in a chamber. Another picture on cloth of silver he has painted in the same manner, which is now to be seen in the Church of the Theatines at Forli. Finally, having become a good and bold draftsman, a well-practiced colorist, fertile in the composition of scenes and universal in his manner, he has been invited by the above-named cardinal, with a good salary, to Augsburg, where he is constantly executing works worthy of much praise. But most rare among the other men of Romagna, in certain respects, is Marco da Faenza, for only so and not otherwise is he called, for the reason that he has no ordinary mastery in the work of fresco, being bold, resolute, and of a terrible force, and particularly in the manner and practice of making grotesques, in which he has no equal at the present day, nor one who even approaches his perfection. His works may be found throughout all Rome, and in Florence there is by his hand the greater part of the ornaments of 20 different rooms that are in the ducal palace, and the friezes of the ceiling in the great hall of that palace, which was painted by Giorgio Vasari, as will be fully described in the proper place. Not to mention that the decorations of the principal court of the same palace, made in a short time for the coming of Queen Joanna, were executed in great part by the same man. And this must be enough of Marco, he being still alive and in the flower of his growth and activity. In Parma there is at the present day, in the service of the Lord Duke Ottavio Farnese, a painter called Mirolo, a native, I believe, of Romagna, who, besides some works executed in Rome, has painted many scenes in fresco in a little palace that the same Lord Duke has caused to be built in the castle of Parma. There also are some fountains constructed with fine grace by Giovanni Boscoli, a sculptor of Montepulciano, who, having worked in stucco for many years under Vasari in the palace of the above-named Lord Duke Cosimo of Florence, has finally entered the service of the above-mentioned Lord Duke of Parma, with a good salary, and has executed, as he continues constantly to do, works worthy of his rare and most beautiful genius. In the same cities and provinces, also, are many other excellent and noble craftsmen, but since they are still young, we shall defer to a more convenient time the making of that honorable mention of them that their talents and their works may have merited. And this is the end of the works of Abbot Primaticcio. I will add that he, having had himself portrayed in a pen drawing by the Bolognese painter Bartolomeo Passerotto, who was very much his friend, that portrait has come into our hands, and we have it in our book of drawings by the hands of various excellent painters. End of section 14. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista.